Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to YouTube channel. So in this video, we are going to be learning about what an Next.js is, how it works, and why you should care about that. So now a lot of people will ask me like, Hussein, I just learned React.js. Why on earth should I learn about Next.js? Well, to give you the answer to that, I'm gonna just give you an answer to that in one sentence. But trust me, that's not enough. So the answer is Next.js is the superpower of React.js. So what does that mean? Well, to explain all of that sentence which I just said, you're gonna have to watch this entire course. Wait. Entire course? Should I have to watch the entire course to just get to know what a Next.js is? Yep, exactly. You're gonna have to watch this entire course. Then you will be able to learn or to know what a Next.js is. I cannot explain what a Next.js is, not in one slide, not in two slides, not in countless slides. But I can totally guarantee, like if you watch this entire course, you're going to be calling yourself as a Next.js superstar. Anyways, so now let me just define what a Next.js is, but I cannot tell you like how many features Next.js offers and how awesome it is. Okay, so for that you're gonna have to watch this entire course. Anyway, so what in the world is Next.js and why you should care about that? So Next.js is an open source JavaScript framework that is built on top of React.js. So if you're watching this video, I will obviously assume like you already know React.js. If you don't, you can watch my video on them. Anyways, that's other topics. So Next.js is a JavaScript framework that is built on top of React.js. So if you want to work with Next.js, first of all, you have to know React.js. So what is React.js? So React is also a popular JavaScript library for building the user interfaces. You already know that if you're watching this course. Anyways, so Next.js is designed to make it easier to create a server-side React application with a focus on developer productivity, performance, and SEO, aka search engine optimization. Something which we are going to be covering a bit later, but not right now. You don't have to worry about this one, but you already know what a performance is if you are working with React.js. And you also know productivity. So Next.js provides a set of tools and conventions that simplify various aspects of building the web application. Okay, so that's just the basic definition of what a Next.js is, but trust me, that's not it. So now let's get into the key features of Next.js. So Next.js offers something called SSR, or you can also say the server-side rendering. So Next.js allows you to render React component on the server side before sending them to the client, and this can improve the page reload time and the SEO, as search engine can easily index the content. Something which I'm going to show you in a real-world example. You don't have to worry about that for now. Static site generation, or SSG for short. It also offers the SSG as well. So Next.js allows support static site generation where you can pre-render pages at a build time. And this approach is great for content-heavy website and can offer even better performance and SEO benefits. And it also provides something called, and one of my favorite one, API routes. Okay, so it offers a built-in API route feature that allow you to create a serverless API endpoints within your Next.js project, making it easier to handle the backend logic as well. And finally, let me just say that Next.js is a full-stack framework. It also offers the front end and also the back end, something called a server component and also the client components, which we are going to be learning in a very great depth in this course. Okay, so for now, this was just a basic definition and that was just a basic feature Next.js provides. But yeah, there are tons and tons of more which we are going to be exploring throughout this course. So now let me just go ahead and go to the Next.js websites and how they call themselves. So this is React.js and React is a JavaScript blah blah blah. You already know what React.js is. And this is the Next.js. So if you want to come to this same website, you just have to type nextjs.org and it will bring you to this website right here. So the React framework for the web used by some of the world's largest companies. And Next.js enables you to create a full stack web application by extending the latest React features and integrating the powerful Rust-based JavaScript tooling for the fast build. So now you might be asking like, Hussein, do I have to know Rust programming language to work with Next.js? Of course not. Do you have to know the backend development to work with to work with the Next.js? Of course not. Something which we are going to be learning in this course. So we are going to be learning about Next.js both for the front end and also for the backend as well. Okay, so if you want to install a Next.js, so this is the command to install a Next.js. So we are going to be also diving into that in a very great depth. So that was it about the introduction of a Next.js. So now let's install Next.js in our machine. So let me just zoom in a bit, and you just have to type this command right here. You don't even have to type that. You can just click on that and it will automatically copy that to your clipboard. Then you can open your terminal anywhere you want. So in my case, I'm going to open my terminal inside my desktop because I want to create my project inside the desktop right here. Now let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better right here. Okay, so now I'm inside C folder, then I'm inside the users, then HuXn, and inside the desktop I'm gonna just right click on that and it will just paste my command right here, which is npx create next, create dash next dash app, and then add latest right here. I'm gonna hit enter right here and it will give us this option right here, like what is your project name. I'm gonna give a name of like next course or something like that. I'm gonna hit enter right here. Then it's gonna ask us like, would you like to use a TypeScript? I'm not gonna assume you guys like you already know TypeScript, so I'm gonna set that to no, hit enter. If you want to use that, so feel free to use that. TypeScript is nothing but just providing additional types to your project. Anyways, then it will ask us like, would you like to use the ESLint? Of course we do. Hit yes. Then they are recommending like, would you like to use a Tailwind CSS as well? Yep, we already know Tailwind CSS. If you don't know, that's completely okay. You can totally follow along with this course. But if you don't know that, you can watch my video on Tailwind CSS, or if you still don't want to learn about Tailwind CSS, that's completely okay. You can totally follow along with this course. I'm going to set that to yes, hit enter. Then they would also like, would you like to use the src directory? No, because we are not working with the older version of Next.js, so we are not going to be setting that to src. Instead, we are going to be using the app directory. So I'm going to set that to no. And this is a big no. You have to set that to no. I'm gonna hit enter right here. Then it will ask us like, would you like to use the app router? Always set that to yes. So I'm gonna just hit enter right here, and then it will ask us like, do you want to provide some sort of aliases? I'm gonna explain what an alias is a bit later. It's not that much important topic in Next.js anyways, but if you want to learn about this, I'm gonna explain what an alias is a bit later, but not right now. I'm gonna just set that to no, so hit enter and boom. It will start generating my Next.js application right here inside my desktop. Here you can see the folder and it will start generating there. Alright, so Next.js is successfully installed in our machine. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna use cd and I'm gonna go ahead and just write next and hit tab and it will auto complete it for me. I'm gonna hit enter, and if you are using a VS Code, so you just have to write code and dot and hit enter. If you are not using a VS Code, well, what can I say? If you don't want to use VS Code, so I don't want to say anything else, but yeah, God bless you. Anyway, so I'm going to just close this one. So before touching any files, first of all, I'm going to show you how to run Next.js application. So the first thing which you have to do is that you have to open your terminal inside your VS Code right here. And next, you just have to type this only one command, which is npm run and dev. I know that's looking a bit awful in my terminal, but in your terminal, that would look amazing. Then you just have to hold control and click on that, and it will just open your Next.js application right here. So they are giving us some sort of a deprecation warning, but yeah, it will be gone a bit later, but not right now. Anyway, so this is how our Next.js application will look like once you install every single thing right here. The next thing which they are suggesting is that first of all, we have to go ahead and go to the app, and inside this app we have to go to this page.js, and then we would be able to provide anything we want. Okay, so yeah, by Vercel you can learn about documentation. You can go ahead and go to the learn templates, deployment, and all of that kind of stuff. So now let me just hide that. So now let me just explain all of these files and folder right here. So the first folder we have is .next folder right here, and this is a build folder. So currently we are working with a development mode, so this is now the development build right here. But if you also use the npm run dev, let me just remove that. If you also use the npm run and build right here, it will also give us all of that data inside this next folder right here. So now let me just delete that. I'm gonna totally delete that from my directory right here, and instead of writing the npm run build, I'm gonna use the npm run dev in this case. If I just write and hit enter, so it will just give us that folder right here in a few seconds. If we can wait for that, let me just see. Why it's not giving us that? Okay, there we go. So it is now giving us that folder right here. So this is the build folder. The next folder which we have is the M folder, and this is the heart of our entire application, and we are going to be spending I guess 80% of our time inside this directory right here. So here is our fav icon, which you can see right here, this our cell icon. I'm gonna delete them. Next, you can see all of that global styling right here. So currently we just have the styling just for these pages right here. I mean, like this simple page right here. So we can delete them, but we also have a lot of tail and css classes. So now let me just remove them, save our file, and refresh. Nothing is going to happen. I mean, like something will break, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So now let me just close that. Now the next file which you have is a layout.js file. So layout.js file is a file which we are going to be reusing, or it should reuse itself again and again. This is also something which we are going to be diving into in a great detail later, not right now. Okay, the next one we have is a page. It will only just give us this specific route right here, and here you can see that page is broken because we modified this global.css file right here. Anyways, that doesn't matter. So now let me just go ahead and delete almost every single thing which you have right here. So I'm going to just hit Control A and delete every single thing right here, and I'm going to use RAFCE, and here I'm going to just give a name of like home. You can give any name you want. So now let me just save that and refresh. So what are we getting? We are now getting our home right here. That's amazing too. This is the heart of our Next.js app. The next one we have is a node modules folder, and this node modules folder will gives us all of the dependencies which this Next.js and also the React.js is depends on. Okay, something which we already discussed in my React.js course, but anyways, that's what it is. The next one we have is a public folder, and inside this public folder we store the assets like I don't know, some sort of a HTML file, some sort of images, also the SVGs and all of that stuff. For now, we don't need that, so I'm gonna delete that. Okay, so now let me just delete that. Now you might be saying like, HuXn, you're deleting and removing all of the code. What the hell are you doing? Because I want to start every single thing from scratch. So that's why I'm deleting all of that unnecessary folders and also that unnecessary code, because we are going to be writing all of that code from the scratch. So yeah, the next one we have is a eslinter.json file. We already installed a eslint inside our project, so that's why it is giving us just this one configuration right here, but we can provide more configuration to there, but we won't because we don't have to. Okay, the next one we have is a get ignore, so it will just ignore all of that file which you have right here whenever we are pushing this project to our GitHub repository. So this is a get related folder, I mean like file. The next one we have is a JS config, and as the name suggests, it allows us to provide our own JavaScript configuration right here. We don't have to do any of them right now. This one is also important file, which is the next.config.js file, because here we're going to be providing all of our Next.js configuration. Like whenever we are working with the images, we're going to have to provide the domains, and whenever we are working with the redirects, we are going to be also coming to this file right here. So this one is important, which is the next.config.js, and as the name suggests, that it allows us to provide a configuration to our Next.js application. Then we have a package log, you already know that, and also package.json. It will just keep track of all of the dependencies which you are going to be installing throughout this project. So let me just show you that currently what do we have. So we just have our React DOM, and also the Next.js right here, and we are working with 14 version. I don't know, by the time you're watching this video it might be, I don't know, 15 or 16 version, but all of their rules which I'm going to show you throughout this course will be applied. Then we have a post.config.css, I mean a .js file. This file is related to the Tailwind CSS. If you already know Tailwind CSS, so you already know this file. If you don't know Tailwind CSS, you don't have to know Tailwind CSS, but you just have to leave it there. Like you don't have to mess around with this file, and you just have to leave it there. If you delete there, so it will just give you a few errors. Then we have a readme.md file, and it will just show us the instruction to the user. Like I mean like whenever we push this project to our GitHub repository, so if somebody wants to learn about our project, so they can come to this readme file and they can learn more about that. So currently it will just give us like this is a Next.js project bootstrap with a create next app and you can run there by using the npm run dev, or if you're using the yarn, so you can use yarn dev, pnp dev, bun dev. If you are working with bun, amazing technology, but they do not work with the Windows operating system by the time of this recording. So yeah, that's why I'm not that much into the bun. Anyways, So now let me just close that, and the final one we have is a terminal configuration file. So you can provide more configuration to your terminal CSS if you wanted to, but you don't have to. So yeah, that's almost it about how to install Next.js into your machine and all of that folders and files. Okay, so we're gonna have more folders and files a bit later, but we don't have to worry about them for now. Okay, so next we are going to be learning about routing and the page.js and also the layout.js in a really great depth. So now let's learn about routing in Next.js. So before we getting into what a routing is and how it works and all of that kind of stuff, first of all, let me just mention that if you are coming from the React.js, and you should be coming from the React.js if you are watching this course, so you already know how to work with the routing. If you don't worry, I'm going to tell you what a routing is. But for those of you who already work with the React routing, so they already know like all of the pain of the React routing. Like first of all, you are going to have to install separate packages like a React router and React router DOM, and then you would have to create a separate component, and then you would have to write the create router. You're going to have to import all of that stuff, and also if you want to link that component, so you're going to have to just write a route component, and inside the route component you're going to have to specify the path and also the element, and then you have to specify your component which you already create, or you want to link that to, and all of that headache. Okay, but in Next.js we don't have to install nothing, we don't have to do nothing. We just have to create a folder and all of that kind of stuff, which I'm about to show you. But first of all, let me just tell you what in the world is routing in Express.js and in general also. So what is routing? So to put it in a simple English terms, routing is like giving a direction to a website. So how is that? So when you type a web address URL into your browser, so routing tells the website which page or thing to show you. It's like a map that guides the website to the right place when you click a link or enter a web address. So routing helps the website know what to display based on what you're looking for. Okay, so that's all of the routing definition. So now let's learn about how to create routing. So you don't have to do nothing, but first of all, you will have this initial domain right here which you're running like localhost 3000. If you're running that on some other port like 3001 or 3, I don't know, 4000, 5000 or anything like that, you will have to provide this domain right here, and then you have to specify your endpoint where you want to go. In this case, we just specifically want to go to the about page. So first of all, you're going to have to create about folder, and inside that about folder you're going to have to just create page.js. I mean, like, you can give any name to this folder right here, but you're gonna have to type that exact same name inside a URL right here. But you have to keep in mind that you cannot give any other name to this page right here. You have to create this page.js right here, and then you would see, I mean, like, if you navigate to that specific route, then you would see that specific content which is already available inside this page right here. Okay, so now let me just say all of that once again. So in this case, let's suppose if you want to create this about endpoint right here, so first of all, we are going to have to create a folder. You can give any name to this folder, but you have to work with that exact same name inside this URL right here. So it doesn't matter if you give a name of like about or portfolio or contact page or dashboard or anything like login, logout or anything like that. You have to provide that right here. And the next thing which you have to keep in mind is that you have to, like, yeah, I'm gonna say that once again, you have to write this page.js file inside the specific route right here. So now let me just give you the quick example of that, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So currently here you can see we have this app folder, and inside this app folder we just have only one page.js right here. Now let me just zoom there. Here you can see we just only have this one page.js right here. So which means like we are currently working with the domain which is localhost and 3000 right here. So now in this case, I want to create that same about endpoint right here. So I'm going to just right click on that and click on the create new folder, and here you can give any name you want, but you have to type that exact same name right here. Just write, like, you can give any name like that, but you have to provide that name to that folder. So in this case, let me just create a folder right here. I'm going to give a name of like about in this case and hit enter. And now inside this about folder, you have to create this page.jsx, or you can create a js if you want to, or you can also work with a tsx if you wanted to. So in my case, I'm gonna just write like JS right here. You can write JS6 if you wanted to, but I'm gonna just write JS right here. Let me just hit enter. Let me go back. And here I'm gonna just write RAFCE, and this name doesn't matter. You can give any name you want. You can give him banana or apple or anything like that. But if you want to follow the same exact convention, so you can provide a folder name if you want to. So in my case, I'm gonna just write about in this case, because we are currently working with the about route right here. So now I'm gonna just write like this is about page and save my file. So now if I save my file and refresh, then nothing is going to happen. Why is that? Because first of all, we have to go to that specific route. So currently we are just working with the domain, but if I just write / and then I just write like about and hit enter, and here you can see we are getting this is about page right here. Amazing. You can provide a styling, you can provide anything you want, but here you can see it's that simple. But now the next thing which I want to show you is that instead of writing this page.js, if I just write like, I don't know, about.js, let's suppose, and if I hit enter right here, I made this mistake like countless times, so that's why I'm showing that to you right now. Okay, so here you can see I'm currently working with this about.js, and now what are we getting? We are getting like 404. This page could not be found. Why is that? Because here you have to specify page, come on, page.js right here, then it will work. So here you can see it will refresh, and we are now getting this is the about page. Um let me just change the color of my browser to something else. That's looking awful. So I'm gonna just change that to this green one. Yeah, I guess this one looks cool, so I'm gonna just set that to this one. And I'm gonna also provide the force dark page right here so that it doesn't hurt your eyes. That's looking amazing. Now let me just change this name to like I don't know, portfolio or something like that. And if I hit enter right here, and if I just refresh, here you can see this does not work. Here we have to specify portfolio and hit enter right here, and here you can see we are now getting this is the about page. It will give us all of the content which we currently have inside our file right here. So yeah, the name doesn't matter, the folder name doesn't matter. You can give banana, you can give anything you want based on your specific route, but you have to specify this page.js right here. So underneath in the description of this video, you will find a link which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and I want you to download this entire repository, because for every single lecture I've provided all of the challenges, and you have to perform all of their challenges by yourself. If you can do it, then just message me directly on either Twitter, or you can just comment on this video, or you can follow me on Instagram and you can just send me a message there, and I will be happy to help you there. Anyway, so I guess that was it about for the basic route, and next we are going to be learning about nested routes in Next.js. So in some situation you would want to work with a lot of routes, like I don't know, you would want to work with the users, then inside a user you want to work with about, then you want to work with, I don't know, projects, and then you want to work with portfolio or something like that. So these kind of stuff is called the nested routes. So now let me just show you how to create a nested route. So if you wanted to create a nested route, first of all you have to follow that same convention. Like first of all, if you want to work with like about section, and inside this about section or about endpoint you want to create yet another route which will be for the user. So first of all, you're going to have to create that about folder, and inside this about folder you have to create this page.js. Don't forget that, like never ever forget this page.js right here by the time of this recording at least. Okay, and then you're gonna have to create another folder right here which will be for users. So you can give them any name you want, and inside this folder you're gonna have to create yet another page right here. But if you want to create like one more, like for the portfolio or for something else, so then you have to create yet another folder either inside this one, or if you want to go deeply more nested, so you're gonna have to create that same folder inside these users, and then inside that same folder you're gonna have to create yet another file which will be page.js. So just keep this diagram in mind, and now let me just write some code. So what I want to do is that I'm gonna just clear this about folder right here, and now let me just create that nested routes right here. So the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a folder for the users right here, and I'm going to create a file, give a name of like page.js right here. Let me just write RAFCE. I'm going to give a name of like users. You can give any name you want, and here I'm going to just print like this is a users page or something like that. And now let me just save that, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the users, and hit enter right here. So here you can see we are getting like this is a users page right here. Amazing. So the next thing which you want to do is that inside this users, we want to specifically go to the about or the user information. So I'm going to just provide about, and if I hit enter, you already know what we will get. We will get this 404. Why is that? Because currently we don't have any other route or endpoint inside this users folder. So if you want a nested route inside this users, so we are going to have to create yet another folder, and you can give them any name you want. So in my case, I'm going to just give them a name of like about and hit enter right here. So now inside this about folder, I'm going to create yet another file, give a name of like page.js, ts or tsx or jsx or something like that. So in my case, I'm going to just write js right here. js and let me just write the RAFCE, and here I'm gonna just write about right here. There we go. Let me just write about once again. I don't know what was that. And this is about page. And now let me just save this file, and here you can see we are now getting this is about page right here. Why is that? Because currently we are inside a domain, and inside this domain we have a users folder, and inside this users folder we have yet another route which will be about right here. Okay, so if I just remove this about and if I hit enter, it will give us this users page. If we just remove that users and hit enter, it will give us home right here. So yeah, that's looking amazing too. Now let's suppose if you want to go more deeply than that, trust me, we are not going to go that much deep in the projects, but yeah, for now I'm going to just write like I don't know, projects or something like that. So currently we are working with the users, and inside these users we have a specific user information or about specific information of their users, and inside that specific information we have a project. So now let me just create a file, give a name of like I don't know, yeah, you have to know page.js right here, and then we are going to be just writing RAFC, come on, RAFCE, and then you can give name of like projects or something like that, and I'm gonna just write this is or these are all of my projects. There we go. So now let me just save that. So first of all, we gotta go to the users, then we have to go to the about, and inside this about we have a projects right here. If I hit enter, so it will give us like these are all of my projects. If you go ahead and go to the about, it will give us like this is the about page. If you go to the user, it will give us the users page, and if you go to the home, so it will give us the home page right here. So now let me just close all of the file which you have, and here you can see this is how the structure looks like for now. So we have first of all the users endpoint or route to be precise, then we have the about which is inside or nested for these users, and then we have yet another nested route which is projects right here. Okay, so this is how you're going to be working with the nested routes in Next.js. So now let's learn about links or linking in Next.js. So what in the world is link? So link is a component provided by Next.js that allow you to create a link to navigate between pages in your application. That's it. Okay, and it's primarily uses for declarative client-side navigation. So what is a client-side and what is server-side? Something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds, but you don't have to worry about that. Trust me, they are the most easiest thing in the Next.js. Okay, and I know a lot of people say, oh my god, client-side, oh my god, server-side. Yeah, no, it's not that much difficult thing. I'm going to show you every single thing about Next.js in this course. So when you click on a link thread with a link component, it prevents the default browser full page refresh and fetches the new page content on the client side, resulting in a faster and smoother user experience. And it can be typically used in a component's JSX code for the clickable links to lead to other pages with your Next.js application and all of that. So that was just a quick definition of what a link component is. And now let's just learn that right here. Okay, so now I'm going to just remove all of that coding right here. I know it will give us that pop-up box because they are a lot of folders. Yeah, we have to wait for that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just collapse this folder, and I'm going to create a folder inside the root folder right here, and I'm going to give a name of like components. You don't have to create this folder inside the app directory. You're going to have to create a separate or a client-side component, something which I'm going to discuss in a few seconds. You're going to have to create their client-side folders. I mean, like, why am I saying folders? You're going to have to create their client-side components inside this components folder, and this folder should be located inside the root right here, inside this root I'm talking about. It should not be inside the app directory right here. Okay, so now inside there, I'm going to create a separate file. I'm going to give a name of like navbar. Yeah, a navbar would be fine. Navbar JSX would be fine. And I'm going to use RAFCE. And here what I want to do is that, I guess that would be it, but I'm going to just remove a few things. So first of all, let me just write my nav, then I'm going to write my UL, then I'm going to write I don't know, div with a class of logo or something like that. It doesn't even matter, but I'm going to just write logo. Okay, so now underneath this div right here, I'm going to create the links container. Let me just go back so that you guys can see everything a bit better. Inside this links container, I'm going to just write link, and that's it. Okay, so here I'm going to just remove this k, and let me just rewrite that. And here you can see we are now getting this suggestion, which is next/link. We don't have to import something called a next/navigation. We don't want to do that. We want to import our navigation or our specific link from the next/link. And if you are like doing that quickly, so it will just auto complete it like this. So it will just auto complete it like next, and then not application but navigation. You don't want to work with them because this is deprecated, and we have to just remove them. And we just want to import our link from the next and /link right here. So you just have to also keep that in mind. The next thing which you have to do is that we have to provide the location. So here we have to just write href, totally exactly the same like our anchor tag. So you can think about that as like our anchor tag in our HTML right here. Okay, so in this href, what do you have to do? We just have to specify the path where we want to go. So we just want to go to home. So I'm going to just write home right here. So home, that's it. Now let me just duplicate that 3 times. So then we want to go to the about, and we also want to go to the portfolio right here. So now I'm going to also change that to about, and let me also change this one to portfolio. There we go. Okay, and you know what, I'm going to also provide the class name of link. It doesn't even matter if you want to provide the link class or not, but for me I'm going to just provide this link class right here. And we did not use this navbar component somewhere, so let's just use that. So the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to the app directory, and then I'm going to go to the global.css file right here, and I'm going to just provide a little bit of CSS like display of flex. I'm going to fast forward the various, so justify content will be spaced around. So these are all the styling that you have to provide right here, like first of all for the UL, then for the link, and then also for the h1 right here. Anyway, so that's for the styling. So now let me just go ahead and create a folder. Should I create a folder first of all? You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the layout file right here. You don't have to worry about what a layout file is, but for now what I want you to do is that you just have to import what do you call it, the navbar right here. Then you have to copy them, and inside this children right here, what do you have to do? You just have to execute this navbar right here. So once you do and save that, and let me just refresh. So here you can see we are now getting the logo, then we are getting the home page, I mean like the home link, and then the about link, and also the portfolio right here. Okay, so if you click on the home, it will obviously brings us to the home. If you click on the about, it will brings us to the about page, which is currently not available, so that's why we are getting 404. If we click on the portfolio, so it will brings us to this portfolio page right here, which we already did not create yet. Okay, so let me just click on this home once again, and I'm going to just close this layout file right here. The next thing which you have to do is that we have to first of all create one for the about folder, or about route to be precise. So I'm going to just write route, and let me just create a page.jsx, or not JSX JS. Let me just write RAFCE, and about would be fine. Okay, so let's just close there. Now let me just create one more for the, what do we call it, portfolio, and page.js. No man JS. Let me just write RAFCE, and for the portfolio, there we go. So now let me just save them, and now if I click on the about page, it will brings us to this about page right here. If I click on the portfolio, so here you can see it will now brings us to this portfolio right here. Why are we navigating to this different kind of routes? That's because we use this link right here. Okay, so let me just go back. So if you click on the about, it will brings us to this about page. If you click on the portfolio, it will brings us to portfolio. If you click on the home, it will brings us to this home right here. Amazing. So this is what we have to do for the link component for now. I mean like that's what the link component offer for the Next.js. So now let's learn about what in the world is useRouter. So we already learned about what a link is, and we already know that link is a component provided by the Next.js. So what in the world is a useRouter? So useRouter is a hook provided by Next.js that allow you to access the router object and its properties within your component. And it provides the programmatical control over the router and allow you to navigate to different pages or perform other routing related action in response to a user interaction or event within your component. And it's useful when you need to handle the navigation or access the route specific information directly in your component logic. Okay, so I know I said it very quickly, but this is what it is. You don't have to go to the documentation and learn about that, but this is just a hook which do the same thing as the link, but it also gives a control over our navigation. Okay, so now let's just learn about that. So what I want to do is that I'm going to delete all of the code which we already wrote. So now let me just delete this component, and I'm going to delete this portfolio for now. And now I'm going to also remove this navbar from here and also remove the navbar import as well. So now let me just save that. And what I want to do is that first of all, I'm going to go to the page right here. So now let me just go ahead and come to the page, and I'm going to just change that to something else, like I don't know, section would be fine. And inside this section I'm going to just write like I don't know, routing. I guess routing would be fine, or use or router would be fine. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting the use router. Everything is okay. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to grab the use router right here. So I'm going to just go ahead and go to the use router, and we have to get that from not the use, from not the next router, but we have to get that from the next navigation in this case. If you are grabbing the link, let me just say that once again, if you are grabbing the link, you're going to have to grab that from the next link. But if you are grabbing the use router, you're going to have to grab that from the next navigation. Okay, so that's that. Now let's just create an instance of this use router right here. So I'm going to just give a name of like router. You can give him any name you want because this is just a variable, and we are going to be storing the value of the use router right here. And let's just execute that right here. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Now let me just use that right here. So let's suppose if you have some sort of a page. So what I want to do, I'm going to just create a button in this case, and I'm going to just write like how many routes we have. We just have only one about route right here. Go to about page or something like that. Okay, so in this case I'm going to provide the on click event handlers. So anytime we are working with some sort of a handlers, or yeah, I'm going to explain that in a few seconds, but that will require you a bit more of the Next.js knowledge. But you just have to provide this flag for now, which is a use client. Just provide that and save that for now. So please just provide that, and I'm going to explain what in the world this is in a few seconds. So please just provide this use client. Like, this is totally important. You have to provide that because currently we are working with the on click, and also we are importing something. Anyway, so now I'm going to explain that in a few seconds, but first of all you have to write this use client directive. Okay, so now inside there, what I want to do is that I'm going to just pass my function, and I'm going to just say like router.push. In this case it will just go to the about page right here in this case. So now let me just save that. This is what you have to type, and now here you can see we have this button right here, but that's not looking cool. So I'm going to just click on that, and here you can see it will brings us to this about page right here. Okay, so this is a button, trust me, this is a button. I'm going to provide a little bit of styling to it so you guys can see what it is. So let's just provide classes of border, and padding all around will be, or you know, padding for the x-axis will be 2, and padding for the y-axis will be 4 or something like that. And here you can see we have our button right here. So if I click on that, it brings us to this about page right here. Why is that? Because we are currently using the use router, and here we are creating an instance of that, and inside this router we have now this push method, and we want to push the user to the about page right here. Okay, so this is the first way right here. Let me just remove this styling from here. This is the first way of using the use router right here. And what is the next way? The next way is to just create some sort of a function, and you can reuse that function again and again. Okay, so in this case I'm going to just write like I don't know, const. You can give any name you want for your function. So in my case I'm going to just provide like navigate or something like that, and here you have to specify some sort of a page ID. This is a parameter. You can also give any parameter you want. So in my case I'm going to just provide a page, and now inside there I'm going to use this exact same thing. So I'm going to cut that from here, and I'm going to just place it right here. Instead of providing this about, let me just cut there, and I'm going to just copy this page and put it right here. And now I'm going to copy this navigate and put it right here. execute that, and here we just have to specify where we want to go. So in this case, we want to go to that about page. So what in the world are we currently doing? So now let me just explain all of the things which we're currently doing. First of all, we are importing the useRouter. Then we are creating an instance of that useRouter, and we are storing that inside a router variable. Then we are creating just a simple function which will just redirect or push the user to a specific page. So we are grabbing that page which we are specifying it right here. So in this case, we are specifying about, and then we are just using router.push, and we are just pushing our user to that specific page right here. And now here you can see we have that same button, and if I click on that, and here you can see it will now brings us to this about page right here. Okay, totally amazing. Now we can also use for the login page or something like that. Let me just go ahead and create a login folder, login, and create a file. And I'm going to use the RAFs, come on, RAFC of login or something like that. Or you know what, I'm going to just write this is a login page or something like that. And what I have to do is that I'm going to just duplicate that and change that to the login right here and go to the login page. I'm going to save that, and here you can see we have that. Let me use the BR, and here you can see we have a about page and go to the login page. So if I click on the login, it will brings us to this is a login page right here. Totally amazing. So now what's the difference between the use selector and also that nav, or not nav, but also that link? Okay, so let me just grab that. I'm gonna go ahead and grab that from this next and link, and it will just go to projects or something like that. I'm gonna use the href and go to the projects. Let me just save them, create their projects right here inside the app directory, projects, and create a page.js rafce projects right here, save my file, and let me also provide that br for this one as well. So I'm going to use the br save my file. So we have this projects right here. If I click on the projects, and it will brings us to this projects route right here. So now what's the difference between the link and also the use router right here? We already learned about these slides, but let me just reiterate all of that stuff once again. So link is a component provided by Next.js, and it will just allows our user to navigate from one page to another without the paging reload and with a smooth or faster and smoother experience. On the other hand, we have a use router. This is component. This is a hook right here, which also the Next.js offers us, and it will also allows us to gain some information about that specific route, but we don't have to learn about that for now. So that's just the difference between the link and also the use router, and we are going to be coming to this use router once again a bit later, but not right now. Alright, so that was it about for the link and also for the use router. The next thing which I want to talk to you about is how to skip a folder as a route right here. So I'm going to delete that first of all. So now here you can see, oh, I just deleted all of the code. Anyways, so now here you can see if you navigate to some specific folder, like I don't know, about section or something like that, and if I hit enter, it will obviously give us a 404 not found error message right here. But now let me just create two more folders. The first one will be for the login, and I'm gonna just create a file page.js and rafce, come on, rafce of login, and save this file. Now let me just create one more. Okay, let me just zoom in a bit, and one will be for the register. Okay, so page.js, and I'm going to use the rafce and register. There we go. If I save them, and now let me just go ahead and go to the about, not about, but login. Let me just go ahead and go to the login. So here you can see we have a login, and I'm going to also go to what do we call it, the register. So register and hit enter. So here you can see it will now give us register right here. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I'm going to create a separate folder once again, and you know what, I'm going to give a name of like auth right here, and inside this auth I'm going to also write page.js right here, and I'm going to also give a name of like auth and create a component inside there. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I'm going to just grab both of these folders and I'm going to put it inside this auth right here. So now what do we have to do to access this register? Well, first of all, we have to write the auth, then we have to go to the register right here, and if I hit enter, then we would be able to come to this register page right here. First of all, we have to write this auth and then register, but now in some situation we don't want to create this auth endpoint right here. but we do want to create some sort of a folder to organize our code. So how to skip this specific route right here, which is this auth? Well, you don't have to do nothing else, but you just have to wrap that with these parentheses right here. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. You just have to wrap that with these parentheses, and here you can write any name you want. Okay, and now if I hit enter, oh, it's gonna take a bit of time because I already created this folder. And there we go. So here you can see, let me just say that once again. If you want to ignore a specific folder to be as a route, you just have to wrap the folder name as parentheses. Okay, so you just have to write the parentheses, and then you can write any name you want, and then you have to close that parentheses right here. I mean, like, this specific folder will not be called as an endpoint. Now inside this auth folder, we have this login endpoint right here, and we also have this register right here. Now let me just check this out. So here you can see we are now inside the auth, and we are also inside the register right here. So that's why we are getting this 404 page. So if I just remove this auth from here, and if I just hit enter right here, so it will give us register. And if you want to go to the login, so now let me just write login and hit enter, and here you can see it will give us a login once again. But if I write that auth one more time, like auth and login, it will give us that 404 page not found error right here. So this is how we are going to be ignoring a specific folder to be as an endpoint. Alright, so now let's learn about dynamic routes in Next.js. So what in the world are dynamic routes and why you should care about that? So dynamic routes in Next.js refers to a feature that allows you to create a web page with a variable or dynamic parts in the URL. Instead of defining individual routes for every possible URL, you can create a single route pattern that matches every variety of dynamic values, and this is extremely useful when you have pages that shares a common structure but differ based on a specific information in the URL. Okay, so that was just a basic English definition of a dynamic routes. So now let me just show you how we are going to be creating a web pages without the dynamic routes right here. So I want you to imagine for a second that if you're working with a lot of users data, so you're gonna have to create a lot of routes for them, like a specific user, and then we have Alex, then we have John, HuXn, and let's suppose if you have like 1,000 users. So first of all, you're going to be creating a users folder or a user route, whatever you want to call that, and then inside there you're going to be creating the Alex, for John, for HuXn, for Jordan, and for all of that users. So this is how your folder structure will look like without using a dynamic routes. So now let me just show you how you're going to be creating a dynamic routes. This is how you're going to be creating a dynamic routes. Okay, so first of all, you just have to create a users folder, and you also, like, obviously have to define the page.js right here, and then inside there you are going to be creating just this bracket open, and then the folder name, and then the bracket close, and inside there you have to just write this use client, and this is something which we are going to be learning very shortly. And then here you just have to specify the params, and here you can just specify your dynamic logic, which we are going to be doing right now. Okay, so I want you to just see this syntax once again. First of all, you're going to be creating your main route, and inside there you're going to be creating your dynamic route right here. Okay, so now let me just delete this auth folder right here, and I'm going to create a lot of other folders right here. So now let me just show you the without a dynamic routes way. So now I'm going to just create a folder, give a name of like I don't know, users list, and hit enter. And inside there we're going to be creating our page.js and RAFC and users list right here. Now let me just save that, and inside this folder we are going to be creating for a lot of user like John, and he will have that page.js one more time, and I'm going to use the RAFC for John. Come on, John. Now let me just save that, go back, and I'm gonna just duplicate there like a lot of time, 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, or something like that. I'm gonna change that to Alex. Let me just change this one, and oh, I also forgot, we are going to be also changing that to like Alex. And also, if you have like a lot of user information, like the user name, the user date of birth, the user password, the user email, and all of that, so we are gonna have to change that again and again. So here you can see we would have to just write Jordan, and we would also go ahead and go to their page, and we would have to change that to Jordan or something like that for all of the users. So now let me just delete both of these folders. So here you can see we are just currently working with 3 users right here, and we have to create this folder, and inside this folder we have to create this page.js, and here we have to specify that logic, I mean like that same logic again and again. Okay, so now if you go ahead and go to the user list, and inside there, I don't know, I want to go to the John, and if I hit enter, was John, Johny, we are not getting Oh, it should be users list, not a user. Users list. And if I hit enter, and here you can see it will give us information based on John. And if you go ahead and go to, I don't know, Alex, it will give us Alex. If you go to, I don't know, HuXn, and it will now brings us, oh, we are getting this 404. That's because we don't have any HuXn user right here. Anyway, so now let me just delete them. And now let me just show you how you are going to be creating a dynamic routes. Now let me just zoom in a bit, and inside this user list, I'm going to create a folder, give a name of like anything I want. In this case, I'm going to just write like, I don't know, a specific user right here, okay? And I'm going to also have to wrap that with brackets. A few seconds ago, we just saw the parentheses, like if we just wrap them with parentheses, which means like we are ignoring this specific folder to be as a route. But in this case, we are providing a bracket right here. Let me just zoom in there a bit more. So here you can see we are using these brackets right here. Okay, so if I hit enter, and now inside there, we are going to be just creating one page right here. So page.js, and I'm going to just write like RAFCE, and user would be fine. User, there we go. Let me just go back, and now if you save there, and now let me just go ahead and go to that HuXn right here. So it will give us this user. If you go to like, I don't know, John, and if I hit enter, so it will give us that same user once again. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I want to do a bit of magic. Well, to be honest, it's not a magic, but let me just write params right here. So we are going to be just destructuring this params, and it will give us all of their params right here, or parameter, whatever you want to call that. I'm going to change that to use client, and you should do the same. Okay, so the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just write console log of params one more time. And if I save them, and if I just refresh, and let me just go ahead and check this out. So here you can see we are getting this user, and we have the value of param which is set to John right here. So where in the world is this user coming from, and where in the world is this value coming from? First of all, where is this user coming from? This user is this folder name right here, which we specified right here. So it will give us that object with this property right here, and this value is coming from this endpoint right here, which we specified there. So now let me just write like my own name, and if I hit enter, and here you can see we are now getting the user, and we are getting this HuXn right here. Okay, so we can also just log that to the console, or we can print it out right here. So I'm gonna just delete that, and I'm gonna just use h1, and here I'm gonna just write like info about, I don't know, params dot user right here. Okay, so if I just save that, so here you can see we are now getting like info or information about a specific user, which is HuXn right here. If we change that to something else like I don't know, Jordan or something like that, so here you can see we're now getting Jordan, and that's that. Now we can also just write like hello I am params.user right here, and if we save that, and here you can see we are now getting like hello I am Jordan right here. So this is how we are going to be creating a dynamic route in not Express.js but in Next.js. Alrighty, so now let's learn about a catch all routes in Next.js. So in Next.js, if you create your folder by using this same convention, like first of all you're gonna have to write the opening bracket and then dot dot dot, you can call it the rest operator or the spread operator whatever you want to call that, and then the folder name, and then the closing bracket right here. Okay, so this convention is known as a catch all routes, and this notation indicates that you are using a catch all routes which allow you to capture multiple URL segment. What is a segment? I'm going to show you that in a few seconds, and treat them as a dynamic array of values. And this is useful when you want to create a dynamic routes that can handle varying number of URL segments. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating our folder. We only just have to create our folder by using this convention, so I want you to just keep that in mind. Okay, so in this case we would have like a lot of segments right here, like this users is a segment, this Alex is a segment, projects is a segment, then e-commerce, orders, and also this specific ID is a segment. So all of these are called segments of a URL. So if you want to catch all of them at once, in some situation you would. So for that you are going to be creating your folder by using this convention. So first of all you're going to have to write the opening bracket, then dot dot dot, and then your folder name, and then the closing bracket right here. So this is how you're going to be creating that. So now let me just show you that in a real world example. So now let me just delete that, and I'm going to also delete this users from here, and we are going to have to provide or confirm that right here, delete that permanently. Cool. So now let's suppose if you are working with a lot of projects, so I'm going to just create a folder with the name of like projects, and inside there we're going to be also creating page.js, and I'm going to use the RAFCE of projects. And now let me just save them. And inside there we are going to have a lot of projects, like I don't know, I work with a lot of projects, so we can create projects for e-commerce, for portfolio, for I don't know, like we would have a lot of projects inside this project folder. So what I want to do is that I want to catch all of that segments right here. So let's suppose you have this kind of link, like I don't know, first of all you have a projects, then you have an e-commerce project, and then inside this e-commerce project you have a specific product, and then a specific product will also have some sort of ID, and you also want to buy that, or not buy but order that specific product. So you're going to also have to write an order, and then you'll also have some sort of order ID, and if you hit enter, so these are all called as segments. So first of all we have a project segment, then we have an e-commerce, then we have a project, then blah blah blah, then order, and also blah 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 once again. So if you want to catch all of them at once, so for that we are going to be creating this folder or this convention. So first of all we are going to have to write our opening bracket, then dot dot dot, 3 dots, and then my folder name will be all. Okay, and then I'm going to just close that right here. And now let me just create a page.js right here, and I'm going to use the RAFCE, and I don't know, I'm going to give a name of like project. There we go. And now if I just save them, and here you can see we are now getting this project right here. We are providing like all of that segments right here, but we are still getting this project right here, which means like we are getting all of these segments from this specific URL right here. Okay, so that's cool. The next thing which you want to do is that, let me just make that as a client component. I'm really sorry about that. I have to explain all of these routing stuff, then I'm going to explain this what is a client component and also the server component. So you're going to have to just stick there for a few seconds. So I'm going to just write these params, and you already know what it will give us. Let me just show you there one more time. We have params, and now if I just refresh them, come on, let me just refresh them. So now here you can see we have this object, and inside this object we have this all right here. Where is this all coming from? This all is coming from this folder right here, and then we have all of their segments right here, like we have e-commerce, we have project, and we have blah blah blah, we have order, and we also have a lot of other random words right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be capturing all of the data. So now let me just comment this line out, and I'm gonna go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now inside this div, what I want to do is that I'm gonna just write h1 and project, and here we are going to be just writing like params.all, because we want to get this specific array right here. So now if I just save that, and here you can see we are now getting project, and we are now getting all of that array right here. Okay, so that's cool. Now I'm gonna just write br for breaking, and all routes right here, routes, there we go. And you can also even iterate over through that if you wanted to. So I'm going to just write params.all, and let's suppose if you want to iterate over through all of them, so we are going to be just writing like paragraph paragraph, not paragraph, but just a specific project. And now inside there we are going to be just writing like I don't know, I'm going to write li inside there, and here for the key we are going to be specifying like p, and here we just also have to render this p right here. So now if I just save that, and here you can see we are now getting all routes, we are now getting this segment, and all of that segments right here. Okay, let me just go back. In some situation you would need these what do we call it, these, oh my god, this catch all routes, I can't even remember the name of that, this catch all routes, but for a lot of time you won't. But now I show you them, and now you know that how you're going to be catching all of the segments from a specific route. Now that we learned enough about routing, so next thing which I want to show you is called the catch all routes right here. So I'm going to delete this folder from here. Let me just confirm that, because I'm a window user, so I'm going to have to confirm the deletion. Okay, so right, so here you can see we have this 404 page right here. Why are we getting this 404 page? Because currently this URL is not defined. So if I just remove that, if I just hit enter right here, so we are getting this page. But if I go to like, I don't know, the about page or something like that, which is not currently existed, so we are now getting this 404 page not found. If you want to change that to something else, this is how you are going to be doing this. So now first of all, so now inside this app folder you're gonna have to create this same name file. You cannot give any name to this file, you're gonna have to give this specific name to your file, which is not dash found.js or ts or tsx or jsx right here. In my case I'm gonna just give a name of like js. So here you can see if I just hit enter right here, so my file is successfully created. And if I just write like rafce, and I'm gonna just give a name of like not found, and if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting not found right here. Why is that? Because currently this route is not defined, so that's why we are now getting or not found right here. If you just try to access something else like about and then the specific user like HuXn and then Alex and then blah 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 or something like that, and if I hit enter, so here you can see we are gonna still get this not found page, and you are more than welcome to provide a lot of styling to it, like 404 page not found, and you can provide a lot of styling to it. I know there is a lot of things you can do with this specific route, which you can handle by using this file right here. You have to provide this not-found.js right here. If you change the name to like something else, like I don't know, not founds, if I just provide this s right here at the end, and if I hit enter right here, it will just give us that default page right here. Like always keep that in mind, like whenever you're creating a 404 not found page, you're gonna have to give this specific name to your file, and then you can do a lot more stuff than that. So I just write like 404 page not found. You can do like crazy stuff, like you can provide a script tags, you can provide like I don't know, some sort of interactions, and you can also provide animation and all of that kind of stuff. But in my case, I just want to write 404 page 404 not found. So that's why we are now getting this specific page right here. There we go. So now let's learn about redirects in Next.js. So I'm gonna just write redirect and hit enter right here. Let me just make that a bit bigger. So what in the word is redirect and why you should care about that? So the redirect is a function which Next.js offers. So the redirect function allows you to redirect the user to another URL, and redirect can be used in the server component, and also the client component is something which we did not learn not right now, and also the route handlers, and also in the server actions as well. Okay, so first of all, you just have to grab or import the redirect, and here you just have to use that. Like first of all, you have to write a redirect, and then you have to execute that function. You have to specify the path where you want to redirect the user, and also if you're using a TypeScript, so you have to specify the type right here. And they are providing this example right here for what do we call it, for the server components, but we're not going to be using that in the server components right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to just create a folder, give a name of like about, and inside there we are going to be creating, or come on oh my god, page.js right here, and I'm going to just use like RAFCE of about right here. Let me just save them, and I'm going to also create ID right here, or dynamic ID would be fine, because we are going to be catching the what do we call it, the segment. So I'm going to just write RAFCE one more time, and I'm going to just give a name of like ID, save my file, and I'm going to also create one more folder for the login one, and I'm going to also just write page.js and RAFCE of login right here. Okay, so now let me just save them, and now let me just go ahead and go to, come on, if I can get that, if I go to like about, and if you just specify some sort of a segment of 2 or specific ID of 2, so here you can see it will give us that ID right here. And if you type anything like anything and if you hit enter, so it will give us that ID right here. Oh my god, I cannot catch, oh there we go, so it will give us that ID right here. And so what I want to do is that I want to just block a specific user from my website. So I'm going to just first of all grab the user ID. So I'm going to just write params, and here we are going to be using that params.id. And now if I save them, and here you can see we are now getting that specific ID right here, which we are specifying right there. And if I hit enter, so here you can see we are now getting that specific ID. So what I want to do is that I want to provide a conditional statement. So I'm going to just write if params.id is equal to 4. Let's suppose if the user ID is 4, so what do you want to do? We just want to redirect that specific user to the login page right here. Okay, so they're going to have to first of all specify their user credentials, and then they would be able to access that page. So we are going to get there from the navigation, and now we successfully get there. And now if you save our file, and here you can see it will give us 2 right here, but if you just specify 4, and if I hit enter, why it's not working? I guess I'm gonna have to restart my server. Let's just restart my server, and now let me just check this out. And if I hit refresh, and I hope it should redirect to the login page, and guess what, it's not. Okay, so params.id, so we just want to redirect the specific user to the login page. So we are providing that. If you just write 2 and hit enter, it will give us 2. If you just write 4 and refresh them, oh my god, what in the world is happening? You know what, I just figured out the solution. We should not be using triple equal, we are going to be just using double equal to right here. So if you just save that, and here you can see it will now redirects us to this about, like this login page right here. If you go ahead and go to the about page, and if you just type like 2 or something like that, and if you hit enter, it will now give us this 2 right here. But if you just specifically specify this 4, and if you hit enter, so it will just redirect us to this login page right here. So this is how we are going to be using this redirect function, which this Next.js offers. Alrighty, so finally now let's learn about a server component and also the client components in React.js. So what in the world is server components? Like there are a lot of things that you have to cover. So I'm not gonna go into that much detail into what in the world is a server component, client component, all of that. But I'm gonna just give you a quick test of that, and you can find all of their documentation in this Next.js official website right here. So what in the world is server components and why you should care about them? So React server component allow you to write the UI that can be rendered and optionally cached on the server. In Next.js, the rendering works with a further split by route segments to enable streaming and partial rendering. And there are 3 types of rendering strategies like static rendering, dynamic rendering, and also streaming. You can learn more about them if you wanted to, but you don't have to. Okay, so what are the benefits of the server rendering? The first one in our list is a data fetching, and there are a lot more, like a lot. You can explore the rest of them by yourself, but I'm gonna just give you a quick test of the first one. So data fetching. So server component allow you to move data fetching to the server closer to your data source, and this can improve the performance by reducing time it takes to fetch the data needed for rendering, and also the amount of requests the client needs to make. Okay, so we also have a security, as the name suggests. We have a caching benefit, we have a bundle size, and we have initial page reload and all of that kind of stuff, which you can explore by yourself. And by the way, by default Next.js uses a server components, and if you want to make them as a client components, so we've been using the use client, which I'm going to also show you in a few seconds. But anyways, I want you to keep that in mind. Like by default Next.js uses a server component, and this allow you to automatically implement the server rendering with the additional configuration, and you can opt into using a client component when needed. See this documentation. Yeah, we will. Okay, so I'm gonna just click on this client component. So now the question is, now we learn about what in the world is a server component. So now what in the world is a client component? So a client component allow you to write an interactive UI. Interactive, like the keyword is interactive, you gotta keep that in mind. So client component allow you to write the interactive UI that can be rendered on the client at request time. In Next.js, client rendering is an opt-in, meaning you have to explicitly decide what component React should render on the client. Okay, so what are the benefits of that? Whenever you are providing some sort of interactivity for your specific components, so you got to make your component as a client component. So client component can use the stats, like anytime you want to work with a stat, you're going to have to make your component the client component, and effects like a user effect and all of the other effects, and even listeners like event listener, like on click, on submit, and on hover, or yeah, there are a lot of them, meaning they can provide immediate feedback to the user and update the UI. Okay, so now let me just show you that quick diagram right here which we have. If I can find it. Okay, it's not available in here, but it is right here inside this composition patterns, so you can learn more about them. But here is our diagram right here. So where to use the server components and where to use the client components. So anytime you want to fetch some sort of a data, so for that you're going to be using the server component right here, not a client component. And anytime you want to access the backend resources directly, so for that you're going to be using the server component, not a client component. And keep sensitive information on the server, like the JWT tokens and also the API keys and database connection and all of that kind of stuff. You're going to store that inside a server component, not on a client component. And keep large dependencies on the servers, like I don't know, there could be a lot of large dependencies, so for that you're going to have to store them inside a server component, not a client component. So anytime you have some sort of interactivity, like you just have to think about that. Like anytime you have some sort of interactive work, like the user should do something, like the user should click on I don't know, a button which will show some sort of a pop-up box, or if you have some sort of effects, so for that you're going to be using the client component right here. So like add interactivity and event listener, like on click, on change, on submit, and all of that kind of stuff, you're going to be using this client components. So useStat and life cycles effect, like useStat, useReducer, useEffect, and there are a lot more like useRef and useReducer and all of that kind of stuff. So for that, you're going to be using the client component, not a server component. And anytime you want to use the browser only API, so for that, you're going to be also using the client component like a local storage and I don't know, a set timeout and all of that kind of stuff. So for that, you are going to be using a client component, not a server component. And in some situation, you are going to be also creating a custom hooks, which depends on the stat and effects or a browser only APIs. So for that, you are going to be also using a client component, not a server component. And finally, use class component. So for that, you're going to be also using the client component right here. Okay, so now let me just show you what in the world is a client component and also the server component. So for that, I'm going to just delete both of these files, like folders, and let me just confirm that because I'm a window user. So confirm, check that to yes, and delete that permanently. Okay, so I'm going to just create I don't know, client or something like that. You can give them any name you want. Client would be fine. Yeah, I guess client would be fine. And I'm going to just create page.js, and I'm going to just write RFC of client, baby. I'm going to save this file, and I'm going to also create one more for the server. They are giving us different kind of icons for the folders, so I'm just a bit suspicious about that. So client 1 would be fine, and also server 2 would be fine. You can give any name you want, by the way, doesn't even matter. But yeah, I'm just wondering, like, they will give us some sort of an error, so I'm gonna have to write a page.js, and I'm gonna use the RFCE of server 1 right here, and I'm gonna also change that to the client 1 right here as well. So now let me just save that, and what I want to do is that I'm gonna go back, and inside this client component, client 1 component, I'm gonna just write the console.log of hello from the client component right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just write this hello from the client component. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna just place it right here as well. And in this case, I'm gonna change that to the server. Come on, server component right here. So I'm gonna just save this file as well. I'm gonna just clear out my terminal, and I'm gonna use the npm run dev. And now let's check out what's gonna happen. Okay, so first of all, we are going to be going into this route, which we have like a client 1 right here. Should I provide the 1 in uppercase and lowercase? Let me just change that to the lowercase. My bad, sorry. I'm gonna also change that to lowercase as well. So we have a client 1 and also the server 2, server 1 as well. What the hell am I doing? Or server 2 rather. Come on. Let's just go ahead, and this should also be server 2. Save my file, and what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my page right here, and I'm going to open my inspector right here, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the console real quick. Let me just go ahead and go to the console, and I'm going to go ahead first of all to the client 1 route right here, and if I hit enter, so here you can see we are not getting anything inside this console right here. Why is that? Because we are getting that same message right here on the server side. So what's going on? As we learned that by default, our components are a server component right here. Come on, if I can get that. Oh my god, that's way beyond. Ugh. Default, if I can get that. Bang. Okay, here we go. So here you can see by default, Next.js uses a server component. And if you want to make it as a client component, so for that, you're going to have to just write this directory, which is a use and client. There we go, baby. You just have to write that. And now let me just save that, and I'm gonna go ahead and restart my server once again. And now if I just restart that, and let me just check this out once again. So here you can see it will just proc our application right here, but if it can render it right here, and now here you can see we are getting this hello from the client component right here, but we are also getting the hello from the client component right here as well. So why is that? So now currently our component is both the client component and also the server component. Okay, so like you can do all of the, what do we call it, the on click event handler, you can do like use effect and all of that kind of stuff. So that's why you can see that message, that same message right here inside a terminal, and also inside this console, like the browser console as well. On the other hand, we also have this message right here inside a server component. So we have like hello from the server component right here. So now let me just go ahead and go to the server 2 right here, and if I hit enter, and now here you can see we don't have any messages for the browser console, but if you check it out, so we can see this message inside this terminal right here, which means like this is just a server component and this is the client component right here. So if you want to make your component as a client component, so you just have to use that, and here you can learn more about like where to use a client component and where to use the server component right here, and we'll learn all of that kind of stuff right here. And by the way, you're gonna also see a message, some sort of a message like, let me just quickly give you the example of that. I'm gonna just close this one, and I just removed that use client right here. I'm gonna also remove that, and I'm gonna just use like a button right here, and I'm gonna just right click me. Okay, and in this case I'm gonna just provide the on click handler, and which will just say like I don't know, you know what, I'm gonna just specify alert, or yeah, this function will be fine, alert hello. And now if I save that, and here you can see if I just access this client one right here, and if I hit enter right here, it will give us amazing error right here. It will say like event handler cannot be passed into the client component props. It will give us that function error. But on the other hand, if we change that to the client component, if I use like use client, and if I save them, and here you can see we are getting this button right here. If I click on that, we are getting this hello right here. So everything is working successfully and smoothly, and this is how you're going to be creating the server component, I mean like the client component, and this is how you're going to be creating a server component right here. That's it, baby, that's it. So now let's learn about a layout file which we saw in the beginning of the course, and I just said like we are going to be taking a closer look at that layout.js file a bit later, but not right now. So now is later. Anyway, so what in the world is a layout? So a layout is like a blueprint that helps you to make all the pages of your website look the same. And it's a way to put a common things like header, footer, and other stuff that appears on every page in one place. And this makes it easy to keep a similar look on all of your web pages. So a layout is a handy tool that lets you keep things tidy and consistent on your website. Okay, so this is just a quick definition of what a layout is. So now how in the world layout looks like right here. So now let me just give you a quick example of that. Let's suppose we have some sort of a home page right here. Inside that home page we have a lot of content, but in this case I just put like home page and then a home emoji right here. But we want this same navigation in all of our pages, like we want this popular, recent, today, and also this search input field right here, also notification bar, and also the image. We want this same navigation on the home page, on the about page, on the users page, and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, so how can we go about doing that? Well, the answer is we are going to be using this layout.js right here. So in the layout.js file, we can create this navigation separately and render that inside a layout.js file, or we can create this navigation as one layout file. I know that sounds confusing, but trust me, it's not. So now let me just give you a quick example of that, and then you'll get to know what in the world is a layout.js file. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just clear both of these folders right here, and I'm going to just create a few more folders right here, give a name of like login, and inside this login we are going to be creating our page.js RAFCE of login right here, save this file. And inside this login we are going to be creating two more folders. The first one will be for login admin right here, and edge edge page.js, and let's just write RAFCE and admin, or login admin, or yeah, I guess admin would be fine. And I'm going to create one more for the regular user, so like login user right here, and page.js RAFCE of user right here. Now let me just save that and close this one out as well. So now here you can see we already have this layout.js file right here, which you can see in all of the pages. Like we have this inner font which we are using, and this is something else which we are going to be also discussing a bit later, but not right now. So you know what, let me just create the same layout file, or not the same, but let me just create a layout file inside this login, and we are going to be reusing that layout in all of our routes. So for that we are going to be creating like layout.js. Okay, so layout.js, and in this case we are going to be just writing RAFCE. I'm going to give a name of like layout, and I'm going to also grab all of the children, because we are going to be passing all of the rest of the content right here. So inside there, what do you want to do? First of all, you want to create a div, and inside this div we are going to be creating our UL, You can give him any name you want. I mean, like, you can give any class you want, and we are going to be just giving a class of like login menu, and inside there I'm going to just write li right here and the link, and this link will be coming from this nav link right here, and I'm going to just pass like login main or something like that. Okay, so now let me just duplicate that 2 times, and I'm going to also provide href to them. So let's just select this one, and also this one, and I'm going to provide a href, and here we just have to specify the first of all the login, and then we have to go ahead and provide a login for the login user, like a regular user. I'm going to also change the label of that to like something login regular user right here, and also let me just provide that login admin right here, login admin here as well, and login admin right here. So now let me just save that. So now here underneath this UL we're going to be also passing our children right here. So now if I just save that, and here you can see we are now getting 404 not found. But now let me just go ahead and go to the login right here. So yeah, here you can see we have this login right here. On this main page of this login right here, we are currently accessing this login right here. Let me just highlight that. We are currently accessing this login route right here. So that's why we are now getting this navigation right here. But let's suppose if I go to this login as a regular user, and if I click on that, so here you can see we are now getting this user, and in this case we are now grabbing this route, which you can see right here, the login user route right here. But we can also see that same navigation right here inside this user component as well. We did not use that. I mean, like, we don't have this navigation as a component, and we are not reusing that same component right here, but we can still access that navigation right here. Why is that? As we learned right here, like, it's a blueprint, that layout.js is a blueprint that helps you to make all the pages of your website look the same. Okay, so in this case we want to reuse this navigation on the regular screen, on the main screen. If you have like more than that, you would be still able to see that navigation on all of the pages. So if I go to the login admin right here, so here you can see we can also see that same navigation right here, like nothing is changing right here. Doesn't matter if you go to the regular user, if you go to the login main page, or if you go to the login admin page, we would still see this login right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a login. This is how we are going to be creating our layout right here, and this is just navigation right here. You can separate that to like you can put that in separate component if you wanted to. So now let me just cut that from here, and let me just go ahead and create a components folder. Oh my god, components. And now let me just create like a navbar.js, and I'm gonna just put it right here by using RAFCE. And let's just put all of that content right here, save my file, and I'm gonna also grab this next right here and put it at the top. Now let me just save that and put that navbar right, come on, not nan but navbar right here. And now if I save that and refresh, and here you can see we're now still getting that same navigation bar right here. We can provide borders, we can provide anything we want. So now in this case I'm going to just specify like a border, and here you can see we have this border right here. We can change the background color to like green of 400 or something like that, and here you can see we have all of that navigation, that same navigation right here. We can create one for the footer if you wanted to. So now let me just create a footer component, like a footer.jsx or js would be fine, and I'm going to just write like RFC of footer and copyright at HuXn WebDev or something like that. Doesn't even matter. But underneath this what do we call it, this children, we are going to be creating our footer right here. Now let me just close that and save my file. So here you can see we are now getting this footer, and we can do crazy amount of stuff. Like if you go to a regular user, so here you can see we are now getting their user. We are also getting the navigation and also the footer as well. We can provide the header, we can provide the sidebar, we can do a lot more stuff than that. But that was just a quick test of what in the world is that layout.js and how it works. So that was just a quick test of what in the world is a layout.js. So now let's learn about a conditional layout right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my layout right here, and here what I want to do is that I'm going to just grab one thing right here, which will be the use path name right here, and I'm going to execute there. and it will be coming from this next navigation right here. We are importing that right here, and now we have to store that in some sort of variable. So I'm going to just use like path name. You can give them any name you want, and I'm going to just log that to the console like path name. And now if I save them, and by the way, let me ask you a question. We are currently importing this use path name right here, so do you think it will work or not? So now let's just check it out. Okay, so we are now getting like use path only works on a client components. So now let me just ask you one more question. How in the world should I make this component as a client component? So you have 3 seconds to answer that. Yeah, you are right. You're not wasting my time, so you just said that. Like use client and save this file, and banger right here. So everything is successfully working, but we also have to check out the path name right here. So now let me just close all of that stuff out and restart my server once again so that we can see that path name right here. Let me just refresh that, and we would hopefully see that path name coming right here. Oh my god, it's taking a lot of time, and there we go. So here you can see, let me just highlight that. Here you can see we are now getting this path name, which is a login and I mean not login, but which is a login and login user right here. So we are now successfully accessing the path name, like the current path name, which is a login and login user right here. So we can provide a conditional check right there. So how in the world should we do that? You know what I want to do is I'm going to just cut that from here. Let me just save them, and I'm gonna go ahead and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go to my nav bar, and I'm gonna put that right here, and I'm gonna also cut this path name right here and put it right here, and I'm gonna also cut this use client from here, save this file, and put it right here inside this nav bar right here. Okay, so you and I both know that we can now successfully access the path name. So now let's just provide our conditional check right here. Okay, so let me just provide that right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just wrap first of all every single thing by using a div. Doesn't even matter, but I wanted to. So now I'm going to just check if the path name is not equal to one. The path name is not equal to login and also the login admin. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to cut out this UL right here, and also we want to cut out the admin. You know what? Let's just remove this one from here. Don't need that. I'm gonna cut this one out. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this one out, and I'm gonna just place it right here. And by the way, I'm gonna also explain the code what I'm doing right now, but you just have to bear with me. So now let me just cut this out and put it right here. There we go. So now if I save that, we will obviously get an error. Yeah, we will. We can't. Okay, we have to cut that from here and put it right here. Save our file. So what are we doing? If the path name is not equal to, or not equal to, if the path name is equal to the login and login admin, so then we just want to only provide this login admin right here. If that's not the case, so we just want to provide this UL right here, which is login as a regular user right here. If you save them, and now let me just go ahead, and here you can see, let's just remove that ugly color from the background. Okay, so let's just remove that from here. Cut that, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting the login regular user right here. Why is that? Because we just provide this login user right here. That's why we are now seeing this login regular user. But instead, if I just provide like login admin right here, and here you can see we are now getting this login admin right here. So this is how we are going to be checking, or this is how we are going to be providing a conditional check. So I'm going to just remove this footer from here. We don't need footers. I just want to show you that, so that's why I just create a footer right here. So here you can see we have a login as an admin, and we are now seeing the admin right here. But if you just provide like a login user, and here you can see we are now getting this login user right here. So this is how you're going to be providing a conditional check. And by the way, this is how you're going to be getting the path name by using this hook right here, use path name. That was it about the use path name and the conditional check, and also the layout. Alright, so finally inside this layout section, we gotta learn about something called the generate metadata. So let's just remove that, and also remove this folder of components as well. And now let's get into it. So you know what, first of all, let me just even show you that. And here you can see we already have okay, we don't have that. So here you can see we have this metadata right here, and you can find this metadata for every single page right here. and it will really help you in the SEO. Like you can provide your tags, you can provide your description, you can provide your title, you can provide anything you want. And you already learned about metadata in my HTML course if you already watched that. If you don't, so you don't even have to like watch the course just for the metadata. So now let me just show you like how in the world this is gonna look like and how we are going to be creating our own. So here you can see we have a create next app, and this is what we are getting right here as a title. If you can see or can't see that, oh my god, I don't know what the hell I just did. Let's just close there. Let me just reopen there once again. My bad. So now let me just go ahead and go to anyways, there we go. So here you can see we have this create next app right here as a title. But if I right click on that and go to inspect area, okay, here you can see we have a metadata, and we are providing this description right here, and the content was like generated by create next app and generated by create next app right here. If you wanted to change that to something else, so we can just generate by HuXn WebDev would be fine. HuXn WebDev right here, and I'm gonna also change the title to HuXn WebDev website or something like that. Now if I save that, and here you can see the title is changed and also the description is changed. So here you can see my title, which is HuXn WebDev website, and you can also I don't know what is the description. I just lost that. Where is our description? Oh, there we go. Here you can see we have our description right here, which is generated by HuXn WebDev right here. So now we modify the existing one, but let's suppose if we create a separate folder for like users, and if I just create like page.js right here, RAFCE of users right here, come on, users will be fine. And if I save that, and now let me just go ahead and go to the users right here. And if I expand my head, so if I expand my head, if I expand this head tag, and so here you can see we are we are now getting that title right here. We are now getting the same title. Excuse me. We are getting that same title right here, and also their description right here, generated by HuXn WebDev. If you want to modify this specific page right here, this specific metadata for this specific page, so how can you go about doing that? Well, we don't have to do nothing else, but we just have to write export cons and then generate metadata right here. So this is how you're going to be creating this function right here, and inside that you can just return a specific metadata right here. So in this case I'm going to just provide like title of I don't know, this is a user user page right here, and also we can provide a description, description, and the description will be all about the users or something like that. And if I save them, and here you can see we change the existing data right here. So we have like this is a users page, and we also have description of like all about the users right here. So this is how we are going to be creating our function, and this is how we are going to be returning this specific data right here, and that can be very useful for the SEO or the search engine optimization. Alright, so now let's learn about images in Next.js. So now you might be saying like, HuXn, I can render the images in React.js. Yeah, you totally can, but there is a bit of catch in Next.js. Okay, so here is the unsplash.com, and you can search for a lot of images right here, and you can get a lot of great images. The point I'm making here is that you can go ahead and download the image. You can use the external images, and you can also use the internal images. But for the external images, there is a bit of catch. So you know what, first of all, a huge shout out to this person, which name is OC Gon Zed. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name, bro, or sis, but yeah, you did an amazing job, and now I'm using your image right here. So now let me just cut this image from here, and now let me just go ahead and go to my folder right here, and I'm gonna just create a not app but public file right here. I mean like public folder, public, and now inside this public folder I'm gonna place my image right here. Okay, so here you can see, if I can show you that, here you can see we have this public folder and we just have this image right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that we already have our route right here. First of all, let me just get that image. So I'm going to use like import nature image from where, let me just go ahead and go to the public folder, and inside this public folder we have this image. Now let me just copy that and put it right here. Okay, so now I'm going to use the image tag, and I'm going to use the Next.js image tag in this case, image, and I'm going to get that from the next and image. If I can get that, let me just go ahead and import the image from where, from the next and image right here. Okay, so now here we have to specify the src. For the src we are going to be using the nature image. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, and we don't have to close that like that, we just have to close it like this way. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the alternative text. So for the alternative text I'm going to provide like nature image from unsplash, or nature image would be fine. So if I just save that, and if I just render that, and my browser crashed, so I'm going to just restart my server once again. Now let me just check this out. Let's just refresh that, and here you can see we are now getting this amazing image right here. Shout out to that person. I forgot the name of that person, but I'm going to give you the link to his profile in the description below. You can check out his work. Anyway, so here you can see this is how we are going to be rendering the image. But let me just provide the alternative text, but also I'm going to provide the width of, I don't know, width, come on, width, and the width will be, I don't know, 500 right here. And I'm going to also specify the height of 500 as well. So now let me just save that. So now this is how my image currently looks like. But I want to show you something. I'm gonna just erase my browsing history, but I guess I'm not gonna show you that because I watch a lot of awful things which you don't supposed to watch. So I'm gonna clear out my browser history real quick. So yeah, this is how my browser history looks like. Anyways, so if there is something inappropriate, I'm gonna hide that. I'm gonna just clear out them, and I just want to clear out the cache right here and clear the data. Data is successfully cleared. Now I'm going to just right click on that and go to the inspect area, go to the network panel one more time and just refresh. And here you can see the Next.js automatically optimize our image right here. Like, do you think our image is at that size? Let me just show you that. I'm going to go ahead and go to my folder one more time, and now let me just show you the properties. And it is 6.16 megabyte of image. And what Next.js did, Next.js compressed our image to that size right here. Now let me just increase the size right here, like, I don't know, maybe 100, or 1000 would be fine. 1000 of height and also 1000 of width right here. So now let me just save that and refresh that one more time. So now here you can see the size is increased, but not that much. This is just 135 kilobytes, but what we saw a few seconds ago was 6.67 megabytes. Okay, so yeah, the Next.js will automatically optimize your images, and this is how you're going to be rendering the internal image. So now let's talk about the external image. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just create my image right here. And by the way, you have to use this Next.js image tag right here, then it will optimize your image. But if you use the regular image right here, it won't. Okay, so you have to use the Next.js image tag, so then it will optimize your image. Anyway, so that's that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to use this image tag one more time. Let's just close that and close it like so. I'm going to provide the src right here. For the src, I'm going to go ahead and go to these images, and I'm going to just select this image right here. Shout out to this person, Covino AI or something like that. I can't pronounce the name of this guy, but anyways, I'm gonna right click on that and copy the image address right here. And now let's just hide that right here from here. And I'm gonna also place this link right here. And alternative text, I'm gonna provide like I don't know, nature image. Once again, like nature image would be fine. So now if you save that, and what are we getting? We are now getting like image with src. This link is missing a required width property. Okay, let's provide a required width property. So let's just provide a width of like 100 to this one, and let me just provide the height, because it's gonna also ask us for the height as well. So now let me just save that. And what are we getting? We are now getting like invalid src prop of this prop. On next image, host name image.unsplash.com is not configured under the image in your Next.js config. You can learn more about that if you wanted to, but what basically they're saying is that if you're using the external link, so you have to specify the domain inside the next config.js file, which we already saw right here. So here you can see we have next.config.js file, and we have to provide that configuration domain right here. And inside this next config, we just have provide images, and images. For these images, we are going to be providing our object, and inside this object we have to specify the domains. Okay, so for these domains we are going to be just specifying this domain which they are suggesting, which is images.unsplash.com. so we just have to copy there and paste right here. And now if we save our file and refresh that, and there we go. So here you can see we are now getting our image right here. And this is how you are going to be working with the images in Next.js. So always remember this, like, so if you saw that error, so you have to specify these images, and inside these images you have to specify the domain. And if you are working with multiple domains, you just have to provide a comma and then some next domain or something like that. Okay, so yeah, that was about images in Next.js. So that was it about for the images. Now let's learn about fonts. Okay, so currently we are using this inner font by default, but in Next.js you can use almost every Google font right here. So you can just go to like fonts.google.com, and here you can search for a lot of fonts right here, and I'm going to show you how to use them. So now let me just use like one of them, like I don't know, maybe yeah, I have like one in mind. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my page right here. So I'm going to use first of all import Roboto, and from the next, and here you can see we have font, and then we have a Google font right here. Okay, the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create an instance of that. So I'm going to use like Roboto. You can give any name you want, and here we have to just create that Roboto right here, and we also have to specify the subset like subsets, and it will have the subset of like Latin. And let's provide the weight. I'm going to provide like 500 right here. So now if you want to use that, so how can we use that? Well, let me just remove all of that kind of stuff, and I'm going to just write like fonts or Google fonts rather, and I'm going to use like I don't know, h2 of here. We are going to be providing the class name, and for the class name we are going to be providing the Roboto and then the class name right here. Okay, so this Roboto is coming from here, and then we have to specify this class name right here. Okay, and I'm going to also use like hello, this is Roboto font or something like that. And let's just remove all of that stuff from here and also from here as well. Now let me just save that, and this is how it looks like. And now let me just check it out. So if I just refresh that, oh, you know what, I'm gonna have to delete this users from here. We don't need that, so let's just delete that and refresh. Okay, the user is not available, so we just gotta go to the home page. And now here you can see the differences. This font is not using a Roboto font, and this font is using a Roboto font with the 500 boldness or weight, whatever you want to call that. Now let me just go ahead and click on inspect. Check out this font, and if I can get that, you know what, that's other story. You can see the differences right here. This one isn't using the Roboto font, and this one is using a Roboto font. You can search for any font you want, and you can use it like this. First of all, you have to import them, and you have to create an instance of them, and inside that you're going to have to provide the subset and also the weight if you wanted to. And if you want to use that, so you're going to have to first of all provide that instance, and then you have to use the class name right here. So you know what, let me just copy them. Let's just copy that, and let me just place it right here so you guys can see everything. So now let's just save that, and here you can see both of them are now using the Google font, I mean like the Roboto font from the Google fonts right here. All right, so that was it about the fonts in Next.js right here. So I'm going to just remove both of them out, and I'm going to also remove that and change that to h1 of Next.js complete course by HuXn web. Right here. So now let me just save that and also remove the use client from there, and here you can see we are now getting there. Amazing. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to learn how we are going to be fetching a data in Next.js by using the client component, not a server component, which we are going to be also learning next. But now in this specific section, now let's just learn about how we are going to be getting a data from some sort of like third-party library or third-party API by using the client component. So I'm going to just create a folder, give a name of like data. You can give any name you want, but in my case I just give a name of like data right here, and I'm going to just create a page.js right here, and I'm going to use the RAFCE, and here we have to just change the name of that to like data. And as I said that we are going to be fetching this data by using a client component, so we have to convert that to the client component right here. So if you save that, and let's just go ahead and go to the data right here, and here you can see we are now getting the data. Amazing. So yeah, the first thing which you have to do is that if you are fetching the data, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to first of all grab the use effect and also the use state right here. Okay, so that's that. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to initialize where we are going to be storing the result of our data. So we are going to be just providing the product. I mean, like, I'm sure you guys already know all of that stuff, but I'm gonna just say it anyways, and set product right here, and it will be now equals to the use stat, and inside there we are going to be currently setting there to the empty array right here. Next, let's just use the use effect right here, and inside that, what do we have to do? We just have to create our async function right here. The async and function, I'm gonna give a name of like fetch data, and it's not gonna take any parameters. And now inside there we are going to be just declaring our data. And now let's just use await and fetch there right here. So we are going to be getting our data from some API, some dummy API, like I guess JSON placeholder would be fine. I already know the link to them, but anyways, let me just show you the document. Oh, that's super wide. So now let me just make the dark. There we go. That's looking amazing. So here you just have to copy that link, and I'm pretty much sure that you guys already know all of that stuff right here. So now let me just copy that and put it right here. And now instead of writing that other stuff, I'm gonna just write post right here, post. And also let's just convert this data to the JSON format. So I'm going to use like data.json, and now let's just convert that right here. And I'm going to also use the console log of data so that we can see the data or the results. So now let me just use that fetch data function right here, and let's just call our dependency array. And now let me just save them. Okay, so I'm going to just right click on that and go to the inspect area. So now let me just expand that. And here you can see we are now getting all of the data right here. Okay, so we can now get the body from the data, we can get the ID, the title, the user ID, and all of that kind of stuff. So next, what do we have to do? We just have to write a set product, and here we just have to push our new product to it. That's it, baby. That's it. So if you just save that, and you cannot see anything because we have to iterate over through this data right here. Okay, so now let's just remove that, and instead of writing a div, I'm going to change that to UL. And inside this UL, what do you want to do? We just want to iterate over through all of the products. So I'm going to use like products if we have the products. So we just want to iterate over through them. So I'm going to use the map method in this case, and we want to get a specific product. And now let's just iterate over through all of the products. But first of all, we have to provide our React fragment to remove all of the conflicts. And here we just want to get the product and the specific product ID. And now let's just save that. And why in the world it's not working? Let's just refresh that. Okay, so here you can see we are getting the IDs right here. Oh my god, that's a lot of IDs. I'm gonna just remove that from here. Let me just write my line right here, and I'm gonna also provide the key of paragraph ID because we don't want to get any errors. And I'm gonna also render my paragraph.title, and now let's just refresh that right here. And why it's making it in one liner, I'm not quite sure about that. But it is making it as a one-liner. We have a UL. Let's just remove that from here. Why are we getting this data in one line? You can see the data right here. I guess we provide a CSS or something like that. Do we have a CSS? Let's just remove this public. We don't need that. And yep, we already provided CSS, so let's just remove that. And here you can see we are now getting all of that data right here. Okay. So we can provide a little bit of styling to it if you wanted to, like borders or something like that. And here you can see I'm gonna also provide margin all around of 5. And yep, that's looking cool. Padding for the y-axis will be 2. Padding for the x-axis will be set to 4. And yeah, here you can see we are now getting all of that data. Anyway, so this is how you're going to be fetching a data by using a client component. Next, let's just learn about how we are going to be fetching a data by using a server components. So we don't have to do nothing else, so we just have to remove that, and we also have to remove all of that stuff from here. And the first thing which you got to do is that first of all, we have to create our function right here, or async function, because we want to create, we want to use the asynchronous operation, so we have to create an async function. So we just have to use the fetch data, and here we just have to remove that, and let's just use let data, and it will be now equals to await that same function which we have. And I'm gonna go ahead and go to my JSON placeholder, copy that, place it right here, and I'm gonna go ahead and grab the data from the specific posts, and let me also convert that to the JSON format. So I'm going to use like await data.json and also return the data right here. Okay, so that's then. Now let me just use this function right here inside our component, and I'm going to use like let products, and it will be now equals to await and fetch the data right here, and we can log that data or products to the console. And now let me just create a div. Inside this div, we want to iterate over through all of the products. If we have the products, then we want to iterate over through them. if you don't have the products, then we want to, then we don't want to do anything at all. I forgot to convert this function as async function. Okay, let's just copy that from here and put it right here, this async function. And inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to create a paragraph, and I'm going to just provide paragraph.title, and let me also use the key, and for the key we are going to be providing the ID right here. Let's just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. Now let me just save that, and I'm going to go ahead, and here you can see we have all of that data right here. And if I check out my console, so inside this console we are now getting all of that post right here. So we have countless posts which you can check it out in your spare time, which is totally gibberish, by the way. So yeah, this is how we are going to be fetching a data by using a server component. So in this case we are not using a set stat. We are not even using what do we call it, oh my god, we are not even using any stats and all of that kind of stuff. And by the way, if you just right click on there and open our console, and here you can see nothing. Why is that? Because currently we are fetching this data by using a server component, and you can see the result of this console log right here inside a terminal, not inside a web console right here. So this is how we are going to be fetching a data by using a server component and also the client components. Alright, so now we learned enough Next.js for the client side, or you can say for the front end. Now let's just slowly shift our gear into the backend development. And I know when somebody hear the word backend development, they say like, oh my god, Jose, backend development, I don't know nothing about backend development, what the hell are you talking about? And they just get scared. And trust me, backend development isn't that much hard thing to learn, and especially in Next.js. In Next.js, it is totally simple and easy. So we are not going to be doing a lot of craziness in the backend development side, but I'm going to just show you like what you need to do for creating an API and also like posting, getting the data and all of that kind of stuff. So what we've been doing is that anytime you want to create a route right here, like a data route or any route right here, so we just create a folder, we give them some sort of name, and then inside there we create a page.js file, and there we go. Okay, so we've been doing that a lot, and this is how you would do that. But for the backend, first of all, you're gonna have to create a folder, and you have to give them the name of API right here. So currently we are working with the API, so you have to create your folder by using the API. And inside that, which means like we are now inside the backend development world. You got to keep that in mind. So once you create your API folder, which means like you are now entering to the backend development world. So don't be scared. Trust me, it's simple and easy. And now let's get into it. So first of all, let's just create our route right here inside our first API inside this API folder. So what I want to do, I'm going to create one more folder, and we're going to be given a name of like users right here. And inside this users, I'm going to create a file, give a name of like page. No, you cannot provide the page name right here because you are currently inside the API. And as I said, like anytime you are working with the API folder, you are inside the backend development world. And always remember, like anytime you want to create a route, for that you are going to be creating the route.js file right here. Okay, not a page, because you are currently inside the API world. So you're going to have to create your file by using the route.js, not the API.js. I can't stress that enough. Okay, so yeah, that's them. Now first of all, let's just learn about the get method. Okay, so we have a few methods in backend development, like we have a get method, we have a post method, we have a put method, we have patch, delete. Yeah, we have that few of them, which I'm going to also show you throughout this course. And we are going to be even building a simple fake database application in a few seconds. Anyways, that's other story. So first of all, we are going to be writing export, and then we just have to create a function, and that's it. That's it, baby. We just have to create a function, but this function will be special function. You cannot give any name to this function. You have to provide a specific method name. In this case, in uppercase, we are going to be just writing get, which means like we are getting some data. Okay, so in this case, we are going to be just writing like, I don't know, if I want to print some response to the user, so I'm going to just write return, and you have to import one thing called next response.json, and here we have to specify some sort of a result right here. I'm going to just say like result of hello, and that would be it. Okay, so if I just save my file, and now let me just check this out. So I'm going to go ahead and go to users right here, and if I hit enter, and here, oh my god, was that users? USERS. Oh, first of all, we have to write the API. My bad. First of all, we have to write the API, and then we have to write users right here. And if you hit enter, and here you can see we are now getting this result, and we are now getting hello right here. Okay, completely amazing, totally working a-okay. And now if you also want to provide the status code, you don't have to worry about what a status code is. But if you want to learn more about that, so you can just quick Google search like what in the world is a status code and all of that. So now let me just refresh them, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to the users right here, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to the header, and here you can see our status is now set to 200, which means like this is totally okay right here. If you want to change the status to something else, you have to specify the comma, and here you just have to specify the status of like 404 or not found or something like that. And if you save that, and now let me just refresh that, so here you can see our status is failed, and we are now getting 404 and this page is not found, which is not true. If you want to provide a status, you can, but you don't have to. Okay, so what we learned, let me just reiterate all of that stuff which I just said. If you want to work with the backend development in Next.js, first of all, you have to create this API folder. And inside this API folder, you are going to be creating your endpoints, you are going to be creating your API and all of that kind of stuff right here. And then in this case, we just want to create one endpoint for the users. So that's why we just create a folder called users right here. And never ever forget that you have to create this route.js file inside your endpoint right here, not page.js. If you are working with a front end in Next.js, so you have to provide page.js, but if you are working with a backend development, so you have to specify the route.js right here. And inside there, we just create our function right here. You already know how to create a function, but here you have to specify the method name right here. So the HTTP method name. There is a lot of them which I'm going to explain a bit later, but for now we just want to work with the get method, and get method, as the name suggests, that it will allows us to get some sort of a data. So in this case, we are just showing some sort of data to the user, but yeah, you can show like anything you want. You can provide like success and hello, this message is successfully delivered or something like that. And now if you save that and refresh that, and here you can see it will give us that same message right here. Okay, and I'm using an extension, that's why I'm getting this user interface, but in your case it's not going to look like this. So now let me just copy that, and I guess it's not working in the incognito window, and this is how it's going to look like in your case, I guess. And I'm using extension, I don't even know the name of that extension, but yeah, I'm getting all of that data right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be getting this is how we are going to be sending the response to the user right here. And now let's learn about how we are going to be creating a lot of data and how we are going to be showing all of that data to the users. Okay, so what I want to do is that, or first of all, let me just show you how you're going to be working with the dynamic routes in the backend. Okay, so let me just create the syntax will be totally the same. Like if you want to work with the dynamic routes in backend, so first of all, you're going to have to write this bracket, and then you can give any name to your folder. So in this case, I want to give a name of like ID, and inside there we are going to be creating a route.js right here. And inside this route.js, we are going to be just creating our function, and let's just create our function, provide our export right here. And in this case, we don't want to get the request, so you can have access to the request and also to the response if you wanted to. So in this case, we are not interested in the request, so I'm going to just provide this dash, which means like just ignore that, and we want to get the response right here. So you want to work with the response, so I'm going to just unlock to the console like response.params.id right here. Why are we providing the ID? Because currently we name our dynamic route as ID, so that's why we are providing that ID right here. Let me just open my console. Let's just restart every single thing right here, and that's ready. And I'm gonna just provide some sort of ID, like I don't know, 4 would be fine. And if I hit enter, and it's gonna take a bit of time, this page isn't working. Why is that? No HTTP method exported. Oh, we have to send some sort of response right here, my bad. So we are going to be using next response, and then we have to use their .json, and we have to provide some sort of message like result of hello or something like that. It doesn't even matter in this case. So now we have to save there and refresh. I don't know why. I guess we have to restart the server once again. And yeah, my bad. I'm gonna have to provide a get right here. Okay, so now if we just save them and refresh them, and here you can see we are now getting the result of hello right here. But now let's just check out our console, and we are getting this 4 right here. Why is that? Because we are just handling that by using their params right here. Okay, so we can just like destructure that from the response. So I'm gonna just write like const. And if you guys don't know what a destructuring means, so you should definitely check out my JavaScript course, which is like about, I don't know, 14 hour or something like that. So yeah, let me just get the specific ID. We don't want anything else, we just want to get that ID right here. And instead of providing that result and all of that kind of stuff, I'm gonna just specify my ID right here. And now let me just save them. And now if I just refresh, so here you can see we are now getting the ID of 4 right here. If we just write 2 and hit enter, we are now getting 2. If we just write like, I don't know, 1000 and hit enter, and here you can see we are now getting 1000 right here. So this is how you are going to be working with the dynamic routes in API or in backend development, whatever you want to call that. Okay, so what I want to do is that I wanted to work with a lot of data in this case. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the app file right here. I mean like this app folder, and I'm gonna create a util right here, util folder, and I'm gonna just create a db.js right here. And inside this file, I'm gonna write a lot of people right here, so const users. We are just creating our own API, so that's why we have to write a lot of username right here. So I'm gonna just create one object. The person will have the ID of 1 in strings, by the way, and the person would also have some sort of a name like Alex Merson or something like that. And we are going to be also providing the age to it like 29 or something like that, and the email address will be alexmerson@gmail.com or something like that. And also we have to provide some sort of a password for the user, so I'm gonna write like Alex Merson, I don't know, 123 or 12 would be fine. So now let me just duplicate that like a few times, and I'm gonna just paste forward the value. So we have this few users inside our database. Let me just go back. We have a Alex, we have a Quagmire from the Family Guy, we have a Jordan, we have a Mike and Tony, and finally we have Meh, the Meh emoji right here. Okay, so we provide the ID, name, age, email, and also the password to it. And I'm gonna also give you the link in the description below, which will bring you to my GitHub gist, or maybe, yeah, it will bring you to my GitHub gist, and you can copy all of them and paste it inside your application. You don't have to like write that. If you want to write it by yourself, feel free to do that. So what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my users, and inside this user I'm going to go ahead and go to my route right here. Okay, so let's just remove the success message from here. I'm going to save this file, but I'm going to also get my users right here. Let me just import them from my app, then util, then the db right here, and here we just have to specify our users right here. I'm going to just create a separate variable for that, and I'm going to store my users inside them. And let me just put my data, and now let me just save that. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the users and hit enter. And here you can see it will give us this 6 users. So we have 5, like we have this user 1, we have user 2, and all of that kind of users right here. Later in this same video, we are going to be performing a lot of operations on this same db.js file. Like we are going to be creating a user, we are going to be updating a specific information about the user, we are going to be deleting a specific user, and yeah, I guess that would be it. And we are going to be also searching for a specific user and all of that kind of stuff, which we are going to be doing in a few seconds. So now let's learn about middlewares in Next.js. So in Next.js, middlewares are a function or pieces of code that run in between the user request to a web page and the server response. And they help you process and modify the request or response and adding an extra functionality to your web application. So what do I mean by all of that gibberish which I just said? So if I ask you a question like how the web works, so I'm assuming that your response gonna look something like this. We would have a user and we would have a server. So the user is gonna send some sort of request to the server, and the server will give us some sort of response back. But in the middle, if you want to add some sort of functionality, so you totally can by using a middlewares. Okay, so let me just say that once again. The user is going to send some sort of request to a server, and the server is going to give us some sort of response back to their user. But in the middle, if you want to provide extra functionality or logic, so for that we are going to be using a middleware. Let's suppose the user want to access some sort of a route which needs the user credential like the user email, the user password, and the username. So if they don't provide their credential, you want to use some sort of a middleware to redirect their specific user to the login page, and once they provide their user credential, then they would be able to get a response from their specific route right here. Okay, so I know there's a lot of theory, so instead of giving you a theory, now let me just show you some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to, I already searched that, let me just go back. So I was here and I just searched for a middleware right here, so it gives us this response. So a middleware allow you to run a code before a request is completed, and then based on the incoming request, you can modify the response by rewriting, redirecting, or modifying the request or response header or responding directly right here. Okay, so this is the Next.js definition of what a middleware is, and you can learn more about them. But the convention is, if you want to work with the middlewares, and trust me, I know when I say like middlewares, a lot of people get scared like, oh my god, this is some sort of a backend term and that's going to be a lot of confusing word. No, it's not. Trust me, it's totally simple and easy. The convention is, first of all, we gotta create this middleware either .ts or .js. If you are working with a TypeScript, so for that you are gonna have to use a TS. If you are working with a JavaScript, so for that you have to use JavaScript. Okay, so inside there, and I guess you might be set to this TypeScript right here, so if that's the case, you can change that to JavaScript right here. So in this case, what they are doing is that, first of all, they are creating this middleware right here, and they are redirecting the user to the home page right here. And they are using this middleware, let me just say that, they are using this middleware just for this specific route right here. They are using for the about and all of the route, they're using a dynamic routes right here. I know that sounds confusing, but I'm going to give you a real world example, but I'm just trying to read the documentation in front of you. They are creating a middleware, they are redirecting the user to a home page, and then they are configuring like where should this middleware, this specific piece of code run, or I should say in which route should this piece of code run. Okay, so they are providing the about, and for the about they are creating, I mean, like they're working with the dynamic routes. So we are going to be doing the same like this one. So first of all, what I want to do is that I'm going to create my middleware, but we are not going to be creating our middleware inside an app directory. We're not going to be creating it inside an API directory, and we're not going to be creating it anywhere right here. We're going to be creating our what do we call a middleware inside a root directory. So I'm going to just write like middleware.js right here. If you are working with a TypeScript, so for that you have to write TS, but we are working with JavaScript, so we are going to have to write JS right here. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to first of all export a function. So let me just write a function, and I'm going to give a name of like middleware, and it's going to take a request. And inside there, I'm going to just write like console.log or middleware ran or something like that, and I'm going to also send some sort of response to the user. So I'm going to use like next.response, and here I'm going to use a JSON, and I'm going to just provide like success or something like that, successfully ran or something like that. And now I'm going to save this file. Next we have to give it a direction like where this middleware should run. So in this case, I'm going to just give a direction of you know what, first of all, let me just create export const and config, and it's going to be equals to this object, and inside this object we are going to be providing the matcher. And in this case, we just only want to run this middleware specifically for users list, and we want to get a specific path, or you know what, we wanted to get all of the paths. So you know what, first of all, let's just create all of this users list and then a dynamic route inside their user list, and we are going to be calling this middleware for all of this user list and their dynamic list right here. So now let me just save them, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to the app. Let's just create a folder, give a name of like users list, and inside them I'm going to create my page.js rafce users list, save this file, and now I'm going to just create a dynamic route of user and close that. And here we're going to be using pages or page.js rafce and user right here. So now let me just save that, and now let me just go ahead and open my terminal right here, and I'm going to go ahead and go to the not an API, but I'm going to go to the users list, and I'm going to just provide HuXn. In this case, I'm going to hit enter right here. So what do we get? We get successful or success message and successfully ran. And if we open our terminal, so we are now seeing middleware ran right here, which means that our middleware is successfully working. Amazing. So yeah, we can do a lot of stuff right here, like we can redirect the user, we can get the user credentials and all of that kind of stuff. But for now, what I want to do is that I'm going to just write an if statement right here, and I'm going to just say like request dot next URL dot path name. Let me just write path name is not equal to, just one not equal to login. So what do you want to do? You just want to write return next response, and we just want to redirect that specific user to this home page right here, like new URL, and we want to go to the login screen, and we want to just write request.url right here. Okay, so let me just go back. I'm gonna save this file, and now let me just create my login component. So login page.js RAFCE login right here to save my file. And now what do we have to do? If the path name is not equal to the login, so then we have to like first of all get the user to the login page. So let me just refresh that one more time, and here you can see it will redirect us to the login page. So then if you provide our user credential, then we would be able to access their specific route. So in this case, if I just write like users list, and if I didn't specify anything, and if I hit enter, so here you can see it will now redirect us to this login page right here. Why is that? Because here we are providing that logic right here. Let me just remove them, and we can also do that by using just a Next.js redirect right here. So I'm going to also remove that, and I'm going to use the redirect, and in this case I'm going to just write new URL, and here we just have to specify the login, and also we have to specify the request.url right here. So now if I save them, and now let me just go ahead and go to the users list one. Come on, users list, and I'm gonna just go to the HuXn, and here you can see it will still redirect us to this login page right here. And you are more than welcome to provide a lot of functionality to it. Okay, so like you can do crazy stuff, and we're going to be also doing crazy stuff throughout this course, but not right now. And that was it about the middleware in Next.js. So now let's learn about sensitive information, aka the local variable or the environment variable, whatever you want to call that. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and search for that. You can just search for that by using .env or environment variable, however you want. So I'm gonna just click on this environment variable right here, and there we go. So Next.js comes with a built-in support for environment variables, which allow you to do the following. So use the .env.local to load environment variable, and you can learn more about that if you wanted to. So basically, if you have like some sort of a sensitive information about your specific project, like I don't know, the user password, or the database password, or the database user, or the host, or also like I don't know, if you have a PayPal password or the PayPal client ID, or some sort of a sensitive information which you don't want to push to your GitHub repository. So for that, you're going to be using this .env and then .local or local, whatever you want to call that. You can also go with just .env if you wanted to, but Next.js prefer to go with this .env.local right here. Okay, so now let me just create that. So I'm gonna go ahead, so I'm gonna just create it right here inside my root. So I'm gonna write .env-local right here, or not dash but .local right here. And if I hit enter right here, so here we can do a lot of stuff. Like for example, in Express.js, not in Next.js, you can also provide your port code right here, like which kind of port you want to run your application on. You can also provide a database URL. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and go to Mongoose. You don't have to worry about what a Mongoose is, but if you wanted to, so I will highly recommend you to at least check out my MongoDB and Mongoose course, and trust me, you're gonna love it. And MongoDB and Mongoose is something which you have to know to become a great developer. So it is just a database, no SQL database. You will love it. Anyway, so I'm gonna just write Mongo and then URI, and it will be now equals to this Mongo URI right here. And I'm gonna just change that to like I don't know, HuXn DB or something like that, or you know, HuXn would, oh, come on man, test was fine. I'm gonna just write a test. Okay, so here you can see we now successfully provide or a MongoDB URI right here. You can provide anything you want, and you can also provide later in this course. We are going to be also providing the JWT secret as well. So now let me just also provide their JWT secret, and JWT secret will be like anything you want, like literally anything you want, all of these gibberish right here. And you can also set your node environment like to either development or to production. So I'm gonna just write like node env, and it will be now set to development. There we go. So now let me just save that, and now let me just give you a quick test of that, but we're not going to be going into that much detail of what in the world is the .env is. So I just give you a quick definition of what .env is. Here you are going to be storing your sensitive information about your specific project right here, and you will never push this .env.local file to your GitHub repository. And if I open this .gitignore, and here you will found that .env. Okay, and here you can see we have this .env and this local right here. So you will never ever push this .env local to your GitHub repository. If you did, so it's your lost. Anyway, so now what I want to do is that I'm going to remove this API right here. I'm going to also remove all of that stuff, but I'm going to leave this util there. Let's just remove them, and let me confirm that right here. That was confirmed, deleted successfully. And what I want to do is that I'm going to just create a folder, give a name of like random, doesn't matter the folder name. Inside we are going to be creating page.js right here. Now I'm going to use the RAFCE, and page would be fine. Okay, it doesn't even matter. So if I just write like console.log, oh, you know, we don't have to write console.logs. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the random right here, and it's gonna give us this page right here. Now that we successfully register all of our sensitive information inside this .env file right here, so now the question is how in the world we are going to be accessing that. So well, you just have to write console.log if you want to log that out by yourself. So you're going to use their process, come on, process, come on, process .env, and then what you want to access. So in this case, let's suppose if I want to access this Mongo URI, so I'm going to just provide this Mongo URI right here. Okay, if I save this file, let me just reload there once again, because anytime you change something in this .env file, you have to restart your server. Otherwise, you're going to get unexpected errors or unexpected things. Okay, so now let me just refresh there once again, and this random one right here, and come on, oh, here you can see we are getting this Mongo URI right here. So we have this MongoDB 127.0.0.0.1 and also this test right here, which means like everything is successfully working. You can also like get, what do we call it, JWT secret, which you already registered. So I'm gonna write JWT secret. Let me just save that, refresh that, and here you can see it will also gives us that JWT secret right here. And if we just want to get like what do we call it, or node env, and now if you save there, and here you can see it's gonna set to development. So that's why we are now getting development right here. So everything is working successfully. But let me just give you a quick test of that, like how you're going to be using that. So I'm going to just provide like conditional statement like process.env and .mongo URI right here. So if we already have our Mongo URI, so we just want to print this result like database successfully connected or something like that. Otherwise, if that's not the case, so we are going to be providing this result of h1, come on, h1, and it gives us amazing error like 404 db not found. There we go. So now if we just save that, and if you check it out, so here you can see we are now getting database successfully connected. But on the other hand, if I go to my env.locale, and if I just remove that first line of code, and if I save that, and here you can see we are now getting 404 database not found right here. You're not going to be writing code like this, but that was just an example of how you're going to be setting your env file or sensitive information file, whatever you want to call that, and how you're going to be accessing the specific data from this .env file. Alright, so that was it about the .env and also how to get a data. So now let's learn about how we are going to be posting a data by using our post HTTP method. But unfortunately, we cannot see the result of that because we have to use some sort of a tool for that. So you can use different kind of tools like Insomnia or Postman or Thundercline or something like that. And throughout this course, I'm going to be using a Postman. But now let me just show you. If you like VS Code and you want to use the VS Code extension, so for that you can install this Thundercline. You just have to install that. It's almost similar to Postman, which I'm about to show you. So you can install Insomnia or I don't know, you can install a Postman. So I'm gonna just search for Postman because I know a lot of people have used Postman before. If you didn't, that's completely okay. You don't even have to know what a Postman is. So a Postman is nothing but just a tool for testing our APIs and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, like more than that, but in this specific course we are going to be just testing the result of our API by using a Postman. And I don't know why we are not getting that icons. I guess I just force that on the dark mode, and there we go. So if you are using a Windows operating system, so you can download it for that. If you are using a Mac, so you can download you can click on this button to download that. If you're using a Linux, so you can click on this button right here. I already downloaded and installed that. And by the way, if you don't want it to download and install that in your machine, so you can also just provide your email right here, and you can use it inside your browser even if you wanted to. I already downloaded and installed that right here, so I'm going to be using that right here. I already have these two folders, which you don't have to worry about. You won't have that. So I'm going to just click on that and click on blank collection right here. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to just write like next demos or something like that. You can give any name you want. And now I'm going to just click on these three dots and click on the add request right here. And it's going to add that request right here, so I'm going to just click on that. And first of all, let me just show you everything from the beginning, like getting a data or fetch data or something like that. And I'm gonna go ahead and let me just show you that first of all, like how the Postman work. I'm gonna go ahead and write dummy data API or something like that. I don't know why, but today my internet connection is supremely slow. Let me just copy that. I'm gonna just copy that and place it right here, and just click on this send button. And here you can see it will only gives us one product right here because we specify one product. So that's why we are now getting one product with the ID and also a description and also the price and also the images and all of that kind of stuff. If I just remove this one from here and if I click on the send button, it's going to give us a lot of data right here like product, and it's going to give us, I guess, 100 products or something like that. So this is how you're going to be fetching a data. If you want to save that, you just have to hold Control and hit S. Okay, so it's going to save it right here, and we already give a name to that. So now I'm going to just create one more for posting the data. So I'm going to just add request, and I'm going to close this one out because we don't need them. I'm going to give a name of like I don't know, post random data or something like that. Name doesn't matter. I'm going to just give him that name. And then what you have to keep in mind is that you have to change this method from get to post right here. So you just have to click on that and click on a post, and it will now change it to post right here. We don't want that. So now let me just go ahead and create my route right here. I'm going to delete that. And now let me just go ahead and inside the app folder, we are going to be creating first of all the API, because currently we wanted to test our API. So inside this API, we are going to be creating a users folder, and inside this users folder, we are going to be creating route.js. Okay, so here you can see we have a users folder, and inside this users folder we have this route.js right here. So that's that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to use the async function in this case. So now let me just write the async function, and I'm assuming that you guys already know what an async function is. If you don't, so you can check out my JavaScript course, and inside that course I have a specific section called asynchronous JavaScript. Anyways, that's out of the course, so I'm going to just write post right here, because in this case we are using this post method right here. So here we have to specify post, and post specifically means like we are posting some sort of a data to our server or to our client or something like that. So here you can provide request and response if you wanted to, but I'm not going to provide any of the requests or any of the responses right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to just first of all write like let data, and here I'm going to just write like await, because in this case we are performing the asynchronous operation. So I'm going to just use like request.json, and now let's just execute that. I'm going to also log that data to the console, but now we also have to send some sort of response to the user like next response, and here I'm going to just write like JSON success or res, like for result, and data send successfully or something like that. And now let me just save that. I'm gonna open my browser right here, I mean like terminal right here, and here what I want to do is that I'm gonna just write like localhost, and let me just select that, and we want to go to a users, and inside the users we are not going to be providing anything. Okay, so in this case if you want to send the data, so what do you have to do? You just have to click on the body right here, and then you have to click on the raw, and then you have to select this JSON right here. Let me just say that once again. If you want to send some sort of a data to your backend server by using a Postman, so you can just click on the body first of all, then it will be by default select to none, so you can just click on the raw, then click on the JSON, I mean like then click on this drop down menu and select the JSON right here, and here you can specify any data you want. Okay, so I'm gonna just write like, I don't know, maybe a username would be fine, and the username would be set to Alex right here. Now let me just click on the send button, and we are getting amazing response. Okay, request is not defined. Oh, that's because here we have to specify the request, my bad. Request, and also I'm going to provide a response, even though we are not using it right now, but I am going to provide it right here. Now let me just save that and restart my server once again. Come on, let me just restart my server once again, and I'm going to use npm run backend, npm run dev, and it will start running my server right here. Now let me just wait for that. Ready. Now I'm going to click on the send button, and what do we get? We get a response and data sent successfully right here. You can give any message you want, but in my case that's the message. And what are we getting? We are now getting this data right here, which we are specifying it right here. Like we have a username, and the username is set to Alex, so that's why we are now getting this username, and it is now currently set to Alex right here. So which means like we are getting some sort of a data from the user. So yeah, that's amazing. So what I want to do is that I'm gonna go back first of all, and let's just do a little bit of user validation right here. So I'm gonna get a few things from the user, like I don't know, the user email, and this is destructuring, by the way. I am destructuring this value from this request.json right here. Okay, if you don't know what a destructuring is, so you can watch some of the YouTube video like what is a destructure, I mean like specifically object destructuring and all of that. And so now we want to destructure the email and also the user password right here. Let's suppose we are building some sort of a login page right here, and we are going to be getting the email and also the password from the user. Okay, so let's just check it out. I'm gonna also console log this email and also the password as well. So now let me just save that, and I'm gonna go ahead and here I'm gonna just change that from username to email in this case, and also change that to like alex@email or gmail.com. and here I'm gonna also specify some sort of a random password, like I don't know, alex12 right here. I hope you can see that because everything is supremely massive. And this is the data which we specified right here inside this JSON format. Now let me just click on this send button one more time, and data successfully sent. Now let me just check it out, and here you can see we are now getting the email, which is alex@gmail.com, and we also have this alex12 as a password right here, which means like we are getting a data from the user. So now we can provide a little bit of validation right here. So I'm going to use the if statement, and here I'm going to just provide if not email or if not password, if the user did not specify the email or if the user did not specify the password. So what do you want to send to the user? We just want to send to the user like NextAuth response and JSON, and here we can just provide like I don't know, error, and I'm gonna just say like required required field not found or something like that. And here I'm gonna also provide my status right here. So status will be set to 404 or not 404, 400 would be fine. Okay, like so. I'm gonna save this file right here, so it will just format that for me. And now let me just check this out, and here you can see we have this 200 of status, like which means like everything is okay. So now let's suppose if I didn't specify anything, let's just cut that from here, and now let me just click on this send button, and here you can see we are now getting this required field not found, and we are also getting the status of 404 bad request right here, which we are specifying it right here. So that's cool. Now let me just provide one in this case, like I'm gonna just provide the email, and I'm not going to be providing the password. And now let me just click on there once again, and here you can see we are still getting the required field is not found, and we are also getting the status code of 404, I mean like 400 not bad request. There we go. But if I provide the email and also the password, and if I click on that, and here you can see data sent successfully, and we are also getting the status code of 200 right here, which means like everything is totally working. Oh, you know what? For the success message, I'm gonna just change that to something else, like I don't know. I don't know if that spelling is correct or not. Credentials verified, verified, user successfully created or something like, or logged in. Come on. OGED, logged in. There we go. So now let me just save that. Now if I provide the email and password, we are going to be getting like credential verified and user successfully logged in. Okay, so yeah, so that was it about how we are going to be posting a data, and we already learned about how we are going to be getting a data. You just have to change that to get, and you have to specify your get information right here. So that's it about how we are going to be posting the data. So now let's just integrate this API which we created right here with our UI. So I'm gonna make a few more changes right here, like I'm gonna also take the user name as well from the request.body, and I'm gonna also provide the email, and also, you know what, I'm going to delete all of that code right here, and now let's just try that once again. So we are going to be providing, we are going to be first of all getting the name from the user, the age from the user, and also the email from the user. So I'm going to just write request.json, and we are going to be getting all of that stuff from the user. So now I'm going to provide if we don't have the name, or if the user did not specify the name, or if the user did not specify the age or email. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to return next response, and we just want to show to the user like some sort of an error message. And I'm gonna just say like required field not found or something like that. And then I'm gonna also provide, or you know what, I'm gonna also set the OK flag. So you don't have to do that, but if you wanted to, so feel free to provide this OK flag right here. And I'm gonna also provide the status code. So I'm gonna write like status of 400 right here. Now let me just save that. And that's, I guess, it. But if the user specified every single thing, so we just want to set that to true right here. Okay, and I'm going to also set that to status of 201 created right here. Like we're going to be creating a specific user based on the email, based on the username, age, and email right here. So now we are creating a user. So this is our backend API or backend logic, whatever you want to call that. Now I'm gonna go ahead and go out from this API, but inside this folder, not inside the API, but inside this folder, app folder to be precise, I'm gonna create one more folder right here, and I'm gonna give a name of like add new user right here. And inside that, I'm going to create like page.js right here, and here we are going to be integrating our API which we just created right here. So the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to write my RAFCE, and I'm going to give a name of like add new user right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and I'm going to go ahead and go to add new, add new user right here, and hit enter right here. And here you can see it will now give us like add new user right here, which means like everything is okay. So now we have to convert this what do we call it, this component to the client component, because in this case we are going to be using the useStat, and we are going to be also providing, yeah, we are going to be also getting the useStat. So that's why we have to change that to the client component right here. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to grab the useStat right here from our React.js. And now inside there, we are getting a few things from the user, like the username, age, and email as well. So we are going to have to create that right here for, we have to create a stat for that. So I'm going to just provide the name and set name, because we want to get the username first of all, and we want to set that to empty string. And I'm going to also get the user age, so set age, and it will be now equals to the useStat and empty string. And we also want to get the email and set email, and it's going to be also set to empty strings right here. I'm going to remove that from here, and inside there we are going to be creating I don't know, I'm going to create a form. Should I create a form? You know what, I'm not going to create a form. I'm going to just write like input right here, and for this input the value, you know what, the text will be, the type will be text, and I'm going to provide the on change handler right here, change, and it's going to take the event object, and then the set name. Here we are going to be providing e.target dot value right here, target. Yep, the spelling is correct. And I'm going to also provide the value, and the value we are going to be providing the name, which we are specifying it right here. And I'm going to also provide some sort of a placeholder like I don't know, please enter your name or something like that. Now if I save that, here you can see we are getting this input field, and that's looking awful. I know that's looking totally awful. Should I remove these globals? You know, let me just comment this out and save them. And I guess that's it. That's cool. Let me just disable the force. That's looking awful. Anyways, we don't care about the UI, so now let's just provide our logic, and let's just see whether everything is working or not. I'm gonna duplicate that a few times, like one for the name, one for the age, and one for the email. Okay, so type will be text as well. You can change that to number if you want. You know, let's just change that to number. What the hell? And also let me provide, instead of writing a set name, I'm gonna write a set age in this case, and please enter your age. Come on, please enter your age, and this one will be also age right here, and this one will be number, text, and here we have to specify the set email right here, and email here, and also email here as well. So now let me just save that. So we are now getting the name, age, and also the email. Let me just provide a little bit of breaks right here. Come on, not here. Hit enter, br, and hit save, and there we go. And finally, now let me just provide one more input for the submit, or you know, I'm not going to be providing input. I'm going to provide the on click right here. For the on click, we are going to be creating a function. um, uh, Submit handler would be fine, or you know what, click, or you know, add new user handler would be fine. I guess that would be fine. Add a new user would be fine as a label. So now let me just copy them, and now let's just create our new user right here. Okay, so here we are going to be providing all of that logic right here. So we are not going to be providing anything, but it should be asynchronous function right here, because in this case we are going to be performing the asynchronous operations. So yeah, now let me just console log the name and also the age and email as well. So now let me just save that, and here we also have to specify the br tag right here. Let me just save that, and we are now getting this button is supremely awful. Should I provide some styling to it? The hell. Class name bg will be totally black and text will be totally white. Save that, refresh. Come on, that's looking off. But now you get the idea. Like, we have this add new user button right here. You know what, let me just uncomment this out, and now if I save that, and yeah, you get it. Let's provide a border. I'm in a hurry, man, please do it a bit quickly. And padding all around will be set to 2 or something like that. Yep, here you can see we have this button, and we also have these things right here. Things, yeah, what the hell. I'm gonna click on here, click here, and also click here, and I'm gonna provide the class name, and margin for the left will be set to 2 and margin for the right will be set to 4. Save my file, and yeah, I'm gonna also provide a margin for the top will be set to 4 as well. That's looking cool. And let's just provide a little bit of margins here. Margin for the left will be set to 4. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. So now here you can see the UI is successfully done. So now let's just implement our API logic right here. Oh, I even forgot to show you that. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just restart my server once again, because I want to show you every single thing. So now let's just restart our server, and let's just check it out. Right click on that, go to the inspect area, because currently we are working with the client component. So here I'm going to specify, first of all, oh my god, we got to refresh that. Let's just refresh that. And I'm going to specify the name. First of all, the name will be HuXn, the age will be 20, and the email will be huxn@gmail.com. Now let me just click on the add new user, and here you can see we are now getting the name of HuXn. We are also getting the age of 20, and we are also getting the email as well. That's cool. Now let's just implement our API logic right here. And here, let me just remove them. Let's just get our response. So I'm going to use like await and fetch first of all. And what are we going to be fetching? We are going to be fetching this API right here. So now let me just copy that, and we are going to be pasting it right here. But in Next.js, you don't have to specify all of that stuff right here. I guess they are using a proxy, that's why we don't have to specify that. I mean, like, you totally can if you wanted to, but we don't have to. So now let me just remove that right here. And here, what do we have to do? We have to specify our method right here. So in this case, we are providing the method of post right here, because we are not getting the value. So we have to specify the post method. And I'm going to also provide the body. And for the body, we are going to be providing JSON.parse, or not parse, but stringify. And we have to convert that to, I mean, like, we have to provide the name. We also have to provide the age and email. And email as well. So now let me just store the result of that in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to use like const response, and it will be now equals to that response. And now let's just convert that response to await dot not await dot, but response.json to the JSON format. And now let's just check response. What the hell is wrong with that? Could not find response. Did you mean oh yeah, come on, copy that and place it right here, and there we go. If the response dot okay, like if that's set to true, so what do you want to show to the user? We just want to alert to the user. Like in this case, we are going to be alerting, but in the real project we are going to be using toast on the React toast, but we are not there yet, so we are not going to be using toast right here. So I'm going to just write like user successfully created would be fine, because in this case we are creating a user. If that's not the case, like if the response is set to false, I mean, like response.okay is set to false, so let's just copy them, place it right here, and change the what do we call it, change the message to like an error occurred while creating, come on, creating the new user right here. So now let me just save that, and I guess that would be it. Okay, so let's just go ahead and check it out. Okay, we are getting amazing error, and I don't know why, but we are getting that. Let's just close that. And what's the error? Cannot assign to a variable declared with the const. Yep, you're totally correct. So we have to change that to let and refresh that. And we are not getting any errors, and that's okay. And we're not even logging something to the console, so I'm gonna just provide the name of Alex in this case, and the age will be 21 or something like that. And Alex at, come on, Alex at gmail.com. And now let me just click on the add new user, and here you can see, oh my god, an error occurred while creating a new user. What's up? What's the error? And I spent a lot of time figuring out what's the problem. And you know what's the problem? Let me just go ahead and show you that. Here we missed the await. Now let me just save that and restart that once again. Okay, come on. I just forgot this one result keyword right here, and everything just went to the gutter. Anyways, now let me just refresh them, and I'm glad I show you this solution right here, because you would have faced this kind of error and you would be asking me like, Jose, what the hell is wrong with you? Let me just put that Alex once again and 21 alex at gmail.com right here. And now let me just click on the add new user, and what are we getting? We are now getting user successfully created right here, which means like everything is okay. So now here you can see we are now sending requests to the API/users, and we are sending the post method, and here or 201, which means like our user is successfully created, but we are not using any kind of database system right here, so that's why we cannot see anything. So here you can see here is our data, and here is the preview code, I mean like the preview right here. So credential verified and user successfully logged in. Alright, so that was it about how we are going to be integrating the API with our UI. Alright, so that was it about for getting the data and posting the data. So I just deleted that add user folder and also that API folder as well. So here I'm not going to be deleting this folder because this is going to be our database. So we are going to be reading the data from this database. We are going to be like pushing data to this database. We are going to be updating that, we are going to be deleting that, and also filtering that. So we are going to be doing a lot of stuff, but before we move on, first of all we have to make a setup for this project. So for this project I'm not going to be focusing like heavily on the UI, so that's why I choose this material tailwind CSS or material tailwind, whatever you want to call that. If you don't know about that, you don't have to. I also don't know nothing about this material tailwind, but yeah, it provides a lot of components, so you can reuse that component, and there we go, you would have your cool UI right here. Okay, so yeah, what I want to do is that I'm gonna just hit Control K, and I want to search for installation. So installation, there we go. And we are not going to be using that by using a wheat. So I know this website is totally white. I'm going to just force that to the dark, and yeah, that's looking amazing. Let me just zoom in a bit. I'm going to click on the installation where, oh, there we go. Here you can see we have this Next.js right here. So I'm going to just click on that. And what they are suggesting is that first of all, we have to create our next app. We already did that. Then we have to install this material tailwind and React. So now I'm going to just copy that. I'm going to open my terminal right here, and I'm going to just right click on there to paste my command and hit enter right here. So while it's installing, it's going to take a bit of time. You can also use yarn if you wanted to. You can use pnpm, whatever is that supposed to mean. And the next thing which you have to do is that we have to go to our tailwind configuration, and we just have to pass these two line of code right here. You can also provide that path if you wanted to, but we're not going to be using that. It's going to take a bit of time, but what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead. First of all, I'm going to go to my tailwind config file right here, and I way zoomed in. Let's just go back from there, and I'm going to just copy this line of code. First of all, let me just copy that. I'm going to go to the top, and let me just place that right here, and I'm going to also wrap my every single thing by with this with empty, whatever you want to call that. So let's just wrap that right here, and I'm going to just close it right here as well. So I want you to just take a look at that. So, and this is how we are going to be using material, tailwind, React, util, and all of that. So now let me just see, and here you can see that successfully installed. Now let me just save that, and there we go. That was the setup for our material tailwind CSS or material tailwind, whatever you want to call that. And it provides a lot of utilities, like if you have already worked with Bootstrap, so you already know how to work with this one as well. Okay, so we are going to be just using these components like accordion and inputs and badges, cards, and all of that. And trust me, it's not going to be a huge project, but I want to just make a fake user management project which will help you a lot. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to go ahead and create a few folders. So first of all, I'm going to create a folder for my API where we are going to be putting our API endpoints. So we are going to be also creating one for the users, and inside these users we are going to be creating our ID. But before I create ID, first of all, let me just create a route.js rafc, or we are not going to be writing rafc right now. Let me just create one more folder right here, and which will be a dynamic ID folder, and there we go. So the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to also create a page right here, not page but route.js right here. The first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just open this file, and we are going to be doing a few things. So I'm going to just first of all grab my users from that users right here, like this app, and we have util and also our database right here. So we grab that. The next thing which I want to do is that I also wanted to get my next response from the React server. Let's just go back, and now I want to create one endpoint for fetching all of the data which we currently have inside our database. So I'm going to just write like all users data right here, and I'm going to use export, and now I'm going to use a function. I'm going to give a name of like get, and here we are not going to be providing any parameters, so I'm going to just write const data, and it will be now set to their users, and we don't have to do nothing, but we just have to write this next response. Come on, next response. Oh my god, response. And here we just have to use their JSON, and let's just provide our data right here, and I'm going to also specify the status code right here. So the status code for this one will be 200. So now let me just save that, and now let me just check it out right here inside my what do we call it inside my post. Oh my god, inside my Postman. There we go. Kind of forgot the name of that. Anyway, so here you can see we have this post method right here. I'm going to change that to get, and now let me just remove all of that from here. Let me just save that, and here I'm going to just click on the send button, and it will give us an error because we did not run our backend right here. So now let's just run that, and there we go, it's ready to go. So I'm going to just go ahead and click on the send button, and here you can see it will give us all of that data which we currently have inside our database right here. Like we have Alex, then we have Quagmire, we have Jordan, and we also have Mike, Tony, and Meh. Okay, so it will give us all of their users. So you know what, I'm gonna just create I'm gonna delete that first file. Let me just delete this one, and I'm gonna rename this one to fetch all users right here. So it's gonna fetch all of the users. So the next thing which we have to do is that we have to get a specific user right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the ID, and inside this ID, what I want to do, I'm gonna just grab my users once again. I'm gonna also get my next response from the React, I mean like not React server but the next server, and let's just write a comment like get specific user from our database, or whatever you want to call that. Now let me just use export and function, and here I'm going to give a name of like get, but here we are going to be doing an asynchronous operation, so we have to write an async result keyword. We're not going to be getting the request, but we will need a response, so we want to get a response as well. And now I'm going to just write const, and we want to just destructure the ID from where, from the await, from the response.json, right, and not JSON but params. So we are going to be just getting the ID from this response.params. Okay, you can log that if you wanted to. Now let me just write const users, or user rather, because we are going to be getting a singular user. And now I'm going to just filter through all of the users which you currently have, and I'm going to just provide this arrow function right here, and if the u, like a specific user dot id, is equal to this id, which means like we are not filtering that specific user, so then we have to just get the specific user right here as a response. So I'm going to just write response JSON, and now let's just render our specific user. So now let me just save that, and now let's just test this out. I'm going to create my request right here. Let's just change that to post and specific user right here, and let's just save that. I'm going to also get a users, and in this case I'm going to provide a specific ID right here. So I'm going to just write like 2 in this case, and click on a send button. We are not getting anything at all. I don't know why. Params. Now let me just go ahead and check out my util and database. So we have ID of 1, and we also have ID of 2 right here, but why it's not working? Let's just save that. API users, and we are providing 2, and we should be getting, oh, we are working with a post right here. It should be a get method, my bad. I'm gonna just click on send button, and here you can see we are now getting the ID, and we are getting the Quagmire right here. If I search for like ID of 4 user, and if I click on a send button, and we are now getting the mic. Save my file, and this is how we are going to be getting a specific user by their specific ID right here. Okay, So now let me just close my database, my fake database. And next, I'm going to show you how to log in, but we are not going to be implementing, or we are not going to be integrating the UI for that. Okay, so now let me just write the third one will be, did I label them? Yeah, I labeled them as numbers. This one will be 2 and this one will be 3. And I'm going to just write login. And I'm going to just give you a demonstration for that, but we're not going to be creating a UI for this one. So let me just write export. And now let me just write asynchronous function. Let me write function, and it should be post because we are going to be posting some sort of a data. Let me provide my request and also the response as well. And now let me just destructure a few things like name, the email, and also the password as well. We already learned about that, but let me just do that once again. Await request.json one more time. And we are going to be also destructuring the specific ID. So I'm going to use like await and response.params right here. Okay, so we are getting an error because we forgot to include the equal to sign right here. Now let me just destructure a few things. So I'm going to just write const, and let me just destructure the name, and I'm going to rename that to the username right here because it will give us a conflict, because here you can see we are now grabbing the name right here. We are destructuring the name from the request JSON, and we are also destructuring that. So we have to change the name of this one so that we don't get any errors based on the name conflict. So that's why I just write username right here. You can give him any name you want, like by the you can give him any name you want, but the destructured name should be a name right here because we are destructuring this value and we are now renaming this specific value right here. Okay, so just keep that in mind if you don't know about destructuring in JavaScript. I'm not gonna assume that from you guys because this is a bit advanced topic. So yeah, that's that. I'm gonna also get my password as well, and now let me just rename that to user password, and it will be coming from the users, and we are going to be using the find method. And in this case, what do I have to do? Let me just go back. I'm going to just specify my specific user, and I'm going to just use like if user.id is equal to that id, just only gives us that specific user. So now let me just save that, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, let me just zoom in a bit once again. And yeah, here you can see it is already giving us that autocomplete, but the majority of time that's incorrect, and I don't want to re-record my video again and again. So now let me just write a check. If username is equal to name, and user email is equal to, come on, is triple equal to the email, and let me just use the and user password is equal to triple equal to the specific password. So what do you want to do? We just want to show this result to the user. So let's just return next response right here. Oh, come on, response, if I can get that. And now I'm going to just send this response to user result and successfully logged in, baby. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? Else if we want to check once again if you don't have the name, or if you don't have the email, or if you don't have the password as well. So what do you want to show to the user? We just want to show this return next, come on, next, oh my god, response.json, and let's just send this response like result, please fill all the, come on, all the input fields right here, or fields. And for the final stage, what do you want to do? We just want to write like return and next invalid user invalid credentials right here. Okay, so now let me just save them, and this is going to be our login stuff right here. Let me just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So what we are doing is that first of all, we are grabbing the username, email, and password. We are also grabbing the user ID as well, and then we are just performing a filter or a find method, whatever you want to call that, and we are checking if the user ID which we are getting right here from this specific user is equal to that ID which we are getting from the params. And we are going to be just destructuring the name, the email, and the password. Okay, so we are destructuring that and we are just changing the name of them. Okay, so then we are just checking if the username is equal to name, and also the email is equal to email, and password is equal to password. So we just want to send that message to a user which is like successfully logged in. If that's not the case, and if the user did not specify either name, email, or password, so we just want to show to the user like please fill all the input fields. And also if that's not the case, so we just want to provide like invalid user credential or invalid credential, whatever you want to call that. So now let me just go ahead and create a post request right here, not a folder. Come on, delete them. Let me just create my post request. There we go. Login user would be fine. And now let me just click on the post, and I'm gonna just get there, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to a specific route right here. So now let me just write 4. So we just want to log in the fourth person inside our database. So who is the fourth person? Oh, I'm just checking the real database. Let me just go ahead and check it right here. So this is the third one. We want to log in the Mike. Woohoo! Yeah, there was a lot of enthusiasm. So now let me just go ahead and click on the raw, click on the JSON one more time. And here we have to specify that specific username and email and all of that. First of all, we have to specify the name, and the name was, I'm cheating because I don't remember the people's name. So the name was Mike, and the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to specify the email, and the email was mike@gmail.com. So now let me just provide them. And finally, let me also provide the password as well, and the password was Mike12 or whatever you want to call that. Okay, so now let me just click on the send button, and we are getting some sort of an error. Let's just check it out. Oh, I'm writing this code in the wrong place. Let me just cut all of this code from here. Let me just go ahead and go to this route folder right here, and now let me just place this code right here. So now if I save that, and now let me just go ahead and click on the send button, and here you can see we're now getting the result and successfully logged in right here. Let's suppose if I provide like a wrong credential, like I don't know, 444 or something like that, and if I click on the send button, and here you can see it will now give us like invalid credentials. Or if I just cut out like I don't know, maybe a password or the email or something like that, let me just cut out the password and click on the send button, and it will give us like, please fill out all of the input fields right here. So that's also amazing and totally working a-okay. So let's just remove that, and let's just try to log in, and here you can see like successfully log in right here. So now let me just save that, and that was it about how we are going to be logging in the user. Let me go ahead and go to a bit tricky part right here. So in this one we are going to be creating the users. So the fourth one will be for create, or create new user rather. Okay, so now let's just create a new user. So what I want to do is that first of all I'm going to export the asynchronous operation. So we are going to be using the function. I'm going to give a name of like post, and let's just remove that and change that to request and also response right here. Let me just grab that same data. So we are going to be getting the ID, the name, the email, and also the password from where? From the aware request.param, not request.params, but request.json. There we go. Okay, so we are going to be getting this data from the user, and let's just check if the data is provided. So this is going to be a bit of validation right here, and I'm going to just write like if the user did not specify the name or the email or the user password. So what do you want to show to the user? We just want to return next response right here, and let's just write a JSON. And for the JSON we are going to be providing the result, and result will be required field, come on, field not found right here. And if that's not the case, we are going to be just writing a status of 400 right here. So now let me just save that, and yeah, let me just test this out. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a new not folder, but a new request right here. And was that a get request? No, it's a post request. So we gotta go to the post, and let's just go ahead and create a specific user. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the user right here, click on the send button, and it's not gonna give us anything, not for now, because we did not specify anything right here. Okay, so await request.json, and also we have to specify the ID. If we don't have the ID, so let's just check for that as well. So now let me just save that, and we should be getting some sort of error right here. So we have API and users, yep, and we are writing this code inside API and users, so we should be getting some sort of error, and we are not getting any error, so that's cool. Maybe let's just save this file. Let me just try it one more time. Oh, we are getting an unexpected end of JSON input right here. I don't know where this came from. So now let me just restart my server once again, and let's just try it out once again. Come on. Yeah, everything is successfully ready. Now let me just click on the send button, and we are not getting. Okay, so API users route in this module syntax are unexpected end of JSON input and JSON parse. We are not even parsing anything. Yeah, we are not even parsing anything. So where in the world is this error coming from? You know what? That's because I guess we are not sending any response or something like that. Because we only have one if statement right here, but we're not even sending any response. So that's why we are getting that error. So now I'm going to just restart this server once again, and I'm going to write the rest of the code right here. Let me just write the else clause, and now add the new user to the in memory array right here. So we are going to be like creating a specific user, and we are going to be pushing that specific user to our real database or fake database to be precise. Now let me just use like users.push, and we are going to be pushing this specific user ID, the name, the email, and also the password, which we are already getting from this user right here. Okay, so we are going to be pushing all of that, but that's not it. We are going to be also writing, let me just write a comment like extract just the user array from the updated data right here. So now let's just extract the specific user data. So I'm going to just use like updated users array right here, and it will be now equals to the specific users right here. Okay, and now what I want to do, let me just go back. Now what I want to do, I'm going to just convert the updated users array to JSON string right here. Okay, so I'm going to just use like const updated data, and it will be now equals to JSON, and now let's just stringify that, and we are going to be first of all providing the updated user array, and the next parameter we are going to be specifying is for null, and let's just provide 2 right here as index. Now finally let's just write that to our real database file which we have right here. So we are going to be putting that right here, but before we getting into all of that, first of all we would need some module which is a Node.js modules. If you guys don't know about Node.js modules, you don't have to, but now let me just say like this is a Node.js stuff which I'm doing right now at this second. Okay, so you can just go ahead and quickly just Google search like Node.js FS module or something like that. You can ask from ChatGPT, your best friend, and here you can see FS module, like as the name suggests, there is gonna work for the file system modules, and I have an entire course on this what do we call this Node.js right here, where I discuss a lot of modules inside a Node.js, like a lot of them, crypto, HTTP, and all of them. So here you can see I'm just searching for the FS module. We already have a lot of FS modules. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the top first of all, and we have file system. We can use the asynchronous version right here. So you just have to import that. First of all, we are not going to be importing it by using the older way. Let me just click on the ES6 way. Oh, that's awful too. We're not going to be using this code. Anyway, so we are going to be importing that, and we are going to be doing some stuff which I'm about to show you right now. So let me just get my FS module. So FS from FS module right here. Okay, so now here let's just push our code into a real database. Oh, now why am I saying real database? To our fake db.js file. There we go. Write the updated users array to a JSON string right here. Okay, so how can we go about doing that? We already have our FS module right here. Here you can see we already grab our FS module or file system module right here, and we are going to be just using a dot method. I mean, like, we are going to be just using dot, and we have countless method right here, okay, which I already discussed in my course. If you want to check it out, so feel free to do that. If you don't want to learn about Node.js, you don't even have to. So now let me just explain. Write file synchronously. So here you can see we have this method which will allows us to put some content to our file synchronously. So we also have like asynchronous function. I mean, like, we also have the flavor of this function like synchronous, and we also have asynchronous right here. So now in this case, we are going to be using the synchronous version because we want to do that instantly. So first of all, we are going to be providing the path where we wanted to provide that content. So in this case, our path will look something like this. First of all, we want to go to the app directory, then we want to go to specifically the util directory, and then inside this util directory we have this db.js file right here. Okay, so we are going to be pushing our content to this specific path right here. Come on, path right here. And now let me just provide that path right here. So I'm going to just use like dot and /, which means like go from this file which we currently working on, and we want to go to the app directory or the specific app folder right here, and we want to go to the utils or util folder which we currently have right here, and then specifically inside that util folder we want to go to this db.js file right here which we have right here. Okay, so now we successfully provide our path right here. The next thing which we want to do is that we want to provide our code right here. So I'm going to just write like export const and users, and it will be now equals to, let's just render our code right here which will be updated data right here. And now let me just close that like so. Okay, so this is how we are going to be putting or pushing our data. And now the next thing which you have to do, and the final thing which you have to do, is that we are going to be also providing the Unicode right here. So in this case we are using the UTF add right here. So now let me just save them. Let me just say that once again. FS is a node module, which means like file system, which will allows us to work with a real file system in any operating system, like whether if you are working on the Mac or on the Linux, or if you're working with what do we call the Windows operating, just like me. So it will allows us to work with the file system. Then inside this FS module, we have this write file sync method right here. First of all, we are going to be providing the path. Then we are going to be providing what we wanted to send or push to that specific file. And finally, we have to specify the encoding. So in this case, we are using the UTF-8. So that's why we provide that UTF-8 right here. That was a lot of talking. Okay, so now let me just return that next response. Come on, that next response right here. And I'm going to just use that JSON method and success, and in this case user successfully created. Yeah, user successfully created. There we go. So now let me just save that, and this time it should work, I guess, if I didn't mess up something. So in this time it should work. So what I want to do is that I'm gonna go ahead and go to my Postman right here, and I'm gonna first of all provide some sort of what do we call it, some sort of ID right here first of all. So we have to specify some sort of ID, and not here, come on, we're not even providing. Okay, we are providing right here that ID. So no, we don't have to specify ID here, but instead we have to specify our ID manually inside our body. Then we're going to be choosing this raw right here, and then we're going to be choosing this JSON format right here. So what are we going to be providing here? We are going to be providing the ID, name, email, and password. So now let's just do that. I'm going to provide the ID of I don't know who is the last person. 6th is the last person, so I'm going to just provide the ID of 7th right here. In this case, I'm going to just write 7. Okay, and I'm going to also provide some sort of a name to it. So the name will be equals to, I don't know, keyboard or something like that. You can give any name you want. And then I'm going to also provide the email. So the email address will be keyboard at gmail.com or something. And I'm going to also provide a password. So password, and it's going to be equals to like keyboard 123 or 12 would be fine. So finally, the moment of truth, and finger crossed. Now let me just click on this send button, and here you can see user successfully created. Woohoo! Now let me just go ahead and go to my database right here, and here you can see the ID is now set to 7. The name is keyboard. We have the email, and the email is now set to keyboard at gmail.com, and we also have our password right here. So now let me just save that, and boom baby, boom, there we go. This is how we are going to be creating the user right here. Now let me just create a few more, but before I do, I'm gonna have to delete a few of them because they are a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna just create one more. First of all, you know what, this one is a 4th one. We have to specify the 5th one right here, and let me just create like I don't know, mouse or something like that. I'm gonna also create a mouse. So mouse 123 or 12 would be fine. I'm gonna just click on the send button, and here oh, why it's not working? We have a mouse successfully created, so we should be getting, we're getting a mic right here. You know what, let's just save this file. Okay, we shouldn't supposed to open this file. Let's just close that and don't save this file. Now let me just go ahead and check it out, and here you can see you have all of their users once again. So I gotta remove all of them, or not all of them, but till this 5th guy right here. So now let me just save that. Let me just go out from this file. Now let me just try adding this specific user. So now I'm gonna just click on that, and now let me just go ahead and check it out. And here you can see we have 2 5th ID right here, so 2 entries of that specific user. So we can change that. We are going to be changing that in a few seconds by using the update method or put method in a few seconds, but yeah, you get the idea. And so now we are totally able to successfully add user to our database right here. Amazing, totally amazing. HuXn, you are amazing. Yeah, I know that, I know that, I am amazing. Just kidding. Yeah, I am amazing, but not that much. Now let me just write 5 and update user right here. So now let's just update our specific user. Okay, so in this case, oh my god, I just removed that. Let me just try to get that once again, and here you can see in this case we just want to like update either the ID or the name or the email address or the password. So now let's just do that. Okay, so now let me just go ahead, and I'm not going to go into the specific dynamic route. I'm going to go ahead and go to the main route page right here, which we have right here inside the users. So I'm going to just double click on that, and here we have to use or update the user. So I'm going to use like export async function, async and function, and here I'm going to give a name of like put, and it's going to take the request and also the response as well, and we are going to be getting the data from the users. So like this one, I'm going to copy that, and let me just put it right here, and let's just search for the user, like find the user in the users array by ID right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write const user ID, or index will be fine, and I'm going to just use like users.find index. We already have that method inside our JavaScript, so let's just provide our user right here, and let me just provide a user.id. If that's equal to their ID which we are getting from the user, which we have right here, so what do we have to do? We have to check or validate right here. User index is triple equal to -1. So what do you want to show to a user? We just want to return next response, and I'm going to just use like JSON in this case, and let's just provide our result, and the result will be user not found. Okay, or error will be fine, error. But you know, result is fine. I'm going to provide a result right here, and let's just provide our status, and the status will be set to 404 and the user not found. So underneath that, we are going to be also checking like if we have the name. So what do you want to do? We just want to get the users, and we want to get a specific user index which we already getting right here, and we want to get the name, and we want to just reset the specific name right here. If the user provide a new name, so we just want to change the existing name by using that newly added name right here. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate that 3 times right here. Let me just change that to email, and I'm going to also change this one to email as well, and we got to also change this one to email too, and also change, you know, I'm going to just select this one, hit Control D, and change all of them to password as well. Okay, so that's them. So now let's just update all of that. So I'm going to just copy this code right here. So let's just copy all of that code. Okay, I'm going to copy that, and you're going to see the result of that in a few seconds. Now let me just save that, go back, and this is how first of all we are going to be copying that. Then we are going to be providing it right here. Yep, totally correct. And we are going to be also providing that util and also that same one, and everything is successful. But here we have to just write updated right here. Come on, updated right here. So now let me just save that. I'm going to save this file. Now let me just go ahead. First of all, let me just change the name of that to create new user, and here we are going to be also updating the user. So now let me just use like add request right here, and update new user, or update user would be fine right here. Update existing user, or whatever you want to call that. So I'm going to just change that to put, and here we have to specify that specific user right here. Okay, so yeah, let's suppose if you want to change this specific user, like I don't know, we want to change, you know, let's just delete this user right here. Come on, let me just delete that. If you want to change this first user right here, instead of providing the Alex Merchant name, I just want to provide the Alex, and also instead of writing the Alex Merchant as a email address, I'm going to just change that to Alex, and also I'm going to also change the password to Alex as well. So now I'm going to just first of all provide the not here, what the hell am I doing? Okay, here I'm going to just click on the body, let me click on the raw, click on the JSON, and here we just have to use first of all we have to provide the ID. So the ID in this case is going to be equals to 1 right here in the string, and I'm going to also provide the name. So the name will be equals to Alex. In this case we just want to change the name to Alex, and we also want to change the email just alex@gmail.com. okay, and I'm going to also change the password. Come on, password, and password will be also just alex12 or something like that. So currently we have this data right here, so I want you to just keep that in mind. And now let me just click on this send button right here, and user successfully updated. And here you can see we have the ID of 1, we have the Alex, just Alex, not Alex Merchant, and we also have the, what do we call it, the, oh come on, we also have the email to like alex@gmail.com, and we also have the password of alex12 right here. So now let me just save that, and it will just format there for me right here. Cool. So now we are able to successfully add the user, update the user, read the user, or get all of the users right here by using fetch all users. We can also fetch a specific user, we can log in, but we are not going to be implementing that in a real world example. But we can also create a new user, we can update a specific user, and all of that. Finally, now let's just learn about how we are going to be deleting a specific user. Okay, and what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to this specific dynamic routes, and underneath this login right here, we are going to be just writing deleting a user. So this one was 6 1, so delete user right here. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to use export and asynchronous function. I'm going to give a name of like delete. Okay, so come on, not in uppercase, I mean like not in lowercase but in uppercase, request and response. And inside there we are going to be first of all getting the user ID, and we are going to be using await and response.params right here. And I'm going to also provide my, first of all, let me just write a comment like find the index of the user to delete the, or to delete in the users array right here. Okay, so now let me just write const user index, and it will be now equals to the user, come on, user start find index. And in this case we are going to be also specifying the user right here. If the user.id is equal to that specific id, so we just want to delete that specific user. So first of all, user index is equal to -1, so let's just provide our validation like next response dot json, come on, dot json, and let's just provide our result, and the result will be user not found right here. And I'm going to also specify the status of 404, oh yeah, 404 page not found would be fine, or user not found in this case. And now finally, come on, if I can write a comment, remove the user from the users array right here. So now let me just write user.splice, and here we have to specify the user index and 1. Okay, so that's that. And finally, let's just update the users info. You know what, let's just cut that from here. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this code once again. So I'm gonna just copy all of that code, and let me just place it right here. I'm gonna go back so you guys can see everything a bit better. So we are going to be just getting the updated array from all of the users. We are going to be also getting the updated data. We are going to be stringifying that. Then we are providing their, what do we call it, come on, I forget the name of that, their path. And finally I'm gonna just write like user successfully deleted would be fine. Okay, so now let me just save them, and I'm gonna go ahead and create a new request right here. I'm gonna give a name of like delete user right here. Let me just change that to delete. I'm gonna go ahead and delete a specific user. In this case I'm gonna just specify like 1. I want to delete that first user, so now let me just grab them. I want to delete this first Alex user, so I'm gonna just write 1 and click on the send button, and let's just wait for it. And we are getting some sort of an error right here. And what's up? Fs is not defined, of course. Fs is not defined, so let's just go ahead and define that fs right here, baby. I'm gonna just write import fs from my file system right here. Let's just you know what, we don't have to restart the server. So now let me just click on the send button, and user successfully deleted. And now let's just check out our database, and voila, the user is successfully deleted, and we have the id of 2, id of 3, 4, and also the 5 one right here. So the first user is successfully deleted. Let's suppose if I also want to delete this third user right here, so I'm going to just specify the user id and click on the send button, and here you can see user successfully deleted. And here you can see we just have only 3 users right here. Now let me just save that. And that was it about for the backend of all of their users. But that's not it. Okay, we are going to be also implementing all of their users functionality, or we are going to be also integrating that for the front end as well. So now let's just create a front end for all of that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to restart my server once again. And now let's get into the front end, baby. So I'm gonna just collapse this one as well, and I'm gonna create a separate folder, give a name of like users right here, and inside there we're going to be creating page.jsx, because in this case we are going to be using the JSX right here. And now let me just give a name of like users, come on, users. And yeah, that's it. So I'm gonna also provide a little bit of classes to it. So the class name will be first of all flex, and flex will be set to column. Justify will be set to center, and also the items will be set to center. And margin for the top I'm gonna give them like 10 would be fine. Okay, so now let me just save them, save this file as well. And now let me just go ahead and go to my browser. I'm gonna write users right here in this case, and here you can see we are now getting our users right here. Amazing. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and go to the root, and I'm going to create my components folder right here. And here we're going to be creating a lot of components like accordion UI .jsx right here. And I'm going to use like RFCE, and accordion UI is amazing. I'm going to just go ahead and grab that right here. So I'm going to use like const accordion UI. Let me just grab that, copy that, remove their users, and inside there we are going to be calling it like so. Now let me just save there, and here you can see we are now getting accordion UI right here. Totally amazing. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab a few things. So I'm going to just make it like a use client for client component, and I'm going to also get my use stat right here from my React.js, and I'm going to also get a few things from the, what do we call it, from this library which we already installed right here. Yeah, material tailwind right here. So we are going to be grabbing a few things. So I'm going to just use like import, and here we want to import a few things from where, from material tailwind css or tailwind react right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write accordion first of all, and I'm going to also get accordion, come on, accordion header. If you have that, we are going to be also getting the accordion body right here. Basically what we are doing is that we are just creating our accordion component, and inside that accordion we are going to be just placing a few more of our own custom components which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. And now let me just create my open, and also the set open right here. This is going to be for our accordion. So now let me just provide one by default, and here I'm going to also create a function for that. So const handle open, and it will be now equals to, first of all let's just provide a value as our arrow function right here, and I'm going to just write a set open, and here we just have to specify if open is triple equal to the value. So what do you want to do? We just want to set that to 0. If that's not the case, we just want to get a specific value right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just use my all of accordion. So let me just go back, and here inside the accordion UI, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just rename that to section. First of all, let me provide my class name of width will be set to 40 rems right here. Okay, and now here I'm going to just reuse my accordion right here, and let's just close that. And here I'm going to also provide the open which we already provide right there, and here the open is equal to or triple equal to 1. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to provide the accordion header right here. So accordion header, and now let me just close that right here, and I'm going to also provide the on click. And when somebody clicks on that, so we just want to handle the option not option but handle open right here, and we're going to be specifying one to it. So all users, first of all we are going to be rendering all of the users right here, and now here we are going to be providing the accordion body. So accordion body right here, and now let me just close that. And for the accordion body, we are going to be providing our come on all users right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and here you can see we are getting this accordion component right here. If I click on that, it's gonna open this all user. If I click on that once again, so it's gonna disappear it, which means like everything is a-okay. So here, instead of writing the all users, we are going to be creating a separate component, and we are going to be rendering that component right here. So now let me just do that. I'm gonna go ahead and write all users, or yeah, all users.jsx right here, and this is going to be also the client component. So I'm going to use like use client, because we are going to need a few things like use effect and all of that use effect, and we're going to also need the use stat as well. So now let me just grab a few things from my tailwind css material tailwind css, whatever you want to call that. From where? From my material tailwind react. Okay, so now let me just grab my list and list item. Also we are going to be grabbing the card as well. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just use the RAFCE, and here I'm going to give a name of like that. That's amazing. Now let me just save that, and instead of writing the all users, we are going to be first of all fetching the users, and then we are going to be rendering their users right here. So let's just go ahead and create my users, or yeah, users would be fine, and set users, and it's going to be equal to the use stat right here, and we just have to specify empty string right here. Now the next thing which you have to do, let me just go back, is that we have to use effect right here. I mean like use the use effect right here, and inside there we are going to be fetching a data. So I'm going to use like fetch all users. Come on, fetch all users, and it's going to be equals to asynchronous function, because we are doing an asynchronous operation inside there. First of all, let me just get my response, and we are going to be getting there by using this method right here. I'm not going to be providing the entire as they are suggesting, so I'm going to just use like API and users right here. And also let me just get like const users or users in, and it's going to be equals to await and response dot json right here. And now let's just execute that. The next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just write a set users like so, and we are going to be just providing the user information which we are getting, and we are going to be getting a specific user data right here. And finally, now let's just copy that and place it right here and execute them. It's going to give us all of their users data right here. So now let's just render that. You can log that if you wanted to, but I already show you that, so I guess there is no point of logging that out. So anyways, now let me just use that right here. Okay, so we have our div, and inside our div we are going to be first of all checking if we have the users. Then what do we have to do? We just have to iterate over through all of their users by using the map method right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write a user in this case, and now let me just iterate over through all of that, and I'm going to just render the card, and let's just close that here. I'm going to also specify the user ID right here, and for the class name we are going to be providing the margin for the bottom of 4, and inside there we are going to be just rendering the list which we are already getting right here, come on, list, there we go. And yeah, now inside there we are going to be also rendering the list item, and now let's just close that. And here we just have to write a user.name right here. So now if I save that, and here we are getting all of the users because we did not reuse this component right here inside this accordion. So now let me just use that right here. I'm going to remove that all of the users, and now let me just use that right here. I'm going to remove that s at the end and hit enter. Okay, so it will just auto import it right here for me. I'm going to just save this file and wait for it. And here you can see it's going to give us that Quagmire, Mike, and also the Tony, because we just have only these 3 users right here inside our database. Let me just go ahead and go to my database. Where in the, okay, there we go. So here you can see we have Quagmire, we have Mike, and also the Tony. So that's why we are getting these 3 users right here. So the first component is done. Now it's time to create another component. So I'm going to have to duplicate that right here. Okay, so I'm going to just change that to 2. And for the label, I'm gonna write like search for specific user right here. Okay, and I'm gonna just comment this out because we don't want to show anything, not for now. Now let me just create a search for all of the users component. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to the components folder, and I'm gonna just write like I don't know, specific user.jsx right here. And now let me just use my RAFCE specific user component. That's cool, but not totally. So now let me just use the use client component, and I'm gonna get a few things first of all from my material tailwind CSS, or whatever you want to call that. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to material tailwind, and now I'm gonna get my button from there. We are going to be also getting the card, we are going to be also getting the input list, and also the list items as well, or item singular if I can pronounce it today. So now let me just import the use stand from the React.js, and that's it, baby. We just need all of them. So now first of all, let's just create our state for the user ID. So I'm going to just write a user ID and set user ID right here, and it's going to be equals to the use state which we are already grabbing. Now let me just get the user data as well and set user data, there we go, and it's going to be also equals to the use state. And let's just provide, or you know what, I'm gonna set that to null by default. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to fetch some sort of a data. So fetch user data right here, and it's gonna be equal to asynchronous function because we want to fetch some sort of a data. So I'm gonna use like response. I really like to just hit tab and auto complete that, but then a lot of people is gonna be asking me like, HuXn, you are cheating, you are not writing the real code, and I don't like that. Here I'm gonna use the users, and in this case we are going to be rendering the dynamic ID. Why is that? Because here, let me just show you that for a specific user, what are we doing? We are providing some sort of a dynamic ID, and based on that ID we are searching a specific user. So if I just click on that, and it's going to give us that mic right here. Okay, so here we are providing their dynamic ID, so we also have to specify their dynamic ID right here. And by the way, that was the only reason I created this state right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just check. That was a lot of talking, man. Now let me just check if response.ok, and are we providing a response in this one? Come on, response. Are we providing a response? Let me just go ahead and go to the API, and let's just check for a specific user. So let me also provide my response right here. So let me just use like I don't know, or not response. Okay would be fine. So okay will be set to true in this case. Yeah, so now let me just save that and let's just try that out once again. And here you can see we are getting this okay of true right here. Okay, so yeah. Oh, you know what? We don't even have to do that because we are going to be getting that response. I mean, like that okay from their response right here. You know, I'm gonna just leave it right here just in case if I need this, I'm gonna use that if I don't, so you don't have to use that. Anyway, so that's that. Now let me just write const res and let me use await response dot json right here. We are going to be getting the data and then we have to just set their data to the user data right here. So we are going to be using like user I mean like response.user right here, and if that's not the case, we just want to like console.log and error fetching user data right here. Okay, and then set user data and we are going to be providing null to it. Okay, so that's that, and we are now successfully done with this user fetching data or fetch user data right here. So now inside there we just have to use that right here. So I'm going to just create a div with the class of flex. Inside there we're going to be also creating a div with a class of width 72 right here, and inside there we are going to be also creating a one input, but we are not going to be just using the HTML input. Instead we are going to be using the tailwind or material tailwind, oh come on, or material tailwind input right here. Okay, today I can't even speak. Let me just provide a label for them, enter user ID right here, and I'm gonna just show you what's the point of providing a label right here. In a few seconds it's gonna give us a bit of smooth animation, and yeah, that's it. And I'm gonna also provide the value of user ID right here, and let's just provide on change event handler, and let's just provide our event object, and inside there we are going to be using the set user ID right here, and let's just provide e.target.value right here. Let me just go back and save that, and this is how currently things looks like. But underneath that we are going to be using the material tailwind button as well, and I'm going to just say like fetch user right here, and here let's just provide the on click event handler on there, on click, come on event handler on there, and here we have to specify the fetch user data right here. So we would be able to get some sort of a data from there. Oh, because we are not providing that. Anyway, so we are going to do that in a few seconds, but first of all let me just render some content. So underneath this div, what do we have to do? We have to check if we have the user's data. So then what do you want to do? We just want to get like, or we want to iterate over through all of the users. So I'm going to use like users or user data rather, and I'm going to iterate over through all of their users. So I'm going to just provide a d for the data, and now inside there we are going to be using our react fragments. Just remove all of the conflicts, and also I'm going to provide my card right here and close that, and the card will be coming from, you guessed it, the card will be coming from the material tailwind material. Sorry, I can't even pronounce the name of that. And margin for the top will be set to 5 rem, not rem but 5, and I'm going to also render the list, and here we have to render the list item right here. For the first list item we are going to be rendering our dynamic ID, so I'm going to just use like d.id right here. So now let me just save that. Oh, by the way, we also have to provide the else clause for our ternary operator. Okay, so I'm going to just provide a paragraph, and we're not going to be providing a loading, but let me just provide a class name of margin for the top will be set to 2, and also, you know what, that's it, search for a specific user or something like this. So now let me just save that, and now I'm gonna just copy the name of this user, I mean like specific user component, and I'm gonna just delete this label from here, and now let me just use that right here and close that. Let's just remove that R and hit enter, so it will automatically import it right here. So if I click on that, it's gonna give us some sort of message. Are we doing something wrong? Let me just try that one more time. Oh, there we go. So we are now getting this quagmire. Let's just click. Oh my god, are we not providing the, I just realized that I made a mistake. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that from here. Let's just remove that. What the hell? And I'm gonna create accordion underneath that. So let's just create that accordion, close that and put that right here. And I'm gonna also copy this open right here. Let's just place it here, and I'm gonna use 2, save my file, and now it should work. So let me just refresh that, and here you can see we have all of the users. So if I click on that, and now if I click on this one, so it's going to give us that fetch user right here, and that's not the way I wanted it to be. Let me just go ahead and check this out. What's up? Let me just cut all of that, and underneath this div, let me just place it right here, and if I save that, and I hope it's gonna work. Let's just refresh that, and if I can check that, why in the world we are getting this empty space right here? I'm gonna just try to provide something anyway. So like fourth user, if I click on the fetch user, so we are getting that specific user ID right here, but I don't like that. You know, I'm gonna just push this at the bottom. Now if I save that, oh, there we go. That's now looking better right here. If I right click on that and click on the disable force, disable force, yeah, so that's looking amazing too. So I'm gonna also provide a little bit of classes to it. So class name margin for the left will be set to 4. Let's just right click on that and force dark page right here. So we are currently getting the user ID right here, but now let's just render all of that other stuff. I'm gonna just duplicate that a few times. The first one will be for the name, and I'm gonna just get the name right here, and I'm gonna also get the user edge right here as well. So now let me just provide the user edge, and also I'm gonna provide the email as well. So let's just provide the user email right here, and I guess that's gonna be it. Or you know what, I'm gonna also render the user password because we don't care, because this is just a fake user management. So I'm gonna just write like password 2, and now let me just cut that from here, save my file, and here you can see we are now getting the user ID, the username, edge, email, and password. If I search for the first one, how many people do we have inside our database right here? Okay, so we have the ID of 2, 4. Let's suppose if I want to get the specific ID of the second user, so now let me just search for that, and here you can see we are now getting the Glenn Quagmire, and also the edge, email, and also the password as well. Okay, if I click on that, that will disappear, and there we go. So yeah, that's done too. And the next thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna just duplicate this entire accordion right here and put a space there. Here I'm gonna just change there to 3, both of them to be 3, this one to 3 and also this one to 3. And now it's time to create a user. So I'm gonna write like create new user right here, baby. And now let's just comment this line out, save our file, and here it's gonna give us create a new user right here. If I click on that, that's gonna happen. But now let's just implement that functionality for creating a user. So I'm gonna just go ahead and go to components, create user dot, come on, create user.jsx right here, and this one is going to be a long one. So I'm gonna just write like a user client, not user but use client, and here I'm gonna just get a few things from my material element right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just get my button. I'm gonna also get the input field, and let's just get the use stat right here as well from the React, and I'm gonna use the RAFCE, and that's cool. I'm gonna provide a stat for a few things like ID. First of all, set ID, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, and here we have to specify empty string right here. Let's just duplicate that a few times. I'm going to change that to the name and also the set name, and here we also have to change that to the email and sent email, and also let's just change this one to the password as well, and this one is going to be equal to the set password, come on, password, and there we go. So that's that. Now the next thing which you want to do is that you want to render some content first of all. So I'm gonna just remove that, and here you can see I can just hit tab and it's gonna auto complete it for me, but I'm not gonna do that. Let's just provide div. Inside this div we are going to be creating a form. Let's just remove that action from there, and I'm gonna just provide not this input field but my real input field right here. I'm gonna provide a label, and the label will be just equal to ID in this case. Remove that, and I'm gonna just provide a few more things like I don't know, the type will be set to text, and I'm going to also specify the placeholder of ID right here, and the value I'm going to specify the ID, or yeah, ID would be fine. And on change, come on, the on change event handler, it's going to tag like event first of all, and then set ID, and here we have to specify the e.tar, come on, target dot value right here. Let me just save them. I'm going to duplicate that a few times. So first of all for the ID, then for the name, email, and also for the password. So we have that ID, the name, email, password as well. So now let's just change that. So I'm going to just select that and change that to the name right here first of all. I'm gonna also select this one and change that to the name as well, and also select this one and set name. There we go. Let me also select that and change that to the email, and in this case I'm gonna also provide the email in this case, and also the set email as well. And the final one will be for the password, so I'm gonna write password, and here we have to just write password, copy that, or you know what, not gonna copy that, we have to just write a set password manually. Okay, underneath this input fields we are going to be creating a button. So now let me just create a button, and I'm going to provide a few classes to it. So like class for the margin top will be set to 2, and here I'm going to also specify the type of submit right here, because we are going to be submitting our form. So here we just have to write a submit button, and now if you save there, nothing's going to happen because we have to use this component. I'm going to go ahead and copy them, and here we have to just use it right here inside what do we call it, inside our according UI right here. So now let me just paste that right here and just remove that R and hit enter right here. And now here you can see we are now getting the ID, we are getting the name, email, and also the password, and also this submit button right here. Currently if I click on that, it's gonna just refresh my browser and nothing else gonna happen. So now let's just provide our, come on, our form submit on that. Okay, so here is our form, and now let me just provide my handle submit on that. So handle submit on submit, handle submit, there we go. Now let me just copy that and create my handle submit, baby. Const handle submit is going to be equals to the asynchronous function, async function, and here we have to specify the event object, and inside there we are going to be preventing the prevent default right here. So we are going to be preventing the default behavior. And now let me just choose, if you don't specify the ID, or if you don't have the name, or if you don't have the email, or if you don't have the password as well. So what do you want to show to the user? We just want to alert to the user. If you are using a React Toast, let me just show you that React Toast or Toastify. So you can just install that and use that right away if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to use that in the next project, not in this one. So you just have to install that and provide this container right here and this one, and wrap that container right here inside a layout. I'm going to show you that as well a bit later, but for now I guess alert will do it. So I'm going to write like, please fill all the input fields, fields, yep, and we just have to return so that the user did not specify anything wrong. Okay, so now underneath them we are going to be also using our try and catch blocks, and for the catch we are going to be alerting the error if you got some, and let's just return that. And for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to get the response we are going to be getting from this specific API and users right here. And the method which we are going to be using, the method was post right here. And let me also provide my headers, and for the headers we are going to be providing the content type, and it's going to be equals to the application /JSON. And if you guys prefer to use Axios, it's a great library if you wanted to use that, so feel free to use that. I did not use that in this course because I know a lot of people will not be aware of the Axios library, so yeah, or maybe not feeling comfortable enough to work with the Axios library, so that's why I didn't use I didn't use that Axios library right here. So now let me just specify the ID, the name, the email, and also the password as well. So yeah, that's then. Now underneath this response, what do you want to do? We just want to check if the response is okay. So what do you want to do? We just want to alert to the user like user successfully created. There we go. Let me make that uppercase like so. And if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to alert like alert, and something went wrong, and a sad face right here, and we are going to be also returning them. And finally we already write a catch statement, so let's just go back so you guys can see all of the code. And this is how currently things looks like. I guess I don't have to repeat myself to explain all of the code, but yeah, this is all of the code. Now let me just go ahead and refresh this browser right here. I'm gonna go ahead and create a specific user. So how many users I currently have? Let me just check. We have 3 users, so we have 2. Let's just create the first user. So the first user will be HuXn. It's myself. I'm gonna provide HuXn and HuXn@gmail.com right here, and HuXn12. I'm gonna also have to change that to password as well, because we don't want to show text to the user password to the user. So now let's just save them. And now I'm going to right click on that, go to the inspect element, then I'm going to click on the network panel, and come on, network panel right here. Okay, baby, we are providing a lot of users right here. I guess we didn't specify the dependency array, so now let me just close that. Let me just go ahead and provide a dependency array right here. Where in the world is that? I'm gonna go ahead and go to specific users. So we are using the fetch, not in this one, in the all user. I guess here we have to specify the dependency array of just empty array behind. So now if I just refresh that, and thank God it's not giving us a lot of users again and again. Now let me just go ahead and go to the create new user and create a new user. So I'm going to just give a name of like 1 or ID of 1, and let's just zoom in a bit so you got, you know what, that's it. I'm not going to zoom in. So the name is HuXn, and HuXn@gmail.com. HuXn12 would be fine. If I click on submit button, and here you can see user successfully created, and click on OK, and here you can see we are providing the payload of everything it requires right here. That's cool, but now we have to double check whether the user is created or not, and here you can see the user is indeed created right here. So we have the ID of 1, we have the name of HuXn. Let me just check the inside my browser. I'm gonna provide the ID of 1 right here, and now let me just fetch the user, and here you can see the name, and we also have to provide the age. If you want to provide the age, feel free to do that, but in my case I just forgot to do that. That's just a bug. Yeah, you can fix that, I know you can. So yeah, we don't have to like fix that again and again. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a user. Finally, or not finally, we gotta also update a specific user. So I'm gonna just duplicate that, and I'm gonna change that to 4. Let me just zoom in a bit. I'm gonna also change this one to 4 and update user right here, and I'm gonna also just comment this line out, save my file, and I'm gonna go ahead and create a separate component for that. So update user.jsx. So what I want to do is that first of all I'm going to use the use client right here, and I'm going to get a few things like import the button, and also the input field from where, from my Tailwind CSS, yeah, Tailwind CSS, and import the use state right here. And now let me just use my RAFCE, baby, and here what do we have to do? We just have to create a few states. So you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and grab my use state right here. So now let me just copy all of that and place it right here, because I don't want to waste more of your time. And I guess that's gonna be it. Inside the JSX, first of all, let me just remove that, and I'm gonna create a form once again. Or you know what, I don't want to recreate that form once again. So now let me just go ahead and copy this entire form. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy this entire form, and let's just place it right here. So we need first of all the user ID, then we need the name, we also need the email, we also need the password as well, and finally we have to just write update further. So update user right here. Let me just go back, save my file, and here you can see that because we did not use this component anywhere. Okay, so instead of writing a handle submit, you know what, I can change that to update submit, but that would be awful. I guess handle submit is totally okay. So I'm going to just create that handle submit right here. So const handle submit, we are going to be doing the asynchronous operation. So let's just use the event prevent default and execute that right here. Let's just check if the user did not specify the ID. So what do you want to do? We just want to write alert, and I'm going to just use like please provide a user ID or something like that. Yeah, I guess that would be it. And I'm going to just also return right here. Okay, and also let me just get the requested ID. So const requested ID or data, requested data would be fine, and it's going to be equals to the specific ID right here. So we don't want to specify anything else rather than just requested ID right here. So now let me just check if the user, if we have the name. So what do you want to do? We just want to get the requested ID or requested data, and we want to get a specific name, and we want to just change that to name right here. So now let me just duplicate that a few times. Like we have a name, then we have an email, then we have a password right here. So now let me just select that, and we are going to be changing that to email, and I'm going to also select both of them, like all of them, and change that to password as well. Now underneath this if statements, we are going to be using a try and catch blocks. For the catch blocks, we are going to be just console logging or even alerting the error. Okay, and also for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to get the response and await fetch that specific API users, and we want to provide the post method. Okay, so I'm going to use the not a post but put method. Yep, AI is totally correct. So let me just provide a headers, and in this case we are going to be also providing the content type, and it's going to be equals to application / JSON right here. Okay, and yeah, finally let's just provide for the body right here. So I'm going to provide a comma and body, and for the body, yep, exactly, we want to provide JSON and stringify, and here we want to just provide the requested data right which we are already grabbing right here. And now underneath this response, what do you want to do? We just want to check if response is okay. So what do you want to do? We just want to write alert and user information updated. So come on, successfully or fully would be fine like that. And I'm gonna also create a function in a few seconds which will be clear form right here. Okay, and now I'm gonna just use the else clause. For the else clause, we just want to get the data, and the data will be equals to await and response dot JSON, and here we just have to write like alert either data dot result, or we have to use like something, come on, something went wrong while updating, come on, wrong while updating user information. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that's it. I'm gonna also create this clear form function right here. So underneath this function, let's just create that clear form function. Const clear form is going to be equals to this function, and yep, we just have to do all of that. So set id is set to empty string, and also set name, email, and password, and all of them will be set to like empty strings right here. So now let me just save them. If I click on that, nothing's gonna happen. So now let me just go ahead, go to the top, let me just copy the update user right here, and let me just go to the accordion UI, remove them, and inside there we're going to be using our accordion, or not accordion, but our update user right here. Now let me just save that and refresh, and here let me just click on that. Let's suppose if you want to like update a specific user. So now let me just go ahead and go to my data. I want to update this quagmire right here, so I'm going to just specify the ID of 2 and Glenn Quagmire, I guess that's the name of that guy, one of my favorite characters. So quagmire at gmail.com right here. Let's just change that to lowercase, and I'm going to also provide this quagmire right here. Okay, now let me just click on update user, and user information successfully updated. Click on OK, and now here you can see all of their input field is now set to empty string. And now here you can see we are now getting the Glenn Quagmire, and everything is successfully working right here. So that was it about for updating the user. Now let me just create one for deleting the user. I'm gonna go ahead and provide 5 right here. So let's just select that and provide 5 and delete user right here, and this is going to be the final one. And I'm gonna also write delete user right here, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. I'm gonna leave it the way it is. So yeah, or you know what, let's just comment this line out, save our file. Now let me just create a separate component for that. Delete, come on, delete user.jsx. And now I'm gonna use first of all the use client, and now I'm gonna import a few things like button. Let me just grab them manually, and I'm gonna also get the input field from where, from my material tailwind CSS. I'm gonna import the use stat, and yep, that's it. Let's just use the RAFCE and delete the user, and that's cool. But the next thing which you want to do is that we want to get the ID. I mean, like, we want to set the ID and also set ID right here as the use stat, and we want to provide an empty string right here, and that's it. Now let me just provide a little bit of JSX right here. So first of all, I'm gonna go ahead and create a form, and let's just remove that, and I'm gonna provide my input field, remove that like so. For the label, we are going to be just writing label of user ID or something like that, and I'm going to also provide a type of totally text to it. And also for the placeholder, we are going to be just writing like user ID right here, and value will be set to totally ID. And I'm going to also provide the on change handler. So on change handler, we are going to be providing the event object and set ID, and here we just have to specify the event.target.value right here. So now if I save them, that's it. Okay, so now underneath this input field, what do you want to do? We just want to create a button, and we also want to provide a little bit of classes to it. So margin for the top will be set to 2 and the type will be set to totally submit. Okay, so for the label we are going to be just writing like delete user right here. So now let me just save that, and I'm going to be also creating a function right here. So on submit, whenever we submit this form, so we just want to create the handle submit function right here. So now let me just copy that, and here I'm going to just write cons. Oh my god, what the hell did I do? Let's just remove that, and cons handle submit, and we are going to be using the asyncness. Oh come on, async. Here we have to specify the event object and event prevent default, and now underneath this event prevent default we are going to be just checking if we did not provide any ID. So what do you want to do? We just want to alert to the user like please provide a user ID to delete the user right here. Okay, and I'm going to also return underneath this validation. We are going to be also checking for the try and catch blocks, and here for the catch block we are going to be using alert of error right here, and for the try block we are going to be first of all getting the response, and it will be now equals to await and fetch data, and we are going to be just writing like API users, and here we are going to be rendering our ID dynamically, so we have to specify their ID dynamically right here. So I'm going to just write ID, and inside that we are going to be using the method. Come on, what the hell am I doing? Let's just go back, and inside there we are going to be using the method of totally delete. There we go. And I'm gonna also, I'm not gonna provide any headers. What the hell? Okay, and now let's just check for the API response. So if the response is okay, so what do you want to show to the user? We just want to alert to the user like I don't know, user successfully deleted right here, and I'm going to also clear out the form, clear form, and execute them. And for the else block, what do you want to do? We just want to create a data and await response.json and alert just either data.result, or we just want to write like something went wrong while deleting the user right here. Okay, and now let me also create let me just copy that from here and put it underneath this function right here. Now let me just save them, and let's suppose if you want to delete a specific user, like first of all let's just use that right here. Come on, let me just copy them. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my accordion component and remove this text right here, put that delete user right here, and I'm gonna close that, provide my user delete user. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we have a user ID, and I forgot to remove that colon right here at the end. So now let's just save that, and that's looking cool. But let's suppose if you want to delete a specific user, like I don't know, maybe you want to delete HuXn right here. So I'm going to just specify 1 and click on delete user, and here you can see user successfully deleted. If I click on OK, and set name is not defined. Set name is not defined. What the hell are you talking about? The user is successfully deleted, but set name is not defined. What the hell? Oh, that's because we are providing a set name right here, and also the email. We don't even have to provide that. So I'm gonna just remove that right here. We don't even have to create this function. Let's just copy that and put it right here, and let me just remove that from here, and I guess now it will work. But now let's just remove yet another person, like for Mike would be fine. So I'm gonna just remove their Mike. Let's just provide 4, click on delete user, click on OK, and I don't know what that was, but yeah, the user is successfully deleted right here. So we have ID of 2 Glenn Quagmire, and we also have this Tony right here. So now let me just save that, and there we go. That was a lot of talking and a lot of stuff. So first of all, we are fetching all of the users from our database. We are also gonna fetch a specific user from our database. We can also create a user, we can also update a user, and we can also delete a specific user. And that was it, baby. Now next we are going to be creating a big project with a real world database, MongoDB, and yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. So see you in the next project. Alrighty, so now let's get into the final part of this course, which will be a NextAuth.js right here. So this is going to be the final part of this project, and we are going to be creating a lot more projects later, but not in this specific video, but in this specific playlist right here. Okay, so what in the world is NextAuth.js? As the name suggests, that it allows us to provide authentication for Next.js right here. Okay, so I'm going to just click on getting started right here. And what they're suggesting is that, first of all, let me just make that a bit bigger. First of all, we have to install this NextAuth inside our project. And then we have to create this specific folder like auth, and then we have to provide the catch all route of NextAuth.js. And this is the older way, so we are going to have to click on the guide. And here you can see we have to create the NextAuth folder, and inside there we are going to be creating either the route.ts. In our case, we are going to be using the route.js in this case right here. Okay, so it provides a lot of functionalities right here, which we are not going to be exploring. I mean, like, if you want me to make a video on that, so I can totally do that, but now in this specific video we are not going to be using any of them. But what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to the credentials. So where in the world is credential? Now let me just search for that. CRED. Okay, so here you can see we have these credentials right here. I'm going to click on that, and we are going to be just using this specific credential provider right here. Okay, so you can learn more about that. So the credential provider allow you to handle the sign-in with the arbitrary credentials right here, such as the username and password, domain or two-factor authentication, or hardware devices like YubiKey or something like that. So you can learn more about that if you wanted to. But basically what we are going to be doing is that we are going to be just creating this provider right here. Okay, so enough talking, and now let's get into it. So I'm going to just click on the getting started button, and now I'm going to just click on that. But before I do, I'm going to have to create a separate project folder right here because I want to show you everything from scratch. So now let me just make that a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. So now I'm currently inside a desktop, so I'm going to just write npx create, let me just make that a bit bigger, create dash next dash app right here at latest. Yep, I'm gonna just provide y to proceed, and it's gonna install a few dependencies right here. So what will be the name of my project? I'm gonna give a name of like NextAuth or something like that. I'm gonna hit enter. We are not gonna be using TypeScript. We are going to be using ESLint. We are going to be also using the Tailwind CSS as well. We are not going to be using the src, but we will use the app directory, and we're not going to be providing any aliases. So I'm going to just set that to no, hit enter right here, and it's going to start installing all of their dependencies for my NextAuth project. Alright, so Next.js is successfully installed. So the next thing which you have to do is that we have to install a few more packages which will help us build this project. So I'm going to first of all go ahead and go to the next and auth. I'm going to hit tab, and it will auto complete it for me. And I'm going to use first of all npm I to install a few dependencies like bcrypt, come on, bcrypt.js, not .js but just bcrypt, mongoose, and also the next auth as well. And we're going to be also working with the React Toastify, Toastify. I'm going to hit enter to install all of these dependencies into this project as well. I don't know why it looked like this, but all of the dependencies are now successfully installed. And I'm going to just write code in dots, so it will automatically open my VS Code right here. Let's just remove them, and now let's just start working with our project right here. Okay, let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just remove a few things. So you know what, before removing a few things, I'm going to go ahead and go to Mongoose. Come on, Mongoose, come on. If you guys don't know about what in the world is MongoDB and Mongoose, so you can check out my course on that, and you will learn every single thing about MongoDB and Mongoose. And trust me, it's not that much difficult thing to learn. I'm going to create my .env file, or specifically .env.local right here. Okay, and I'm going to first of all write Mongo URI, and it's going to be equal to this URI right here. Instead of writing this test, I'm going to just set that to HuXn DB right here. I already have a few databases right here, so I'm going to go ahead and go to this MongoDB, and this is the extension which I'm using right here inside of VS Code. If you don't want to use that, you can install the, I don't know, MongoDB, I don't know, there are a lot of tools to work with MongoDB right here. So right now I just forgot the name of them, so now let me just remove this HuXn database right here. So I'm going to just write HuXn DB to drop this database right here, and there we go. And also the HuXn shop will be also dropped, so I'm going to just write like HuXn shop and hit enter. So that database is also gone right here. Okay, so everything is successfully working. The next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to also create one next auth and URL right here, and next auth URL will be equals to http, and then local host, and local host will be set to 3000 right here. Okay, so this one is important, and also the next auth and secret will be also important, which we are going to be also using. So I'm going to just write like some random secret key right here, it doesn't matter what you put right here, but you have to provide something right there. So now let me just save that, and that's it. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a separate folder. I'm going to give a name of like config, and inside that we're going to be creating our database setup. So I'm going to just create a db.js file right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just grab my mongoose, come on, mongoose, from mongoose, and now let me just write const connect db, and it's going to be equal to the asynchronous function, and here we just have to write this function right here, and we just have to use our try and catch blocks. For the catch block, we're going to be using like console.error, and we just have to specify like I don't know, some error or something like that, and I'm going to also render my error dot message right here from the specific error, and I'm going to also use process.en, not env, but process.exit, and now let me just provide one, so it will exit out all of the things. And now I'm going to use my await, and here we just have to use mongoose dot connect method, and here we just have to use process.env and mongo URI right here. And when that successfully connects, so we're gonna have to just write like connected MongoDB right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and finally now let me just export this. So I'm going to use export default default connect db right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and there we go. So this is going to be it for the MongoDB setup, or the MongoDB connection, whatever you want to call that. Now let me just create a user model right here. Okay, so what in the world is a model? Now let me just say that, or models would be fine. Inside there I'm going to just write like user.js right here. Okay, so what is a model? As the name suggests, that it's going to be the model for our specific user, like how our user should look like right here. Okay, so here we just have to create a schema like how our user should look like. So we would just need the user email and also the user password. So first of all, let me just grab my, come on, import mongoose, if I can get the mongoose from mongoose, and I'm gonna also get the schema. We can just write them manually if you wanted to, but I want to get that from mongoose as well, just to clean out every single thing. So now let me just write like a user schema, and it's going to be equal to the new schema right here. And now let me just close that, and inside there we're going to be defining our user something like this. So the user is going to take the email, and the email type will be now set to string, and it should be also required as well. Okay, and now let me just duplicate that and change that to password, and the type will be set to string, that's correct, and the required will be set to false. Yeah, I guess that would be it. So now let me just provide a timestamps as well. So I'm going to just use like timestamps, and now let me just set that to true. I know some people will say like, HuXn, it should be true, but if you want to provide like some sort of a GitHub authentication, or I don't know, Google authentication, so for that initially you have to set your password to false right here, then you will be able to work with this. So that's other story. If you want to learn about that, so you can watch I don't know, YouTube video or something like that. But if you want me to make a video on that, so I'm gonna also make a video on that if you want me to. Okay, so now let me just create a schema or model right here. So now let me just create a user and mongoose dot model. First of all, we are going to be checking our models. If we already have our model, so then just use that. If you don't have the model, so we just have to create separate mongoose model right here. So I'm going to just write model. I'm going to give a name of like user, and inside there we're going to be also providing our schema, which we just created like user schema. Oh my god, why it's not giving us the autocomplete? User schema, there we go. Now underneath that we just have to export our schema, so I'm going to just use like export default and our user right here. Okay, so now let me just save them, and yep, that's going to be it for the user right here. That's amazing. The next thing which I want to do is that I want to create a session provider right here. Okay, so now let me just create that very quickly. So I'm going to just create a folder, give a name of like util or utils. You know, util will be fine because we just only want to create a session provider. So let me just write like session, come on, session and inside this session provider we just have to create our auth provider right here. Okay, so we are going to be getting the session provider, so for that we have to make it like a client component right here. So now I'm going to just import the session provider, session provider. If you can give us the autocomplete, it's not. So session provider from where? From the Next.js. And let's just go to the auth, and also specifically you want to go to the React right here. Okay, so I wanted to double check. So session and provider, and I'm gonna hit enter, and there we go. And now let me just create my auth. So I'm gonna just write like auth provider, and we are going to be wrapping our entire application on this auth provider right here. So that's why we are creating that separately. Okay, so yeah, Now let me just return my session provider, and we don't want that. Now let me just close that right here, and AI is completing all of that for me, but thank you so much AI. Now let me just use export default, come on, default and auth provider, auth provider, there we go. So now let me just save that, and this is how we are going to be creating our auth provider right here. We don't have to do nothing, but we just have to import our session provider from the NextAuth, and we are going to be just creating our own provider right here, or a custom provider, or whatever you want to call that. Okay, so that's that. And now let me just go ahead and use this session provider right here. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my app, then I'm gonna go to my layout right here, and here we have a lot of things. So now let me just go back. The first thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna grab a few things, but you know what, I'm gonna leave that a bit later. But first of all, let me just grab my get server session from the NextAuth. So I'm gonna just write like get server session from my NextAuth, and I'm gonna also grab my session provider as well, which we just created right here. We are not going to be grabbing that from the NextAuth. Let me just remove them, and we don't need these curly braces right here, and we are going to be grabbing that from our util folder, and then we are going to be using our session provider right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just create my session right here. So I'm going to just create an instance of that. I'm going to create like const session, and it's going to be equal to event and get server session right here. And now let's just execute that right here. Okay, so that's that. Now underneath this one, oh, it should be asynchronous function. So now let me just provide the async right here. I'm going to wrap every single thing or all of these children inside the session provider right here. Okay, so this is what we need. So I'm going to just remove this component, and now let me just replace that with this children right here. We're going to be also using our navigation or navbar right here, but we're going to do that in a few seconds. Now let me just open my terminal. Let me just set that to the right here. Come on, like so. Let me go back so you guys can see everything a bit better, and I'm going to just use my npm run dev right here. And this is how currently things looks like. So I'm going to just disable the dark mode right here, remove that, and also remove, or you know, we are going to leave that right here. And the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to create my navbar component right here. So now let me just create a separate components folder. Come on, components, and inside that we're going to be creating a navbar component. So navbar.jsx right here. Now let me just use the RAFCE, but I'm going to also make it so that it's going to be the use client, like a client component. So now underneath that, we're going to be also grabbing the link component, and also we would need a few things from where, from our NextAuth right here. And now you want to get that from the React.js. So what do you need? We need the sign out, and we also need the use session right here as well. We're going to use that in a few seconds, but we're not going to be using it right away. So now let me just create let me just grab my data, and I'm going to give a name of like session, and it's going to be equals to the use session right here, and execute that. Okay, so now inside there we're going to be writing a lot of JSX. So now let me just rename that to nav right here, and I'm going to also provide a few classes to it like bg of totally black, and also it should be fixed as well. And padding, I'm going to give him like 4 pixel all around right here, and I'm going to make it like container, and also margin for the x-axis will be set to auto. And now inside there we are going to be creating a UL. The first class will be flex, and justify will be set to between, and I'm going to also provide the height of screen like totally full, and flex will be set to column. Now inside there we're going to be creating just a div. You can give any class you want, but in my case I just give a name of like class of 1. Now let me just create a li right here, and I'm going to give margin for the x-axis will be set to 4, and margin for the top will be set to 5 right here. And inside there we're going to be just creating our link, and it should go to, first of all, the home screen right here. And I'm going to also provide a few classes to it. So like text will be set to totally white, and also the font will be set to bold. And I'm going to set that to home right here. And now let me just save that, and let's just check this out. But we got to use this navbar somewhere, then it will give us our screen right here. Anyways, so that's that. I'm going to duplicate this li right here, and I'm going to just change this href right here to dashboard, which we did not create, not right now. So dashboard, there we go. And everything else should be cool. So dashboard right here. Okay, so yeah, now let me just save them. And underneath this div, what I want to do, I want to just create a separate right here, because here we are going to be doing a bit of magic, but we're not going to be doing that right away. Okay, so now let me just create a div with the class of auth, and inside there we are going to be also creating my React fragment right here. And now let me just create my li, or you know what, let me just grab this li right here. Let me just copy this li and place it right here. and I guess everything else should be cool, but I'm gonna just change that to login right here, and this one should be uppercase login. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Now let me just duplicate that once again, this align, duplicate that once again, and change that to the register right here. So let's just change that to register. There we go, and this should be a lowercase r. Okay, so that's that, and I'm gonna also provide the margin for the top of some arbitrary value, or you know what, in this case we're not going to be providing the margin top but margin bottom of some arbitrary value like 2 rems would be fine. I'm gonna just save this file, and now I'm gonna have to use this navbar component somewhere so that we can see the result of that. So now let me just copy that, and we already exported that right here, and I'm gonna just use it right here inside this body. I'm gonna provide my navbar, and now let me just close that and hit enter, so it will just auto complete it for me. Now let me just save that and refresh, and yeah, NextAuth use session must be wrapped in the session provider component right here. And yep, my bad, I'm gonna cut the navbar from here, and I'm gonna hit enter right here. Let me just hit enter right here, come on, like so, and I'm gonna place my navbar right here, and now let me just save that and refresh, and here you can see we are now getting our home, and we are also getting the dashboard right here. Let me just make that smaller, and here you can see we are now getting the login and also the register as well. Okay, so yeah, everything is working successfully. Now the first thing which you have to take care of the register screen, but we're going to take care of that in a few seconds. But first of all, we have to create an API for that. So I'm going to just create an API. Come on, oh my god, API. And inside this API folder, we are going to be creating one separate folder for the register. So register, and we want to create a separate file like route.js inside that register right here. Okay, and here what do you have to do? First of all, we have to grab our model user right here from that models right here. And the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to grab our connection to our MongoDB database, and I'm going to also grab my bcrypt or you know, we don't have to specify the .js at the end. So now let me just provide a bcrypt right here, and we also need the next response right here, and there we go. Let me just go back, and underneath there, first of all, we are going to be creating our function like not async but const post, and it's going to be equal to the async function, and it's going to take the request right here, request. And now here, what do you want to do? We just want to grab a few things from the user, like a username, the email, and also the password, and also the confirm password as well. And it should be in uppercase P right here. And it's going to be coming from await and then request.json right here, which means like from the user. Okay, so now let's just provide a little bit of our validation. So if the user did not specify the password, or the user password does not equal to the confirm confirm password which we are specifying from the user, so what do you want to do? We just want to return like a new next response right here, or you know what, we don't have to specify new, we just have to provide return and next response. Inside there we're going to be using json.stringify, and here inside there we're going to be specifying the error, and here passwords 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 do not match, baby. You gotta do something about that. And I'm gonna also specify the status code of 400 right here, so which means like error. Now underneath this if and else statement, what do you want to do? We just want to connect to our DB, so await and then connect DB, which we are already grabbing. So this line of code will allows us to connect to our database. And now let me just check for the existing user. So now const exist user, there we go, and await, and now let me just use user and find one, and this find one is a mongoose method which will allows us to find only one thing. So in this case we are specifying the email, so which we are already grabbing from the user right here. We are now providing their email right here, so it's gonna first of all check that. So now let's just check if you have the existing user. So what do you want to do? We just want to return next response, and I'm gonna just specify, oh, you know what, in this case we have to use the new right here, because we are not even providing the JSON or anything like that, so we have to use the new. And I'm going to also use the new result keyword as well. So I'm going to just use like json.stringify, and inside there we're going to be specifying some sort of an error, and I'm going to say like user already exists. Okay, and you know what, I'm going to also specify the status code of 400 right here, so which means like error. So I guess that was it about for the validation. Now let me just hash my password right here. we are not going to be sending just a regular password. We first of all have to provide some sort of a salt to our password. Then we are going to be sending, or then we are going to be saving that specific password right here. So I'm going to just use like const hashed password right here, and it's going to be equal to this bcrypt.hash, and this hash is a method which this bcrypt is giving us. This bcrypt package is giving us this hash method, and first of all we have to specify some sort of a thing. In this case we want to provide the password right here, and so we are now providing a password. So what it will do to our password, it's going to add a lot of gibberish right here. So in this case we are providing 10, so it's going to add 10 gibberish word right here. So let's suppose if our password is like Alex, so it's going to make it like this. I don't know. And it's going to make it like here it's going to be Alex A, and then here we would have L, and then we will also have X and something like that. So it's going to add 10 salt right here. Okay, so now let me just remove that. And the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to just create a new user. So I'm going to just use like const new user, and it's going to be equals to the new user right here. And here we just have to specify first of all the username. I'm going to also provide the email and also the password as well, but the password should not be just a regular password which the user is giving us right here. So the password will not be this one. The password should be this hash password right here. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, and the password should be that hash password right here. So now for the catch block we just have to return new and next response, and here we have to specify the error which we are getting right here, and the status code will be 500 right here in this case. And for the try block we are going to be using await and new user, and let's just save that into our database right here. And for the response we are going to be showing this response to our user like next response. And now let me just provide some sort of response like user is, or user successfully registered, or something like that. And I'm gonna also, oh my god, what the hell did I do? Okay, so I'm gonna also specify the status code, and the status code will be set to 201, which means like created right here. I'm gonna save this file, and finally let's just export, or we are already exporting that right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be registering our user right here. So we provide a little bit of validation right here, but you can provide like more than that. But you can provide a lot more validation than that. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just go ahead and implement the UI for that. So I'm gonna go back from this API folder, and I'm gonna create a separate folder, give a name of like what do we call a register right here, because currently we are registering our user. And I'm gonna provide my page.js right here because currently we are working with the UI, so it's gonna be a use client right here. And I'm gonna write an RAFCE register. Okay, so if I just save my file, and now let me just click on register right here, which you can see at the bottom. I'm going to click on that, and it's going to bring us to that register page right here, but I don't know why it's broken or something like that. And we cannot see the register because it is hidden underneath that navigation right here. So yeah, so what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and go to the globals, and let's just remove all of that styling from here. Let's just remove them, and here you can see we're now getting our navigation. And if I click on the login, it's gonna give us a 404 page because currently we don't have any login screen. But if I click on the register, it's gonna bring us to this cool page, but the register text is hidden underneath this navigation right here, so that's why we cannot see there. So now let me just create this register component. So we are gonna need a lot of things to grab first of all. So we are gonna first of all grab the useRouter. From where? From the next, not the router, but from the navigation as well. And we are going to also need the use effect as well, and we are going to also need the use session, SESSION, if I can get that from the NextAuth and React.js. And also we are going to need the link, and I'm going to also grab the toast. And by the way, I already installed the toast, but I did not make a setup for the toast, did I? Yep, I did not. So now let me just create a setup for the toast. So I'm going to create my toast file inside this component right here. I'm going to give a name of like react and toast.js right here, and it's going to be a use client component. And now let me just grab first of all the toast container, and I'm going to also get this link right here, which is a CSS link. I don't remember the name of that, so now let me just go ahead, not mongoose, react toastify right here, or react toast, whatever you want to call that. Let's just go there, and I'm gonna just grab, oh my god, the screen is totally broken. Let's just refresh that, toastify, and here you can see we have this, oh not, come on, we have just a Toastify. We need a React Toastify right here. I just need that specific link. What the hell, man? And this page is totally broken. I don't know why. God damn. Let's just copy there. CSS link would be fine. I don't know why this page is broken right now, but yeah, it is. So I'm gonna have to just, okay, there we go. So I'm gonna just provide this link right here. Let's just copy them, and now let me just place that right here. Okay, let's just provide that right here. I'm gonna create a function given name of like React Toast, or you know what, lowercase React and Toast right here. You can give any name you want. So React Toast, and now let me just return some div right here. And inside this div, we are going to be just rendering our toast container right here. Now let me just use export default of the React Toast right here. Now let me just save that, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my layout right here. First of all, let me just grab my React Toast. From where? From, let's just go ahead and go to, I don't know, components folder, and inside there we have this React Toast right here. Now let me just copy them. I'm gonna go ahead and underneath this children's, we are going to be placing this React Toast right here. So now we will be successfully able to use this React Toast right here. So I'm gonna just grab my toast from where? From my React Toastify. There we go. Now let me just create an instance for my router as well. So I'm gonna use a router, and it's gonna be equals to the useRouter. And now let's just execute them, and I'm gonna also get the data. Let's just rename that to session, and I'm gonna also get the status, and it's going to be equal to the session SESSION and status right here. And we're going to get this data from the use session right here and execute them. And here, what do we have to do? We have to provide a layer of check right here. So we're going to be doing that check inside a use effect. So we are not going to be doing a lot, but we are going to be just checking if the session status code, if the session status is equal to authenticated. So we just want to push the user to the dashboard page. So dashboard right here. For the dependencies array, we are going to be providing the session status, and I'm going to also specify the router itself. Okay, so that's them. And now let me just write a lot of JSX right here, but before I do, I'm going to have to check the status first of all, or the session status to be precise. If we have the session status, and if that's not equal to authenticated, so then we have to use, or then we have to provide this content right here. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to like navigate our user to some login page or something like that. So let me just create a div with a class of minimum height of screen, and also the background will be set to totally gray of 100, and I'm going to also provide a flex will be flex, and I'm going to also specify the items to center, and justify will be set to center. And inside there we're going to be creating one more div. The background will be set to totally white, the padding all around will be set to add, and I'm going to also provide the rounded and shadow medium. I'm going to provide a width of, I don't know, 96 would be fine. Let me just use the H2. Text will be set to 2 extra large, and the font will be set to semi bold, and I'm going to also provide margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and I'm going to just set that to register, register. And now let me just save them, and let's just check it out. And here you can see we are now getting our register right here because we did not authenticate it. So our session status is not equal to authenticated, so that's why we are now getting this content right here. Okay, so everything is working totally fine. Now let me just create my form, and I'm not going to be providing any action to it, but I am going to be providing my event handler right here. So now let me just create a div with a class of margin bottom of 4, and inside there we're going to be providing a label, and for the label we are going to be providing something. But first of all, let me just provide a class name of margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and I'm going to just say like I don't know, instead of providing a label, let's just remove that label, and I'm going to just change that to div. And inside that div we are going to be creating a label. Let's just remove this HTML4, or you know what, let me provide this HTML4 of username, and I'm going to also specify the class name of totally block, and text will be set to totally gray of 700 right here, and text will be set to totally small, and font will be set to bold. I'm going to also specify margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and username right here. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting our username right here, and that's looking amazing. Now let me just create my input. So input, the type will be set to text, and I'm going to also specify the ID of username, and also the name will be set to username. Come on. And also the class name will be set to width will be set to full, and I'm going to provide a padding for all around will be set to 2, and border, come on, border will be set to totally gray and totally rounded right here. Okay, so that's then. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we are getting our input box right here. That's also looking amazing. Now let's just duplicate that stuff a few times. So here you can see we have this div. I'm going to duplicate this div for first of all the email. I'm going to also duplicate it for the password, and yeah, I guess that would be it. But you know what, let's just duplicate that once again for the confirm password as well. So now let me just go to the top. So this one is going to be for the username, and this one is going to be for the email right here. So let's just change that to email, and let's just change this one to email as well. I mean like capital E, and I'm going to also change that to email as well. ID will be, and also the type will be set to email because we also have this default type of email as well. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we have an email. Let's just provide one for the password and also for the confirm password as well. I'm going to change that to password right here. Let's just make it uppercase P, and also I'm going to change that to password as well, and the text will be also password itself. Okay, and I'm going to also change that to confirm password, or you know what, password confirm would be fine. And for the level, I'm going to cut that from here. Let me just put it right here, make it uppercase or camel case, whatever you want to call that. And for the input, we are going to be also writing the password confirm right here. Okay, so yeah, that's also amazing. Now underneath this div, what do I want to do? I want to create one more div right here. So let's just create one more div, and inside this div I'm going to create a button, and the type will be set to submit. And let me just provide a few class names, like I don't know, margin for the bottom will be set to 5, width will be set to totally full, and BG will be set to totally blue, and 500 right here. And I'm going to provide a text of totally white to it. Padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, totally rounded, and for the hover state you want to just change the background color of blue to 600 instead of 500 right here. And that's it. I'm going to also provide a register right here. Okay, so now let me just save them. And here you can see we are now providing a register, and everything is okay. So yeah, you know what, underneath this div I'm going to also provide one span right here. And if the user already have the account, so let's just provide already have an account, so you can just log in or sign in, whatever you want to call that. So let's just create a link, and inside this link, what do I want to do? First of all, I'm going to go ahead and go to provide a class name of text totally center, and I'm going to also provide text of totally blue of 500. And also for the hover state we are going to be using underline, and margin for top will be set to 2. Let me just provide the href as well, the href attribute as well, and I'm going to go ahead and provide a login to it, and login or login login, come on, log in, or you know what, login would be fine. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we have this login button. If I click on that, it's going to brings us to this login page, which we already don't have. Let me just click on this register, and there we go. This is the UI, but now I'm going to also provide my own submit handler on that form right here. On submit, when this form is submit, so what do you want to do? We just want to write handle submit right here, and now let's just create that. I'm going to copy that right here, and underneath this use effect, let's just create that right here. So we have handle submit, and let's just use our asynchronous event object, and inside there we are going to be using first of all the event prevent default right here. And also I'm going to provide first of all the username, and it's going to be coming from the e.target, and we are going to be getting the first target video right here. Now let me just duplicate that a few times. We would also need the email as well, and we would also need the password and also the confirm password as well. So this is going to be set to 1, it's going to be set to 2, and it's going to be set to 3 right here. Amazing. Yeah, I'm amazing. Okay, so now let's just provide a little bit of validation to it. So for if the user did not specify the username, or if the user did not specify the email, or if the user did not specify the password, or if the user did not specify the confirm password right here. So we are going to be throwing a toast to the user like, bro, all of the input fields should be filled, so please fill all the input fields right here, and I'm gonna just return. And if that's not the case, so let's just check if the user password is not equal to, come on, not equal to the confirmed password. So what do you want to do? We just want to throw out one more toast, and it's gonna say like password do not match, and let's just return that. And if that's not the case and everything went successful, so then we have to just write toast and error for the catch block, and let's just provide our error right here if everything went successful. So we just have to first of all grab the response, and we are going to be using await and fetch that response from this specific API, and we want to go to register right here. Okay, and here we also have to specify the method. So we are going to be using the method of post, because here in this case we are posting the data, and I guess that's going to be it. So we are going to be also providing the header. The content type will be set to application JSON, and we're going to be sending username, email, and also the password itself. Okay, we don't need their duplication, so let's just remove all of their duplicate stuff. Let's just remove that. We're going to be also removing their email, and I'm going to also remove that. Let me provide my comma here and also here as well. Let's just save that baby. But we got some sort of error right here, and we have to close that right here. There we go. So underneath there, when we send our data, we're going to be also checking for the response status. So if the response status is set to 400, so we're going to be also throwing some sort of a toast. So toast.error, and this email is already registered right here. And now let's just, or we're not going to be providing the return statement for that. And now let's just check if the response status status is equal to 201. So then we have to just create that then we have to just use the router.push, and we have to push our user to a login page. So I'm going to use the login right here, and yeah, I guess that would be it. Okay, so final thing which I want to do is that underneath this input field, or underneath this function to be precise right here, I'm going to provide a little bit of validation, like one validation right here. If the session status, if you have the session status is equal to loading, so what do you want to do? We just want to provide some sort of a loader. So in this case, I'm going to just say like loading ... Okay, so we don't have to do nothing else, but we just have to provide this loading ... right here. You can create a separate component and render that right here, but I guess that's not going to be the case. So finger crossed and the moment of truth. Now let me just go ahead and refresh that, and here you can see we don't have any HuXn DB right here. Let me just make that a bit bigger. Here you can see we don't have any HuXn DB. And now let's just provide some sort of a name, like I don't know. First of all, let me just create myself HuXn@gmail.com, and also HuXn12 would be fine. HuXn12 would be fine, but we also have to change that to password input field as well. Let me just go ahead and change that to password as well. Not this one, but this one, password. There we go. Let's just save that, and here you can see that's gone. Now let me just click on this register button, and we should be getting that toast right here. Are we getting that toast? Let's just right click on there, and we are now getting some sort of error right here. Let me just click on the console, and we have to refresh that, by the way. And I guess we also have to refresh that because we did a lot of changes right here. Okay, so I'm going to refresh that in a few seconds, but let's just try to create myself HuXn, HuXn in uppercase, and HuXn@gmail.com, HuXn12, HuXn12 right here. Now let me just click on this register button, and nothing is happening. Let's just go ahead and go to that register button, and okay, it's created right here, but we are not getting the toast. Let me just try to refresh that once again. Oh no, it's not created. I figured out the solution for both of these problems. It took me a lot of time to figure it out, but finally I did. The first thing which I'm making mistake is I'm not providing this confirm password right here. I'm gonna have to provide this confirm password. And the next thing which I'm making mistake is inside this route, I'm providing this confirm password right here, and here I'm making a typo right here. So let me just show you that. So here you can see confirm right here. Okay, so now let me just place that right here. Or you know what, let me just select that, hit Control D, hit Control D, Control D one more time, and now let me just replace that with this new one right here, which is confirm password. So now let me just save that, and I'm gonna also log both of their passwords to the console. So I'm gonna use like console.log, come on, console.log of password, and I'm gonna also duplicate that and confirm password as well. So let's just copy them, and I made a typo here as well. So now let me just start my server by using npm run dev, and it's gonna start my server right here. And here you can see we are now getting this form right here. So I'm gonna just specify HuXn, and also my email, and the password I'm going to provide HuXn12 and HuXn12 right here. I'm going to click on register one more time, and it should be registered, and here you can see we are now getting that register pop-up box right here, and it's gonna brings us to this login page which we did not create it right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting HuXn12 and HuXn12, and we are also getting this message like connected MongoDB right here. Everything is successfully working, and now let me just go ahead and go to my MongoDB, and now let me just refresh that, and here you can see we are now getting this HuXnDB right here. If I click on that, here you can see we have a users. If I open that, and here you can see this is our password, this is our email, and also, yeah, I guess that would be it. So here you can see here is our password. I mean, like, here is our email and here is our password right here, which means like we are now successfully registering the user. Next, we also have to take care of this login screen right here. So as they are suggesting inside this documentation, so now let me just go ahead, and as they're suggesting is that we first of all have to create this pages for, oh, you know, that's the old documentation which I currently have. That's not the one I want. I'm gonna go back from there, and let me just click on that credentials. Let me just go ahead and go to this provider. Then I'm going to select my credentials right here, and inside these credentials I'm gonna select this new guide right here, which they were suggesting, but I don't know where in the hell that is. Guide. And now let me just hit enter one more time. Come on. They are now suggesting is that first of all we have to create a pages, and we have to go ahead and create this file. We don't have to create this file, we have to create a folder. Anyways, I just lost that. So now let me just write a code for that. You don't even have to go ahead and go to documentation and stuff like that. So what I want to do is that inside this API folder, I'm going to right click on that and create a folder, and I'm going to create first of all the auth folder, and inside this folder we are going to be creating one more folder, and which will look something like this. So first of all I'm going to provide this bracket, then dot dot dot, then next auth, and then let's just close that right here, and inside there we're going to be also creating our route.js, and there we go. Okay, so now we are currently working inside this route right here, which is this NextAuth right here. Okay, so now what I want to do first of all is that I'm going to get my NextAuth from NextAuth, and I'm going to also get the credential provider as well, which we are using right here, or we have that right here, this credential provider. So let's just copy that. I'm going to copy that from here. Let me just place that right. I'm going to also get my bcrypt library right here, so I'm going to use like bcrypt, bcrypt from bcrypt.js right here. Let me just zoom in a bit, and also let me just get the users as well, and I'm going to also get the connect db as well. Okay, so these are all the things that we currently need, and now let's just create our auth option right here. So now let me just export that right away. So I'm going to use export const auth options, optio, and there we go. Inside there we're going to be specifying these providers, and providers, we have a lot of providers right here. Okay, so we can specify the provider for the GitHub, for the Twitter, and for Instagram right here. We have a lot of them, but in this specific one we are just interested in this credential provider, so I'm gonna just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, and I'm gonna close that like so. And inside there what I want to do is that I'm gonna go ahead and inside there we're going to be specifying first of all the ID. In this case I'm going to provide this same ID right here, which is credentials. I'm going to copy that and place it right here, and I'm going to make it lowercase, and I'm going to also provide a comma, and the name I'm going to also give the name of like credentials as well. Okay, so let me just make that lowercase as well. Well, you know, this one be uppercase, it doesn't really matter, but I'm going to just make it uppercase. And now let's just specify our credentials right here. Okay, so it's going to be in lowercase. So now here we have to specify different kind of credentials right here. So I'm going to specify the email. For the email we just have to write a label, and we are going to just writing the label of email, and I'm going to also specify the type of text right here. Now let me just duplicate them one more time, and I am going to change the label to password in this case, and it's going to be also set to password if I can select that, and I'm going to provide password right here in uppercase, and this one will be in lowercase right here. Underneath both of them, let me just go back. Underneath both of them we are going to be creating our authorize function right here. Are they creating the okay, there we go. So we are going to be also creating this authorize function right here. So you know, I'm not gonna copy that because I know a lot of you will say like, oh, then you are just copying stuff from the documentation, you don't have to do that. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Let me just provide their credentials from there and put it right here, and inside there what I want to do, I'm gonna first of all connect to my database. So connect db, And also let's just execute that right here. And I'm going to use my try and catch blocks. And inside this try catch block, what I want to do is that for the catch block, I'm going to provide a throw new error, and I'm going to just specify the error right here, which we are currently getting. Okay, for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to first of all get a user, so I'm going to use like const user await and user dot find one, and this is the mongoose method which allows us to just find one thing. So I'm going to specify credentials dot email right here, and we're going to be just checking a user based on the specific email right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just save this file. And underneath this user, what do we have to do? We have to provide a little bit of validation right here. If we have the user, so what do you want to do? So we just want to check for the correct password. So I'm going to write like const is password correct, and we are going to be using await and bcrypt package, which we are already installed right here. And now I'm going to use the compare method inside them, and this compare method is coming from this bcrypt library, which will just compare our previous password and also the new one as well. Okay, so yeah, now I'm going to just specify the credentials dot password, come on, password, and I'm going to also specify the user password right here. I'm going to save this file underneath this correct password, and also inside this if statement we are going to be creating one more statement right here. So we are going to be also checking for is correct password. So if the password is correct, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to return the user right here. But if that's not the case, so we already provide this throw new error right here, and I guess that should do it. Okay, so yeah, now underneath this array, what do you want to do? We just want to provide our callbacks right here. So callbacks, and here we are going to be providing different kind of callbacks. So are they providing a callbacks right here? Let me just search for that. Sign in callback and log out callback, and all of them right here. So in this case, we are going to be also creating similar sign in like this one, but not entirely the same like this one. So now let me just create that. Okay, so we are going to be using the async function, and I'm going to just write like sign in, and we are going to be providing the user and also the account as well. Now inside that, I'm going to be checking for the account if we already have the account. So we are going to be just checking for the providers, and if the providers is equal to the credentials, but not triple equal to, but double equal to the credentials. So what do you want to do? We just want to return true right here, and that's it. Okay, so finally let's just export all of the things which we currently created right here. So I'm going to just export first of all const handler, and it's going to be equal to the next, and I'm going to also specify the auth options right here. Underneath that, we're going to be also exporting the handler as get method, and also handler as, come on, handler, oh my god, as post method right here. There we go. So this is how we are going to be creating the backend functionality for what do we call it, for this API right here. Okay, so we are not doing anything else, but we are using this built-in credential, credential provided method right here. And if you go ahead and go to some other one, like there is a lot of them, like if you want to check for a GitHub, so you can go ahead and click on the GitHub right here, and you can just provide this GitHub, and you can literally copy that. You can just register this GitHub ID and also this GitHub secret inside your .env file, and that's it. Okay, so I'm not going to go into that much detail. If you want me to go into that much detail, so feel free to comment, and I'm going to do my best to make a separate course on this NextAuth right here. Anyway, so that's all of the content. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just create a front end for that. Okay, so let's just close that. And inside this app folder, we are going to be creating one more file, or folder to be precise. I'm going to give a name of like login, and inside there we're going to be also creating our page.js right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to make it a use client component right here, and I'm going to import first of all the link. I'm going to also import the useRouter. Come on, useRouter from not the router but from the navigation, and I'm going to also get the use effect right here, and we're going to also import a few things from where, from the next auth. Come on, not like this, but we gotta go into the next auth, and then we have to go into the React right here, and we are going to be importing a few things like sign in, and also the use session as well. Come on, not this one, use SESSION. Yep, there we go. And I'm gonna also grab my toast. So toast from where, from the React toastify right here. There we go. I'm gonna go back, and now let me just write RAFCE, and I'm gonna give a name of like login. You can give any name you want, and there we go. So now let's just try to use them. So I'm gonna first of all create my router, and it's gonna be equals to the use router. I'm gonna also provide I'm gonna also destructure the data as a session, and also I'm gonna get the status and session status right here, and it's gonna be coming from the use session right here. and now let's just execute that. For the use effect, let me just find a use effect right here. We are going to be checking the same, like if the authentication is equal to, like if the session status is equal to authenticated. So then we just want to push our user to this dashboard right here. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to also provide a dependency array of session status right here, and also the router itself. Okay, so that's then. Now I'm gonna just create a lot of JSX right here. But before I create that JSX, first of all, let me just check if we have the session status is not equal to the authenticated. Yeah, this one right here. If the session is not authenticated, then we have to print this content right here. Otherwise, we don't have to print nothing at all. So I'm gonna just write main height will be set to screen, not like that, but screen. And I'm gonna also provide a background of totally gray, 100 right here. Flex and items will be set to center. Justify will be set to center as well. And now inside there, we're going to be creating that same BG white right here. Padding will be all around set to 8, totally rounded, and also shadow will be set to medium, and width will be set to 96. Inside there, we're going to be creating H2, and I'm going to provide a text of 2XL, and also the font will be semi-bold. And also I'm going to provide the shadow SHADOW of medium, and I'm going to also provide a width of 96 in this case. And I'm going to just provide a login. Let's just save that. Let me check it out right here, and guess what, the default export is not anyways, that's gone. And here you can see we are providing this login, but that's out of this box right here. I don't know why, but that's out of this box right here. Why in the hell am I providing the width right here? And also that shadow, we don't have to provide that. Let's just remove that from here, save my file, and that's looking cool. Anyway, so now underneath that, what do we have to do? We are going to be doing a few things. First of all, we are going to be creating the form. If I can create that today. And let's just remove that action. And also inside there, we're going to be creating, first of all, div with the class of margin bottom of 4, and inside there we're going to be also providing the label for the HTML4. I'm going to provide the email, and also I'm going to also provide a lot of clauses right here, like block, and text will be set to gray of 700, and also text will be totally small, font will be set to bold, and also margin for the bottom will be set to 2 right here. Okay, so inside there we're going to be also providing the email, and underneath this email, underneath this label, what do we have to do? We just have to provide our input field right here, and the type will be set to email as well. I'm going to also specify the ID of email as well, and yeah, name will be also set to email. And also I'm going to provide the class names of like width will be set to totally full, and also padding will be set to 2, border, and also border will be set to totally gray of 300, and also totally rounded. So now let me just save that. And this is how it looks like right here. So we have this email field, and that's looking amazing. So now I'm going to just duplicate this div a few times right here. So we have div for the email, we have for the password, and yeah, I guess that would be it. So now let's just change a few things. So instead of writing an email, I'm going to change that to password, and password here as well. And I'm going to also change these stuff to password as well. So now let me just save that. And here you can see we have one for the password and one for the email right here. Amazing. So now underneath this div, I'm going to be creating yet another div, and inside that div, we are going to be creating one button with the type of, if I can write it today, what the hell is wrong with my IDE today? So I'm going to just change that to submit. And also let me just provide a lot of class name of margin bottom of 5, and also width will be set to totally full, background will be set to totally blue of 500, and text will be set to totally white, and padding for the y-axis will be 2, and totally rounded once somebody hover over it. So what do you want to do? We just want to change the background color of that to totally blue of 600, and inside this button we are going to be just writing login. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we have this login button right here, which is looking supremely awesome. So now underneath this div, what do you want to do? I'm going to just create a span, and I'm going to write like don't have an account. And yeah, if you don't have the account, you should create one. So I'm going to just write a link, and inside this link, first of all, the link will go to the register page right here, and I'm going to also specify the class name, class names of text totally center, and also text will be set to totally blue of 500 right, 500 right here. And when somebody hover over it, so we just want to provide the underline, and also margin for top will be set to 2 right here. register. Now let me just save them, and here you can see we have this UI right here. Okay, so everything is a-okay, and everything is looking totally beautiful, but now we have to create that handler right here. So I'm going to provide that handler first of all. I'm going to just provide the on submit when somebody submit this form, like then we have to just create this on submit handler right here. Okay, so now let me just copy that, and here I'm going to create that on submit handler right here. Okay, so I'm going to provide the async, provide the event object, and inside there we're going to be providing the prevent default right here, EFAULT, I guess that's correct. So I'm going to also get the email, and we are going to be getting the email from the e.target, and we are going to be getting that from the first input field right here. Let's just duplicate that, change that to password. I'm going to set that to 1, and there we go. So now let's just provide a little bit of validation right here. So if the user did not specify either the email or the user did not specify the password, so what do you want to do? You just want to show some sort of a toast to the user like error, and please fill all the input fields. There we go, FIELDS. And yeah, I guess that would be it. And now underneath there we are going to be creating, or we are going to be fetching that data right here. Okay, so I really want to just use that. Let me just use that. Okay, so yeah, we just have to first of all go ahead. Oh, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. So now let me just write const res, and it's going to be equals to await and sign in, which we are already grabbing right here. And here we have to specify that credentials, CREDIENTALS. Let me make sure the spelling is correct because we have to specify these credentials right here. So I'm going to copy that and place it right here, and here you can see that spelling was totally wrong. Okay, so now I'm going to just specify the comma, and inside there we're going to be just redirecting the user to nowhere. So by default it will redirect the user to somewhere, so we don't want that. We want to set that to false, and I'm going to specify the email and also the password which we are getting from the user. Okay, so now underneath there, let's just check for the errors. If we have some sort of an error inside this request, so if we have the error, so what do you want to do? We just want to check specifically for the URL right here. Let's just check for the URL right here, and if we have that, so we are going to be just writing router.replace, and we are going to be redirecting the user to dashboard right here. Okay, there we go. Now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to create a toast.error, and I'm going to provide the invalid credentials right here. What if that's not the case? So what do you want to do? We just want to write toast.success, and we just want to say like successfully oh my god, SUCCESSFUY logged in right here. So now let me just save them, and here what I want to do is that I'm going to refresh them. Let's just check out. Let me just even restart that right here. So I'm going to use like npm run dev. So now let me just provide my user credentials, like we have HuXn@gmail.com, and I'm going to provide HuXn12 right here. Click on a login and invalid credential right here. I don't know why, but it is now giving us the invalid credentials. After wasting a lot of my time, I finally figured out the solution to that problem. First of all, I made a typo, so I'm going to just select this one. I'm going to select the second one right here, and I'm going to also select this one as well, and I'm going to just place this spelling right here, which is CREDIENTALS. Okay, so that was the first typo, and also I made a mistake right here. Here we shouldn't be providing the providers. We are going to be just providing a provider, like a singular provider right here. Now let me just save them, and I'm going to go ahead and write npm run dev and hit enter right here. And now I'm going to just refresh my browser right here, and here you can see we have our login UI right here. I'm going to provide my own email, and I'm going to also provide my HUXN and 12 right here. I'm going to click on login, and here you can see we are now successfully logged in, and we are redirected to this dashboard right here. But now that's cool. We also have to take care of this dashboard and also this navigation, and that's it, baby. So for the dashboard, we don't have to do crazy stuff. We just first of all, let me just remove all of their tabs. I'm gonna go ahead and create my dashboard folder inside this app. I'm gonna write dashboard, and inside there we're going to be creating page.js right here. And the first thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna get my get server server session, if we can get that from the NextAuth, and I'm gonna also get the redirect right here. So import redirect like so, but not like that. So redirect, and we are going to be getting there from the next navigation right here. Underneath that, I'm going to use the RASCE to create our dashboard. And also, I'm going to just get my session first of all. I'm going to write const session, and it's going to be equals to await and get server session right here. Let's just execute that. And here we're going to be checking if we don't have the session. So now let's just check if you don't have the session. So what do you want to do? We just want to redirect the user to just a home screen right here. If that's not the case, so we are going to be just writing our JSX right here. Now let me just create the UI for their dashboard right here. So we're not going to go into that much details, but I'm going to just provide something to show to the user. Okay, so you can like provide a lot of stuff for the front end UI if you wanted to, but in my case I'm not going to go into that much detail. So items will be now currently set to center, and justify will be, come on, justify will be set to, I'm going to also provide the padding for all around will be set to 24, and inside this div I'm going to be getting my h1 with the class of text totally green of 400, and also totally border, and padding all around will be set to 4, and inside there we're going to be just writing like user successfully logged in. And also, I don't know, here you, come on, here you can put anything you want. And now let me just save them. And here, okay, the default export is not working, or what the hell is that? Okay, so we have a asynchronous function. So I'm going to just make it async function. So now let's just save that, and we are going to be also making it. Okay, so here you can see this is how it looks like. If I can make it force to the dark, so this is how the current dashboard looks like right here. But currently we just have only one problem right here. Like we already successfully logged in, but we can still see this login right here, and we can still see this register. If I click on that, it's not going to push me to that pages. It's going to redirect me to this dashboard right here, but I don't want that. I'm gonna get the user email right here, and I'm gonna also get the sign out button right here, and that's what I'm gonna do right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to this navbar right here, and here I already wrote this comment for myself, so I'm gonna just remove that right here. And here I'm going to just check if we don't have the session. So what I want to do, I want to render this content right here, which we have this fragment. I'm gonna cut that from here, and I'm gonna also provide the else clause right here. So for this, if you don't have the session, so we are going to be providing this code right here, like just login and register. But if you have the session right here, so what do you want to do? For that, we are going to be creating yet another React fragment right here, and we are going to be also creating a paragraph with a margin bottom of 4. And here we just have to get the user email. So I'm going to just write session.user. And if we have the user, so we just want to get the email from that user right here. And I'm going to also provide the li right here, and inside this li we are going to be creating a button. And on click handler, what do you want to do in that case? We just want to specify the sign, or you know what, let me just put the curly braces right here, sign out, which we are already grabbing, I guess. Are we? Yep, we are getting the sign out right here. So now let me just use that right here. And also I'm going to provide a little bit of classes to it. So class name will be now set to, padding will be all around set to 2, padding for the x-axis will be set to 5, margin for the bottom I'm going to provide like I don't know, 2 rems would be fine. And also the background will be set to totally red of 600, and I'm going to just make it like totally rounded, and I'm going to provide the log out right here, and there we go. That was our entire course on Next.js right here. So here you can see we are now currently getting that button right here, and we are also getting this specific user email right here. So yeah, that's that. We can go ahead and go to the dashboard, we can go to the home screen, but I guess I forgot to show you how to modify this screen. I mean, like, that's looking totally cool as well. Here you can see, oh, that's looking awful. Let me just go ahead and go to the home screen, which we currently have right here inside a page, and I'm going to remove all of that content right in here, all of that JSX to be precise. Let me just cut that, and I'm gonna do a bit of magic here as well. Now let me just make that like use client component, and I'm gonna just get first of all the link right here, and I'm gonna also get the use session right here from the NextAuth React. And now inside there, what I want to do is that first of all I'm gonna get my data, and also let's just change the name of that to like session, and it's gonna be equals to the use session right here. And underneath there, what do you have to do? Let's just remove that right here. I'm gonna return, and if you don't have this session, what do you want to show to the user? Or if you already have the session, so what do you want to show to the user in their case? So let's suppose if you don't have the session, so what do you want to do? We just want to create a div with a class of flex, and also min height will be set to totally screen, and also flex will be set to column, and items will be set to center. Justify, come on, justify will be also set to between, and I'm going to provide a padding for all around will be set to 24, and we are going to be creating a link. It will go to the login screen right here, and we are going to say, or let's just also provide a class names border, and padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, text will be set to totally red, 400 right here, and totally rounded. And I'm going to provide like I don't know, please log in to see the content or something like that. And yeah, if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to create a div with the class of flex, and min height will be set to screen, and I'm going to also provide a flex of totally column, and items will be set to totally center. Justify will be also set to between, and padding for all around will be set to 24. And inside there we're going to be just creating one paragraph with the classes of like text totally green, 400 right here, and I'm going to also provide a border, and also padding all around will be set to 5. Welcome back buddy or something like that, and I'm gonna just provide this smiley face right here. So now let me just save that and refresh that. We already logged in, so that's why we are now getting this emoji. We are getting like welcome back buddy. But if I log out, and here you can see we are now getting like please log in to see the content, and I can just click on that, and here you can see it's gonna brings us to this login screen right here. I can click on the login, or I can create a user right here, and I can go to the login, create a user. Let me just create some other user like I don't know, Alex would be fine, like Alex, and alex@gmail.com, and alex12 would be fine, alex12 would be fine. Now let me just click on that to register that user right here, and now we can log in as that user. So now let me just write like alex@gmail.com and alex12 right here, and now if I click on login, and here you can see we're now getting like user successfully logged in, and here you can put anything you want. So here you can see we have alex@gmail.com email right here. We can go to the dashboard, or we can also go to the home screen right here, which is totally amazing. And yeah, that was a huge journey and I hope this course helped you a lot. So I'm going to just ask you one thing. Please, I'm asking you just only one favor. Please follow me on GitHub. If you don't want to subscribe to this channel, you don't have to. I mean, like, if you wanted to subscribe to this channel, feel free to do that. But if you don't like my content, but if you still like this course and you want to support me, so yeah, if you follow me on GitHub, for me, it's like you give me a lot of money. You didn't even skip any of the ad during my video, and you did a lot for me. Okay, so I'm just asking you this one favor. If you wanted to follow me on GitHub, I would love to see you there. And if you have any questions, so you can follow me on Twitter, and I will be more than happy to help you there. And yeah, if you want to support this channel, so do subscribe. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, and that was a huge journey, and I hope it helped you make the Next.js superstar. So yeah, I'm gonna see you in the next course, which will be, I guess, on the GitHub, or maybe on Golang programming language. I'm not quite sure about that. So if you like some course, so feel free to comment below, and I see every single comment. I'm gonna respond to your comment. If I like your suggestion, I'm gonna definitely make a course on that. Love you all. See you in the next course. Bye bye.